Within the grand estate of the house of Regas, Duke Balga Regas stood before a large window, his back to his son. He delivered a stark decree to the boy, Thor Regas, informing him that the Empire of Bulgaria had decided his fate. He was to be sent to another country as a political hostage. Stunned by the sudden pronouncement, Thor could only manage a shocked utterance. His father continued without turning, stating coldly that the carriage for his departure had already arrived. He then turned, his face a mask of stern indifference. The Duke looked down upon his son and declared that Thor was no longer wanted. His son desperately sought to understand, questioning why he, of all people, should be sent as a hostage. The Duke's reply was swift and brutal. It was because Thor was useless. This moment was seared into Thor's memory. It was the first time he had seen his father in 3 years, and these were the words that greeted him. He stood humiliated amidst the cruel laughter of the court, realizing he should have severed all ties with his family then. 3 years passed since that day. He had lived as a commoner with no intention of ever returning. But a soldier from the Duke's house found him at his work and brought him back without a word of explanation. The memory of his father's past fury echoed in his mind, a harsh declaration that without combat skills, Thor was of no use to him. Back in the present, the captain of the guard addressed the Duke, confirming his intention to discuss the results of Thor's appraisal. The Duke's expression was one of grim impatience. He began his report with a contemptuous smile, recounting how a skill appraisal was conducted on Thor at the Shinden Temple when he was 10. The results, he noted, were a serious issue for the eldest son of a ducal family. Thor possessed no combat skills whatsoever. An elderly official with a monocle continued the damning account. A second appraisal at age 12 confirmed Thor had a skill for basic magic, but crucially, no skill for attack magic. The surrounding nobles began to murmur their disdain, calling the Duke's son a disappointment and a disgrace, with one even wishing he would disappear from the Empire entirely. Duke Regas looks down upon his son, his voice heavy with disappointment. He reminds Thor their family's legacy of ancestral combat skills, a lineage destined to lead the Empire. The Duke confesses he had high expectations for Thor, but his son has been a profound letdown. His anger escalates as he points an accusing finger, roaring that Thor, the eldest son of a family that produced a sword saint, has no fighting skills and cannot use attack magic. He demands to know if Thor can possibly comprehend the despair of a parent cursed with such a child. As the words strike him, Thor understands. This is the treatment reserved for those who do not have any combat skills. This harsh judgment is rooted in the history of the Bulgarian Empire, which expanded its territory by force. Both aristocrats and commoners are judged by their martial prowess, and those lacking it are cast aside. Facing his father's fury, Thor concedes the point but offers a defense. He may not have combat skills, but he does possess the skill of alchemy. He speaks with a desperate energy, explaining that his alchemy is useful for mending and repairing items. He mentions his role managing a government office and expresses hope that by honing his skill, he might one day create entirely new items. His father slams his fist down, roaring for him to shut up. The Duke dismisses Thor's ambition to build a workshop as worthless. He scoffs at the idea of creating new items, reminding Thor that the Empire already possesses the sacred swords and shields of heroes, the strongest equipment in existence. The notion is laughable to him, and Thor is left stunned and speechless. Thor clenches his fist, realizing his words are useless. The decision has already been made. Resigned, he asks his father to tell him about the place where he is being sent as a hostage. His father informs him that it is a dangerous place. He reveals a chilling fact. All previous hostages sent from the Empire have gone missing there. No one has ever returned. Thor absorbs this grim news, his expression hardening with concern. He stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he sought confirmation. No way. The Demon King's territory? He stammered, the words catching in his throat. His father, Duke Regas, coldly corrected him. No, he stated, his own expression darkening at the thought. The Duke confessed that the mere memory of the Demon King's territory filled him with a suicidal dread. He elaborated on the grim reality of their border politics, explaining that the Empire must take measures against the bloodthirsty demons and demihumans living closest to the Demon Lord's domain. Thor processed this, realizing for the first time that there was some form of exchange between the two powers, and wondered if his father was truly sending him to such a place. The Duke then revealed the true nature of this exchange, a human sacrifice offered every few decades to appease their monstrous neighbors. Nearby, other nobles sneered, callously speculating that killing humans was how the demons confirmed their strength. As the horrifying truth dawned on Thor, that he was to be that sacrifice, his father ordered him to hurry up and disappear. Before he could even react to the command, the Duke's fist slammed into his gut, the force of the blow doubling him over in pain. He crumpled to the floor, gasping for air. With that, we're done here, the Duke declared, turning his back on his son without a second glance. Thor could only stare up from the ground, his mind reeling with pain and disbelief. The shock and pain coalesced into a single, burning emotion. His face contorted with rage, and he snarled his father's full name. Duke Balga Regas. I hate you. The Duke paused, glancing back with an expression of utter contempt. You're a dead man, he stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. I don't talk to dead men. And with those final, cruel words, Thor was banished from the country where he was born and raised, leaving the grand estate of his family behind forever. Now a prisoner in a guarded carriage, he traveled toward his fate. He gazed out at the desolate landscape stretching before him. The Demon King's territory, a country now inhabited by the former enemies of humankind. He could only wonder what truly awaited him in that forsaken land. As he traveled, his mind drifted to the history of the conflict. Hundreds of years ago, the Demon King and his formidable army were invading human lands. To counter this overwhelming threat, the humans of that era resorted to a desperate measure, summoning heroes from another world. The Demon King and his forces were powerful, but the summoned hero proved to be equally strong. After a fierce and protracted battle, the hero and the brave human soldiers successfully drove the Demon King's army out of human territory. Following this decisive defeat, the open warfare between the two sides ceased. This cessation of hostilities led to the world's current state. A boundary was established, separating the human world to the south from the lands of demons and demihumans, which lie beyond the forest north of the Kokyou Empire. It is said that the demons, driven to the north after their defeat, harbor a deep hatred for humans. Despite this, no major conflict has erupted since the border was drawn. Thor considered this grim history with a pensive expression. His thoughts turned to the land itself, a vast and mysterious kingdom stretching out before him. The Demon King's realm remained an unknown, shrouded in tales of ancient animosity. Trapped in the dark confines of a moving carriage, Thor leans against the wall, his face etched with weariness. He peers towards the window, only to find his view completely obscured. The boards nailed across it block out the world, leaving him in near total darkness. From an outside perspective, the scale of his confinement becomes clear. The carriage is surrounded by a formidable escort of 20 guards, including mounted cavalry. He realizes the futility of escape. Even if he managed to break free, he wouldn't get far before being recaptured. His frustration mounts. This situation is precisely why he had tried so hard to distance himself from the Duke. He had truly believed he had cut all ties, but it seems his past was not so easily shed. His mind drifts back to the life he had built for himself. He remembers taking the government office exam, a crucial step that allowed him to formally adopt his mother's surname and leave the Regis name behind. His duties were humble, organizing documents and mending items. He reflects on his chosen career in the Dolaria Empire. A civilian official was a unique position, one that could not be held by an adventurer, a military officer, or a common soldier. Though other departments often looked down on his work and his salary was low, he had found his niche. Despite the lack of prestige, he genuinely liked his job. A memory of him firmly stamping a document, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face, affirms this feeling. The reason for his contentment was simple. His workplace was the one place he could make full use of his alchemy skills. He recalls standing before a great sword, its form restored and glowing with latent power, a testament to his craft. Jolted back to the present, he clenches his fist. He had been in the middle of repairing that very magic sword, hoping to make it perfect. Now that seems impossible. A chilling phrase echoes in his mind, a stark pronouncement of his fate. You're a dead man. His gaze drops to his hands, where he holds two ordinary spoons, seemingly the only tools at his disposal. A spark of an idea ignites within him. He remembers one of the spoons was used by a soldier during a meal. With newfound resolve, he holds it up, his eyes wide with concentration, and focuses his will, commanding his power, activate alchemy. He focuses his will, and the simple spoon in his hands begins to warp and liquefy, melting under the power of his alchemical touch. The molten metal is still pliable, and he quickly begins to shape it, pressing and pulling the material into the sharp form of blade. This is his unique skill, alchemy. It allows him to purify, synthesize, and process substances, creating new materials and items by combining or changing their very nature. It also grants him the ability of appraisal. The power reminds him of his dream, the one he held so dearly, to one day open his own workshop and make a name for himself as Alchemist Thor. Clutching the newly formed knife, his resolve hardens. He cannot and will not die here. Suddenly, the carriage door swings open. A mounted soldier shouts a warning to be careful, announcing that they are approaching the border of the Demon King's territory. He is led out into the open, finding himself surrounded by a contingent of Imperial soldiers. A stout commander addresses him by his full name, Thor Regis. The commander indicates the vast landscape before them. Thor looks out at the distant mountains and realizes with a sinking feeling that the Empire ends here. This is the edge of the human world. He turns back to the commander, demanding to know what is planned for him and who will be taking him into custody. The commander remains silent. Thor's gaze shifts to a dark, ominous forest in the distance, wondering if that is the true border. Instead of answering, the commander bellows an order to an archer. The soldier, having already knocked an arrow with a ribbon tied to it, takes aim and fires. From the darkness of the forest, a menacing silhouette with glowing eyes and sharp horns emerges. Thor's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the creature. One of the Imperial soldiers confirms their fears, announcing that a demi-human has arrived and that the party they signaled is now here. Emerging from the forest is not one creature, but a small party. A young woman with pointed ears, dressed in a maid's uniform, stands with an air of complete composure, flanked by two massive, bull-headed minotaurs who serve as her guards. Her expression is placid, almost detached. Her dark eyes hold a steady, unreadable gaze as she observes the humans before her. Her guards shift their immense weight, their powerful, muscular forms radiating a heavy, unsettling presence in a quiet borderland. He can only stare, a cold sweat beading on his face. The reality of his situation crashes down upon him, leaving him frozen in terror. Amidst the dense foliage of a forest, a serene elf maiden dressed in a maid's uniform stands beside a hulking, powerfully built minotaur. It is the first time such a creature has been seen up close. Observing the demihumans from a short distance, Thor decides he must make a good first impression. He plans to catch them off guard to create an opportunity for a later escape. As his Imperial guards tremble in fear, he steps forward and introduces himself as a representative from the Dalgarian Empire, stating his full name. The elf maid responds with a graceful curtsy, welcoming Thor to the Demon King's territory. She introduces herself as Mabel, an elf sent to retrieve him in the name of His Majesty. Thor is taken aback by the polite reception, thinking that it feels nothing like being taken as a hostage or sacrifice. Behind Mabel, the Minotaurs also bow respectfully. The Imperial soldiers, however, react with terror. One shouts that it must be a trap and that approaching a demi-human unarmed is madness. He frantically explains the common beliefs about their power, that the elf race are magicians who can obliterate a dozen people with one blow, and that Minotaurs possess superhuman strength capable of crushing a person's head. Thor calmly refutes their panic, pointing out that their hosts are being perfectly polite. He turns on his guards, frustrated by their behavior. He questions why he should be careful around these beings when his own escort kept him locked in a carriage and refused to speak with him. He remarks that it would have been better if the people from the Demon King's territory had ignored them entirely. The soldiers, still agitated, insist that caution is natural and that his calm demeanor is crazy. Ignoring the soldiers' protests, Thor turns back to face Mabel and her Minotaur companions. He expresses his gratitude for their welcome, and in return, Mabel apologizes for any inconvenience. He then formally reintroduces himself with his full title, Thor, eldest child of the Duke of Regis from the Dalgarian Empire. He declares that he has come at the behest of His Majesty the Emperor and will be accompanying them. As he finishes his declaration, Mabel takes a single, deliberate step forward. Thor watches her approach, his expression becoming tense and uncertain as her face remains impassive, her eyes hidden by her bangs. Her serious expression suddenly breaks into a brilliant, sparkling smile. Clasping her hands with genuine delight, she exclaims that this is the first time she has ever received such a polite greeting from the Empire. She thanks him warmly, addressing him as messenger, and informs him that the Demon King's territory lies to the north. Caught completely off guard by her cheerful and sincere reaction, Thor manages a slightly flustered smile and replies that he looks forward to working with her. He examined the document Mabel had given him, his brow furrowing at the term messenger. He wondered if it was simply a polite euphemism for sacrifice. From a distance, his Imperial escort grew impatient, shouting for him to sign the papers and complete the handover. With the formalities concluded, Mabel announced that the delivery of the messenger was complete. She gestured to her two Minotaur companions, explaining that she had prepared them to assist, and they offered a friendly greeting. She then stated their intention to proceed into the forest on foot. The prospect of entering the demon territory was too much for the Imperial soldiers. They broke ranks, screaming in terror as they fled back the way they came. Watching them retreat, Mabel quietly expressed her hope that the peace agreement between their nations would be protected forever. Her attention then returned to the one who remained. As she began to comment on the messenger, Thor let out a weary sigh, the panicked shouts of his former escort echoing from the distance, crying that they would all be killed. Mabel, intrigued by his composure, asked if he wasn't afraid, noting it was her first time meeting a human who wasn't. Thor replied that since their people had a peace treaty, it would be rude to show fear. Privately, however, he admitted to himself that he was, in fact, terrified. Despite this internal fear, he recalled a recent moment of unexpected gentleness. He had stumbled, and one of the Minotaurs had kindly helped him up, treating him as a guest. The memory of the gesture was a small comfort. As they walked on, Mabel asked him to let her know if he grew tired. He assured her he was fine, reflecting that the kindness he was being shown was a world apart from the treatment he received from the soldiers of the Empire. He soon realized that not only did he not feel tired despite the difficult terrain, but he actually felt better since entering the Demon King's territory. A strange, dark magical power began to swirl around him, seeping into his body and filling him with an energy he'd never felt in the Empire. The influx of power triggered a series of revelations within him. The absorption of the magical power of darkness was complete, merging with the 6 basic attributes. His skill alchemy evolved into creative alchemy, and his latent abilities in material alchemy, attribute alchemy, and appraisal grasp were all fully awake. Stunned by the sudden internal transformation, he wondered what had just happened. As if an answer, a translucent panel materialized before his eyes, displaying a single word, status. He stared in astonishment at the details of his ultimate skill, creative alchemy. It was an ability that could only be awakened by those who accepted all 6 attributes: light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind. With it, He could create items based solely on information about their appearance and effects. The screen also detailed his other new abilities. Material alchemy allowed him to create and synthesize new substances from his own magical power, while addition alchemy let him imbue a target substance with desired attributes. Finally, appraisal grasp granted him the power to analyze the attributes, materials, and effects of any item, recording the information as data within the skill itself. Standing amidst the strange flora of the demon territory, he processed the information. His alchemy skill had truly evolved. Now, creating a substance from magical power was a tangible possibility. He began to suspect that the reason he never developed a fighting skill was because his potential was being channeled into developing creative alchemy. Still, while his abilities confirmed he could do these things, it all seemed far too convenient. His deep concentration drew Mabel's attention. She approached with concern, asking what had happened. She reminded him that the magical power in the Demon King's territory was different from that of humans and could cause sickness, urging him to speak up if he felt unwell. He turned to her as a theory began to form. Mabel confirmed his suspicion that the magical power of darkness was strong in this land. Thor explained that in the Kokyou Empire, the powers of fire and earth were dominant. When Mabel asked if light magic existed in the human realm, he confirmed that it did. The pieces clicked into place. He recalled that in the human realm, the power of light is strong and darkness is weak, which was why he could never gather enough dark magic in the capital. Here, in the Demon King's territory, the opposite was true. Darkness was overwhelmingly strong, and light was faint. He finally understood completely. To awaken creative alchemy, one needed to gain the power of all 6 attributes. By entering the Demon King's territory and absorbing its abundant dark magical power, he had at last fulfilled all the necessary conditions for his true potential to awaken. As Thor and his companions traverse a rocky, forested path, he offers his hand to Fi, warning her that the terrain is getting rough. As he helps her down a ledge, the sharp sound of something snapping echoes between them. Startled, FIA lets out a small gasp as a pendant with a delicate chain breaks free and falls from her neck. Both she and Thor watch with wide, shocked eyes as the small ornament tumbles through the air. One of the Minotaur guards points out that her pendant got caught on a tree branch. Thor immediately apologizes, but FIA picks up the broken piece, reassuring him that it's okay because the chain was already cracked. She adds quietly, however, that it was a gift from her mother. She gazes down at the broken keepsake resting in the palm of her gloved hand, a silent moment of sorrow passing over her. Looking up from the pendant, she offers Thor a gentle, reassuring smile, telling him not to worry. He, however, remains concerned. He asks if it would be all right for him to try and fix it, explaining that he has repaired broken chains several times before. His offer catches FIA by surprise, and she asks if he is a craftsman. Thor clarifies that in the Dalgarian Empire, he was not permitted to call himself an alchemist. He recalls his past, where the only work he performed was using his alchemy skill to repair items. An alchemy workshop was never open for him, and no one ever requested his services. Despite this history, he internally affirms his identity. He is an alchemist. He realizes that at some point, he simply started calling himself one. A new thought forms in his mind. What if he were to become an alchemist in the Demon King's territory? He formally introduces himself as Thor Regis, the alchemist, and asks FIA if she will allow him to repair the broken chain. She and her 2 imposing Minotaur guards look on with surprise. In response, she hesitantly asks if it is truly all right for her to make such a request, given that she is not a human. He smiles warmly, assuring her that such a thing doesn't matter in the slightest. She then explains that the pendant is a very important keepsake from her mother. Holding it out to him, she earnestly pleads for him to fix it if he is able. He accepts the task with a determined look, stating that he understands. Sitting down with the pendant, he prepares to begin his work, focusing his intent on the practice of creative alchemy. He holds the delicate chain and stone in his palm, initiating a skill known as appraisal grasp to analyze the object. The appraisal reveals its identity, a pendant of water spirit stone with a water attribute. The stone itself is magical, but its details are obscured by damage. The chain is made of an unknown metal, and its strength has been reduced by age and wear. With this information, he contemplates his next move. He notes the unknown composition of the chain and considers the possibility of creating a new metal infused with magical power and water attributes. He begins the process of material alchemy. He recalls the principles of the skill. Material alchemy can be achieved with one's own magical power. Metal is born from the magical power of earth attributes. Any metal can serve as a base. The process requires visualizing the magic stirring as power is poured into the conceptual core. Putting theory into practice, a brilliant light flares between his hands as he channels his power. In a flash, the repair is complete. The light fades, revealing the perfectly restored pendant. FIA stares in disbelief, asking if it's truly fixed. Her Minotaur guards are equally stunned, wondering how it could be so beautiful when it seemed no magic power was used at all. Her stunned silence gave way to awe as Thor presented the mended pendant. He noted that the Minotaurs also looked surprised, a reaction he shared. He explained that he had forged the materials using only magical power, a feat of creative alchemy. Though he managed a quick fix, he cautioned her that it might have weaknesses and advised her to have a professional craftsman inspect it later. He addressed her as Ms. Mabel, but she seemed to be searching for the right words, starting to call him Messenger before correcting herself to simply Thor. She looked down at the pendant, now resting against her chest. Her face then erupted into a radiant, tearful smile. She clasped her hands together and exclaimed with pure joy that he had fixed it, the precious keepsake from her mother. Her overwhelming gratitude caused the Minotaurs to gush over Thor, declaring him a great person and a cool, well-known alchemist who would surely become the best. Thor, observing that the chain had been repaired without any visible traces, simply told her he was glad she liked it. He was taken aback by their praise. It was a new experience for him, the first time anyone had ever been so grateful for his alchemical skills. This gratitude stood in stark contrast to his past. He recalled his father, who considered him worthless and wanted him to die, and the scorn he faced in the Empire where his skills were deemed useless. Her voice pulled him from the dark memory. She smiled warmly, asking if he felt that way too, that it's important to help people. She thanked him again. Her kindness overwhelmed him. With tears welling in his eyes, he managed to say that he was glad he had come here. His emotional response prompted her to reflect on the history of his craft. She wondered if the legendary alchemist from the history books, who created magic swords and shields before the heroic era, also honed his skills with the simple thought of helping others. She considered that perhaps those ancient craftsmen also wanted to create items hoping people would be pleased with them. Turning back to him, she addressed him as Mr. Thor, and then requested that he simply call her Mabel. She winks brightly, exclaiming, "Of course," and addressing him formally as Mr. Alchemist Thor. Overwhelmed with emotion, he closes his eyes in a tearful smile, thanking her for her guidance, and finally calling her by her name, Mabel. With this newfound acceptance, his journey truly began. Overlooking the vast landscape, he reflected that this was how he started his new life as an alchemist. As his carriage travels across a vast, open grassland, Thor Regis peers out the window, his expression somber. He quietly wonders to himself if this is the Demon King's territory. His gaze sweeps across the wide plains, noticing a large river in the distance where ships sail back and forth. As his view sharpens, his eyes widen in astonishment. The people operating the ships are not human, but fishmen. This land is teeming with other such beings. Powerful bearmen haul heavy sacks, wolfmen tend to flocks of sheep, and a serene mermaid rests upon a rock by the water's edge. Beside a young woman with small horns, Thor remarks with a smile that there are many different kinds of demihumans. He recalls the stories from the Bulgarian Empire, which painted the Demon King's territory as a place of pure chaos. His companion clarifies that life here is actually much calmer than in the Empire. She explains the common Imperial misconception, that if you step into the Demon King's lands, a demon beast will attack you, or someone will kidnap you. She reveals the truth to a now pensive Thor. Because the population of the territory is small, everyone must do their best work to contribute. With a small smile, she adds that she is thinking that she would like Thor to do a good job here as well. He processes her words with surprise. Me? A good job? The thought is jarring, as he was explicitly ordered to the Demon King's territory to serve as a hostage. His mind shifts to those who might have come before him. He turns to the horned woman and asks what happened to the other humans who had been sent to this territory in the past. She looks at him, her expression suddenly serious. She explains that the last time was 50 years ago, before she was born. She asks if he only just heard of this upon his arrival. She continues, explaining that she heard it was dangerous to travel the forest alone, so she secretly arranged for his transport. Elsewhere, an elderly carriage driver speaks to an unseen person, asking if they returned home silently and noting that he placed no restrictions on their behavior. Thor processed the revelation, his expression hardening as he considered the implications of the past 50 years. This misunderstanding was rooted in two vastly different perspectives. From the Empire's viewpoint, represented by Duke Regis, any person sent to the demon lands was considered a hostage, a sacrifice. Conversely, a high-ranking demon noble explained that in the Demon King's territory, they welcomed those from the Empire as honored guests. Because the humans, believing themselves to be prisoners, would inevitably try to run away, they would simply be treated as missing, their true fate never reported back to the Empire. The conversation shifted back to the present, where FIA looked at Thor with concern. She asked if he was planning to leave, noting that there was no other alchemist like him in the entire territory. Her direct question caught him off guard. She clasped her hands together, pleading for him to stay with them and promising to help him live comfortably. As she spoke, Thor recalled his original purpose, to establish peace between the Empire and the Demon King's territory. He admitted to himself that he had, in fact, been thinking of running away. Upon arriving at the castle, his first thought was to secure an escape route. But since his freedom was never restricted, he realized such a plan was pointless. His thoughts turned to the maid, whom he knew as Mabel. It was she who had given him the chance to truly be an alchemist, allowing him to find joy in his work. Recalling her kindness and the faces of the other inhabitants, he knew he could not disappoint her. With a newfound sense of purpose, he looked out at the land and made a firm decision. He would do everything he could for this country during his time in the Demon Lord's territory. He turned to FIA and simply said, "Thank you." Her face immediately lit up, her eyes wide with pure, unbridled joy at his decision. As they continued on, FIA informed him that they would reach the demon castle in about an hour, where he was scheduled for an audience with the Demon King. She warned him to prepare himself. An imposing, shadowed image of the king filled Thor's mind, along with a dire warning. To survive here, one must never, ever anger the king of the demons. Despite the warm reception from FIA and the Minotaurs, a single, anxious thought consumed Thor. What of the Demon King himself? His destination, the Demon King's castle, was a sprawling, formidable structure of dark stone and sharp spires that pierced the overcast sky. Within its walls, they proceeded down a vast, pillared hall. Thor and FIA, dwarfed by their from Minotaur guards, walked towards the far end of the chamber where a horned figure waited. He felt his heart pound with nervous anticipation. The horned official leading them remained silent and stern, while FIA offered a gentle, encouraging smile from behind. The official finally turned, his voice echoing slightly as he asked if Thor was the guest from the Empire. At that exact moment, a Minotaur guard announced loudly that Demon King Rookie Evergard had arrived, causing Thor to look up in alarm. Before him stood a tall figure in dark, regal robes, his face hidden by a stark white mask and crowned with massive, curved horns. The being introduced himself as the Demon King Rookie Evergard. From his kneeling position, Thor formally replied, stating he was Thor Regis, a guest from the Dalgarian Empire. In the Demon King's throne room, Thor Regis stands before the imposing, shadowed monarch. With formal respect, he introduces himself and cuts directly to the matter at hand. The Demon King, a massive silhouette on his throne, questions what service Thor can provide, wondering aloud if the Duke dispatched him because he possesses some valuable knowledge or skill. He confidently states that he knows a little alchemy, a thought he had been considering before his arrival. He continues his proposition, framing it as a negotiation. Since he is being treated as a guest rather than a hostage, he suggests that if the Demon Lord wishes for him to work, he could be formally hired as an alchemist. The Demon King's masked face reveals a flicker of interest. Beside the throne, Prime Minister Curve elaborates on the situation, explaining that alchemy is a technique not found in their territory. He notes the irony that the Empire, which has plenty of alchemists, would send one to another country. As Curve addresses him by his full name, Thor Regis begins to sweat under the intense scrutiny. He looks up with a glimmer of hope, asking if this means he will be hired. The Demon King extends a hand in a gesture of agreement, promising to prepare a workshop for their guest where he will be free to do as he pleases. The monarch then asks a practical question. What does Thor require to begin his work in alchemy? He confirms his commitment with a simple affirmation. He explains that alchemy requires specialized equipment and requests a room near the workshop for convenience. The Demon King agrees to prepare it without hesitation, asking what else he needs. Thor can hardly believe how easily his requests are being met. The Demon King observes Thor's reaction, noting internally how readily the young man accepted the offer. He then advises Thor to compile and submit a list of everything he needs. Prime Minister Curve interjects with instructions, telling Thor to make the best use of his alchemical abilities. He adds that the utility of the final product is not a concern and asks if it would be acceptable to mass-produce anything useful for the people of their territory. Thor, however, has a question of his own, and the Demon King prompts him to ask it. He thanks the monarch for his kindness, but expresses his confusion. As a stranger from the Empire, he doesn't understand why His Majesty would do all this for him. The Demon King's masked face tilts slightly as he provides a simple, enigmatic answer. It's in order to learn. He posed a question to the alchemist, asking if he knew that demons were once defeated by human wisdom and heroes from another world. The revelation stunned Thor, who could only think to himself. To learn, the Demon King began to recount a history from hundreds of years ago, a time when the tribes of demons and humans were locked in a bitter dispute. To confront the mighty demons, the humans summoned heroes from different worlds. These heroes, driven by a desire to improve their skills and levels, fought for humanity with powerful abilities, becoming so strong that the demons grew fearful. One such hero's obsession with strength was eventually transmitted to the people of this world, influencing the Empire to adopt the belief that power is everything. This philosophy ultimately led to the hero defeating the Demon King of that era, resulting in the demons being exiled to the north. After that, the hero returned to his original world with great satisfaction. Since then, the practice of hero summoning has ceased. Though the hero himself departed, his knowledge and powerful items remained in the human world. Bringing his tale to the present, the Demon King faced Thor once more. The alchemist noted that this was a story from 200 years ago, but the king countered that its age was irrelevant. The crucial point, he insisted, was to admit they were defeated and to learn from that experience. His clawed hand gestured emphatically as he clarified his position. He did not intend to be a Demon King who fights, but he asserted that he must continue learning from humans. At that moment, Thor understood. This policy was the very foundation of the Demon King's territory, explaining why they invited guests from the Dalgarian Empire. As this realization dawned, the Demon King covered his masked face, vowing that he would not let those who died in that ancient battle die in vain. He continued, explaining that it is precisely within the Demon King's territory that an alchemist's power can be fully realized. This, he stressed, was essential if they were ever to catch up with the might of the Empire. The weight of this declaration settled upon Thor. He could scarcely believe it. Here, in the territory of the Demon King, he was free to do as he wished, to create what he wanted. The Demon King himself recognized him as an alchemist. His disbelief gave way to a surge of determination. He addressed the Demon King directly, stating that first, he wanted to demonstrate what his alchemy was capable of. He proposed creating an amazing item using his creative alchemy skill, offering it as a tribute for the welcome he had received. The Demon King looked down at him, his masked face unreadable, and accepted the offer with a simple, yet profound statement. He would rely on Thor Regis. At that moment, a young demon woman with long, light hair spoke up, observing that both His Majesty and Thor must be tired from their long journey. The Demon King agreed, acknowledging it had been a while, and suggested that Thor should take a rest. With those words, the formal audience in the Grand Hall had concluded. Elsewhere, within a cavernous chamber, a regal figure sat upon a throne, looking down upon a legion of powerfully built, horned demons who stood at attention before her. Her lips parted as she began to issue her command, her voice echoing with authority. Now, within the Demon King's throne room, the court has assembled. Before the silent, enthroned monarch, his aide Curve addresses the gathered commanders, announcing that the time has come to discuss their new guest from the Empire, Thor Regis. Among those present are 3 of the highest-ranking military leaders, the Elf Magic Commander, the Lizard Man Assault Commander, and a Minotaur Unit Commander, each standing at attention. A hooded official then speaks, his voice carrying authority. He acknowledges that the commanders may not know this human, but he makes one point clear. They are not to do any harm to him. The assembly voices their assent. His decree continues as he departs, instructing them to treat Thor Regis with respect and to learn from him about the human world. He reminds them to pass this order to their subordinates, for they are a proud people. The elf commander, however, seems troubled by this command. He respectfully states that while he has no objection to avoiding harm, he questions what there is to possibly learn from a guest of the Empire. His dissent is met with a sudden, sharp grin from an unseen observer. Before he can react further, the Lizard Man commander claps a heavy hand on his shoulder, startling him. He turns, his expression shifting from concern to cunning. The elf commander suggests that instead of simple observation, they should remind their imperial guest of the Demon King's power. He proposes a show of force, letting Thor witness the troops led by the descendants of the flame giants to demonstrate how terrifying their territory truly is. His words hang in the air, answered by the sudden, menacing arrival of a powerful, masked figure. The elf commander's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected presence. The newcomer considers the suggestion. He agrees it is necessary for Thor Regis to understand the fear associated with the Demon King's territory. He calls it a good suggestion and a fine opportunity to display their power and magic. Visibly relieved by the approval, the elf commander stammers his gratitude for the figure's understanding. The menacing figure let out a quiet sigh, his previous approval hanging in the air. Despite the decision, a complication remained. His contemplation was shattered by the furious roar of a bat-like commander. He demanded to know if they had forgotten their history, how the demons and demihumans nearly went extinct because their ancestors carelessly dismissed humans as harmless. Words that belittled the Empire, he bellowed, could not be overlooked. He continued his tirade, gesturing wildly as he insisted they look at the Empire's current momentum. The human nation was steadily expanding its territory and growing its power, and he warned that many humans already possessed more power than they did. With a loud slam of his hand, the menacing figure cut him off. He turned his sharp gaze on the elf commander, who was now prostrated on the floor in apology. He questioned how anyone could claim they couldn't learn from the Empire while knowing of individuals like the alchemist, Thor Regis. He declared that their guest, Thor, would report to him as an alchemist. If Prime Minister Curve's appraisal of the boy's creations found no issues, he would utilize them in his own territory. By doing so, they would learn about the Empire's culture and techniques. Curve, standing nearby, affirmed that the order had been heard by all. The masked leader then addressed Curve directly. He acknowledged that Thor was from the Empire and that everyone was cautious of his potential actions. He ordered Curve to measure the boy's ability, but then added a specific instruction for the maid, Mabel, refrain. He then formally ordered Mabel to watch over Thor Regis and to serve as his caretaker. With a serene expression, she bowed her head and gratefully accepted the new role. As she accepted, Curve spoke up, turning the conversation to a specific incident. He asked Mabel if Thor was the one who had repaired a certain pendant. She confirmed that it was, explaining to Her Majesty that the magical silver used in the pendant of the Water Spirit Stone was a material that they themselves did not possess. Her words sparked a memory for the masked leader. He had seen it with his own eyes. He turned back to Curve, asking if Thor Regis had truly generated magical silver without any base material. Curve replied that the truth of the matter could be determined through a formal appraisal. Prime Minister Curve's eyes open with purpose. He calls out for Mabel, who appears at once to answer his summons. He turns his attention to the maid, asking if the pendant she wears is a keepsake from her mother. He then muses that it is something passed down through his own family for generations, but that the ability associated with it should have been lost long ago. In response to her unspoken shock, he presents the pendant, its central magic stone now glowing with a brilliant light. He declares that it is now fixed, questioning aloud if the reason it was inert was simply due to the stone being damaged. Mabel and a nearby group of demihumans can only stare in utter bewilderment. Within the Demon King's council chamber, Prime Minister Curve gestured towards the restored water spirit stone, its light brilliant. He explained to the assembled commanders that their own technology was incapable of such a feat, yet Thor had repaired it completely. He held up 2 fingers, elaborating that Thor's arrival carried 2 significant meanings. A noblewoman beside him looked on in disbelief. The first possibility, Curve stated, was the very existence of an alchemist who could instantly repair magic items. The second, and more alarming, was that the Empire already possessed many alchemists of similar level. This meant that if the Empire could field a large number of alchemists like Thor Regis, any resistance against them would be futile. The Lizardman commander gritted his teeth, retorting that he always knew the Empire wouldn't hand over such an asset without a hidden motive, viewing it as a clear threat. The grim possibility hung in the air, each commander processing the weight of the implication. The noblewoman grew pensive, Curve remained stern, the Lizardman seethed, and the elf commander broke into a nervous sweat. Or, Curve considered there was another option. He raised a hand to his chin, musing on the alternative, that the Empire was simply foolish enough to not understand Thor's true talent and had carelessly thrown him away. From his throne, the Demon King dismissed the notion, warning Curve not to underestimate humans. There was no way the Empire would be ignorant of such skill. Curve bowed deeply in apology, accepting His Majesty's wisdom and vowing to remain cautious. He then shifted topics, confirming he would arrange for the man's workshop and room. Meanwhile, the maid FIA located Thor. Apologizing for the long wait, she cheerfully announced that she would be escorting him to his room. As she led the way, she worried internally that he must be exhausted and nervous by now. Her assumption, however, was far from the truth. Thor stood in a lavishly decorated hall, holding a delicate vase with a look of pure, flushed excitement, letting out a small gasp of awe. His fascination was not limited to a single object. He pointed to various furnishings, excitedly wondering aloud about the materials they were made from. When FIA asked if something had caught his interest, he confirmed with a wide smile that basically everything had. Watching his genuine excitement, FIA felt her earlier concerns melt away. It seemed she had worried for nothing. She smiled gently, telling him there would be plenty of time to talk later. But for now, they should get his room sorted out. She observes 2 imposing Lizardman guards standing watch outside the room. One of them states plainly that they are there on orders from the Prime Minister and will serve as Thor's protection. She internally questions the necessity of such a heavy guard, worrying that Thor will feel uncomfortable. Though the guards carry no weapons, she recognizes that a human would be completely defenseless against a lizardman's powerful claws. Her thoughts are interrupted as Thor turns to her, a flustered look on his face, admitting he still has so much to learn. Without a hint of fear, he then faces the guards directly and cheerfully places himself in their care, to which one of the lizardmen simply acknowledges. He catches her off guard with his casual acceptance. She explains her surprise, admitting that it is not only her first time meeting a lizardman, but also the first time she has ever witnessed a human address them by their proper racial name. She elaborates, stating that humans typically use derogatory terms. She adds that given their immense strength and the natural defense of their scales, it would be normal for a human to be taken aback. His reaction, however, is anything but normal. Instead of fear, his mind immediately jumps to a practical problem. The lizardman's scales must surely snag on their clothing. With a flash of inspiration, he declares that as an alchemist, he should invent a special cloth smooth enough to prevent this, leaving FIA utterly bewildered. She stares at him, processing his unexpected and purely scientific line of thought. As the 2 guards look on, Thor simply offers a gentle smile. He then explains his genuine curiosity to the still startled FIA, stating that he is deeply interested in learning about the daily lives of the various races who inhabit the Demon King's territory. He reasons that with such a diversity of species and demihumans, each race must face its own unique set of challenges and problems. His words conjure images of the territory's varied inhabitants: powerful minotaurs, sturdy bearmen, rabbit folk, and graceful mermaids. With a determined glint in his eye and a clenched fist, he reveals his ultimate ambition. He will use his skills to solve the problems of the Demon King's people, improve their technology, and in doing so, create an item that can change the very world. His words resonated not only with the guards, but also with those observing from afar. The maid, Mabel, confirms to the hooded Prime Minister Kerr that there is not a single lie in Thor's words. Kerr acknowledges this, stating his intent to report back to the Demon King about hiring the young alchemist and allowing him to work. He continues his assessment, noting that Thor seems completely unconcerned with the differences between races. His sole motivation, Curve concludes, is to solve the problems facing the demi-humans and demons through his work as an alchemist. Curve believes that anyone could see the sincerity just by looking into the young man's eyes. Back in the room, Mabel gazes at Thor, her voice filled with admiration as she calls him amazing. Thor turns to her, acknowledging her sentiment with a simple, "I understand." She closes her eyes, clasping her hands to her chest in a gesture of profound dedication. She then makes a solemn vow, introducing herself as Mabel Refrain and pledging to help Thor with all of her heart. He bows his head slightly, formally accepting her pledge by stating that he will be under her care. A faint blush appears on Mabel's cheeks as she admits she feels the same way. In that moment, she became the caretaker for the very person who might one day change the history of the Demon King's territory. With the arrangement settled, Thor stands cheerfully between his two lizardman guards. His hands gesture with enthusiasm as he speaks to his new companions, ready to begin his work. A painful memory surfaces. In a forest clearing, shadowy figures murmur amongst themselves, their words sharp and cruel. They question how an elf with dirty human blood, one who can't even use magic, could possibly be one of them. The target of their scorn, a young Effa, stands alone, her eyes wide with hurt. The voices continue their assault, branding her disgusting and ashamed to all elves. Their cruelty escalates as they shout at her, calling her useless and good for nothing, demanding that she leave. The young girl can only whisper pleas for them to stop. Her pleas go unheard, and overwhelmed by the abuse, she finally breaks, crying out for it all to stop. But the memory was just that, a dream. Fia awakens with a gasp, sitting up in her bed. She recognizes it as another nightmare from her childhood and looks out her window, wondering if a day will ever come when she can conquer her trauma. She swings her legs out of bed, whimpering to herself that her feet are as cold as ice. As her bare feet touch the floor, she flinches from the chill. The familiar chill sparks a familiar sadness. With tears welling in her eyes, she wishes she could conquer this sensitivity to cold along with the trauma that caused it. Her gaze then falls upon a pair of thick, fluffy socks. She knows it will be embarrassing to wear them in front of Thor, but she feels she has little choice. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Thor stands at the entrance to a vast chamber, his arms spread wide in astonishment. Before him lie rows of large, sturdy chests. He steps inside, his eyes wide with excitement. He has found the Demon King's castle storehouse, a room piled high with countless items. The sight is truly amazing. He realized the storehouse was filled with other discarded items, like damaged shields and armor with broken seams. Just as he was taking stock, his eyes fell upon a lone scabbard lying on the floor. His initial observation quickly turned to elation. He threw his arms up in triumph, exclaiming that the Demon King's castle was the best. He had hit the jackpot. He quickly tempered his excitement, his expression growing serious. He reasoned that this wasn't the time to celebrate. The Demon King hadn't lent him this room out of kindness. It was an early investment in his potential usefulness. If he failed to meet those expectations, it would all be taken away. To prevent that from happening, he clenched his fist with resolve. He knew he needed to create something that would please everyone, including the Demon King. A confident grin spread across his face at the thought. With renewed purpose, he began sorting through the items in the storehouse, humming with excitement. He found many things that could serve as materials and wondered what he should use for a practical creation. His attention was then drawn to a specific book. He picked it up, noticing the unfamiliar characters on the cover. He guessed that the locals couldn't read its contents, which was why it had been neglected. The illustration on the page depicted some kind of chair, accompanied by a price of 3,908. His eyes widened as he read the page. It was an item left behind by heroes from another world, a foot bath. The advertisement claimed its strong water currents and vibrations would always keep a person warm. It even included testimonials, one from a 34-year-old employee who said it cured his sensitivity to cold and helped him get a girlfriend. He swallowed, a sense of awe gripping him. The thought that such an amazing item was simply left forgotten here was incredible. His awe gave way to confusion. He realized he shouldn't be able to understand an otherworlder's language. He paused, staring at the book in his hands. He looked closer, a sudden realization dawning on him. He had read it, as if it were perfectly normal. The book's title was E-commerce Catalog. He wondered aloud if this was one of his over-alchemy abilities, a form of appraisal. He realizes this must be it, the skill that allows him to understand the language of otherworlders and perceive the abilities of items. He flips through the pages, confirming the e-commerce catalog is a collection of items for sale, with delivery limited to a place called Neon. He recognizes this name as one of the countries of a previously summoned hero, solidifying his belief that this book must have belonged to one of them. As he reads further, he discovers a section on healthy goods, listing recovery items from the other world designed to heal stiff shoulders, heavy eyes, and improve sleep. A dreadful realization begins to dawn on him. The implication hits him with full force. He wonders in shock if this was the reason the heroes were so overwhelmingly strong. His astonishment grows as he finds more incredible items. Sight eyeglasses that could increase vision 20-fold and an oxygen capsule that grants a full night's rest in only 2 hours. It becomes clear that anyone with access to such things would become stronger. The thought then strikes him. Could he use over-alchemy to create these items himself? Lost in thought, he is suddenly jolted back to reality by a voice calling his name. It is Mabel, who has just entered the room. She places the tea service down, apologizing for surprising him. She explains that she had been trying to bring him tea, but received no answer, noting how focused he was. She then asks what he has been looking at. In response, he holds up the catalog. He asks Mabel if she can read the characters in the book from another world. She leans in, her expression puzzled. After a moment of scrutiny, she confirms that she cannot understand what is written. She explains that from time to time, items like this end up in the storehouse. A demon king several generations ago decided that any items he came across might be useful and ordered them stored here. As he processes this information, Mabel gives him a sharp look, thinking to herself that his reasoning sounds just like someone who doesn't clean his own room. He watches as Mabel offers to brew some tea, setting a small pot and cups on the table. He readily accepts. As she handles the tea set, Mabel explains with a slight laugh that she's sensitive to the cold because the mana flow in her body isn't working well. Thor is surprised, having never heard of such a condition. She elaborates that even though elves are known for their magic, her poor mana circulation prevents her from using it, a trait she suspects is due to her grandmother being human. Because of this inability, she was ostracized by her own people. Fortunately, her talent with cleaning and chores was recognized, and the Demon King took her in. Hearing her story, Thor is overcome with emotion, his eyes filling with tears as he tells her how hard it must have been for her. She quickly reassures him, patting his head and insisting that she isn't concerned about being unable to use magic. She adds that she doesn't think her connection to her grandmother is a bad thing at all. Her words spark a realization in Thor. He understands now. She confirms his unspoken thought, explaining that she was interested in the race her grandmother belonged to, which is why she wanted to meet it. With a warm, sincere smile, Mabel expresses her happiness that the first human she met, a member of her grandmother's race, was a kind person like him. Her earnest compliment leaves him flustered, but he manages a quiet, "You're welcome." He then remarks on how amazing the Demon King's territory is for regularly accepting people from other countries. Mabel agrees, explaining that newcomers find work that lets them use their skills, citing herself as an example. As she speaks, an idea begins to form in Thor's mind. He picks up the catalog again. Looking directly at Mabel, he asks if she would be willing to tag along with him for an experiment. Within a storehouse, two broken shields rest against a wooden wall. One is a light-toned kite shield, bearing an elegant winged crest. The other is a darker, more menacing shield, its surface warped around a single, unblinking eye. Inspired by what he's read, Thor studies a page from a book of healthy goods. The item that has captured his attention is a foot bath, advertised as a recovery item for those sensitive to the cold. The description details a square tub with glowing letters, priced at 3,980 yen, and even includes a glowing testimonial from a 34-year-old employee who claims it cured his sensitivity to cold and helped him get a girlfriend. He continues reading the advertisement, which promises a comfortable life free from coldness. It boasts of strong water currents and vibrations that keep the user warm, improve the body's blood flow, and even stimulate acupuncture points on the feet to enhance the flow of energy. He finds the claims quite convincing, attributing their effectiveness to the fact that the book was brought by heroes from another world. With a plan forming, he determines that the leftover broken shields in the storehouse will be sufficient material. All he needs to acquire separately are a fire magic stone and a wind magic stone. The two shields in question were once powerful artifacts. The wind shield could repel arrows and create storms, while the other could block attacks and spew fire. However, both are now inoperable, their internal magic functions completely destroyed. With his materials chosen, he decides it's time to soften the shields and extract their magic stones. Placing his hands over them, he channels his power, activating his over-alchemy skill as a potent aura erupts around him. His alchemy takes immediate effect. The hard metal of the wind shield becomes pliable under his touch, stretching like putty as he begins to reshape it. As he works, Mabel enters the room carrying a fresh tub of water. She calls out his name, and he turns to her with a smile, holding the partially reformed shield. He explains that he is turning the shield's body into materials for the foot bath. She stares in utter shock, her voice a squeak of disbelief as she recognizes the object in his hands. She can hardly believe he is using one of the shields from the storehouse for such a purpose. He chuckles at her reaction, playfully poking the soft, strange texture of the reformed material. Mabel tentatively touches it as well. Thanking her for the tub, he proudly presents the final product, a perfectly formed basin, explaining it is the result of his alchemy. He readied his hands, declaring his intent to begin. Using the salvage materials, he would copy an item from the other world. With focused determination, he activated his over-alchemy skill. His specific goal was to produce a foot bath, one of the so-called healthy goods from the hero's world. The skill took hold, breaking down the two shields and their magic stones into raw components. He then conjured a schematic of the foot bath in the air, using the completed graph as a precise reference to refine and reshape the materials. As he worked, his concentration deepened. He meticulously imagined the item's core function, mana overflowing from the magic stone and dissolving into the water to imbue it with power. He acknowledged a significant hurdle. Creating an exact replica of the foot bath from the hero's world was impossible, as their civilization's technology was too far apart. However, he knew he could create an item with similar functionality using magic stones and mana instead. His design required two key components to achieve this. The fire magic stone would provide warmth, while the wind magic stone would generate vibrations and a strong water current. This combination was intended to improve blood flow, remove cold from the feet, and stimulate the foot's acupuncture points, just like the original device. With the image of the final product confirmed in his mind, he understood that its creation was now entirely possible. The alchemical process concluded in a flash of light. The creation alchemy was complete, leaving the newly formed object in its place. He held his handiwork, a proud and satisfied smile spreading across his face. It was a success. As the creator, he already knew the item's effects and abilities intimately. He mentally reviewed its specifications. A 2-star rarity footbath with fire, water, and wind attributes. The fire stone heats the water, while the wind stone creates flow and bubbles. Its magic stones are consumable and must be replaced yearly, and the device itself has a durability of 25 years. He proudly presents the newly created footbath to Mabel, certain it will help with her feet. Stunned, she can only ask if he has truly finished it already. When he confirms that he has, her astonishment grows. She remarks that it hasn't even been 10 minutes and wonders aloud if all alchemists in the Empire are this skilled. His expression saddens as he admits he wouldn't know. His family always prevented him from entering the workshops. He recalls his father's harsh words, a memory of Duke Regis shouting at him not to get cocky, insisting there were always alchemists of his caliber. Thor explains to Mabel that he doesn't personally know any other alchemists, as this was the kind of thing his father always told him. Based on this, he sheepishly concludes that there must be many other alchemists out there just like him. Mabel reacts with wide-eyed shock at his assumption. Her mind reels, unable to process the idea of a world with numerous alchemists possessing Thor's level of skill. Seeing her reaction, he tries to downplay his achievement, explaining that it was no great feat. He simply made a copy of an item from the hero's world. This revelation only deepens her shock. He then formally offers the footbath to her, stating plainly, "I'm giving this to you." She is utterly flustered by the gesture, stammering in disbelief that he would give such an item to her. Unconcerned, he cheerfully promises to show her how to use it and asks to be led to a water source. Overwhelmed, she can only agree. With the newly crafted footbath ready, Thor Regis turned to Prime Minister Curve. He announced that he would now explain how to use the device. The Prime Minister, his expression unreadable, simply replied, "Very well. Please do so." He was suddenly taken aback, stammering as he asked why the Prime Minister was even there. Curve explained that he couldn't help but want to see the items Thor had made. Flustered, Thor reasoned to himself that it was probably for the best, since he had technically used their materials for free. With the Prime Minister and the Captain of the Guard observing, the demonstration began with Mabel as the subject. Thor instructed her to first put water into the footbath, then pour mana into the fire magic stone and wait. As steam began to rise, he told her to put her feet in. Mabel nervously agreed. She complied, lifting her leg to carefully place her foot into the basin. Before her foot touched the water, she hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Taking a breath, she finally submerged her feet. The water splashed gently as she remarked on its warmth. Thor then gave the next instruction: pour mana into the wind magic stone at the front of the tub to activate the vibration function. As she channeled her mana, the device activated, sending powerful, vibrating currents churning through the water and against her feet. The sudden, overwhelming sensation caught her completely by surprise, forcing a flustered, wide-eyed gasp from her. Thor calmly identified the sensation as the effect of the magic stone. Mabel, however, cried out that the water currents were hitting her sensitive spots, causing her body to jump involuntarily. Her body trembled as she clutched at her uniform, unable to fight the feeling. She thought to herself how amazing it was, how the warmth and the sensation felt so good that her entire body was suffused with a pleasant heat. She cries out, tears welling in her eyes, as the overwhelming sensation from the footbath courses through her. Her mind drifts into a state of pure bliss, feeling as if she has ascended to heaven. As she experiences this euphoria, Thor observes the profound effect the device is having. He understands that a fierce change is occurring within Mabel's body. The footbath is blowing away her sensitivity to the cold, like a hot spring in a frozen land. She manages to regain some composure, confirming that she is all right. With a blush, she adds that the mana in her body has finally started to circulate properly. Hearing this, Prime Minister Curve turns his attention to Thor, his expression sharp with inquiry. He asks if the item Thor created was one of the hero's healthy goods. Thor confirms it, though he admits his knowledge of the heroes is limited. The Prime Minister presses further, stating that there are no records of the heroes ever using items from this healthy goods category. He notes that, as the name implies, the items were only known to heal fatigue and demands to know why this particular device has such a profound influence on Mabel's mana. In response, Thor calmly poses a question back to the Prime Minister. He asks Curve to think carefully, reminding him that heroes are beings who possess immense mana and powerful skills, then questions if it's truly the case that all they have are simple healthy goods. The Prime Minister is stunned by the implication. Thor confirms his suspicion with a simple yep. Curve doubles over, unable to process the revelation. No one in the Demon King's territory, not even their best healers, could ever fix Mabel's mana circulation. The idea that a simple healthy good could accomplish this is impossible for him to comprehend. Thor watches the Prime Minister's shocked reaction, thinking to himself that it's no surprise. What they've just witnessed is the true effect of an item created by a hero. He muses on how proud the heroes must have been of the technology from their own worlds. Curve asks Mabel how she is feeling, noting that they can stop if it feels strange. Mabel, standing barefoot with a refreshed expression, confirms she feels great and that her mana flow is finally working properly. Seeing this, Thor suggests she try using some magic, believing she might be able to use some now. Her hopeful expression shatters into disbelief. She insists there is no way she can use magic, her voice filled with despair as she reveals she gave up on the idea a long time ago. Beside her, Thor clenches his fist in determination. He looks at her with unwavering confidence, declaring that things should be different now. At his urging, Mabel hesitantly raises her hands and, invoking the name of Wind and Darkness, attempts to cast a spell. Dark Wind. A sudden, invisible force slams into Curve, who crosses his arms to brace himself. His expression one of complete surprise. In the aftermath of the magical burst, both Thor and Curve turn their attention to Mabel. Calling out her name as a nearby basket is sent tumbling through the air. She stares down at her outstretched hands, utterly astonished. A realization dawns on her. The magic came from her. Thor rushes to her side, asking with concern if she is all right. From a short distance, Curve observes, recalling how everyone had always called her useless and good for nothing. Overcome with emotion, Mabel throws her arms around Thor in a tight embrace, her face flushed as she thanks him profusely. Still holding him, she confesses that she had lied earlier. She was always deeply worried about her inability to use magic. She explains that everyone in her village harassed her for being an elf who couldn't use magic. Now, she cries with joy, she can finally be useful to the Demon King and help people, declaring Thor her savior. As Mabel continues to squeeze him tightly, Thor begins to sweat, clearly struggling under the force of her grateful hug. Curve watches on, thinking to himself that Thor appears to be in a bit of a pinch. He becomes flustered as Mabel apologizes profusely for her earlier emotional outburst. He insists it's all right, confused as to why she is thanking him. He then shifts the topic to the foot bath he created, noting that it did more than just fix her circulation. Mabel confirms this, amazed that her feet are completely warm and no longer feel cold at all. Hearing her excitement, Thor smiles, confessing that he is honestly glad when people are happy using the items he creates. For Mabel, the device is nothing less than a hero's item. Their moment is cut short by Prime Minister Curve's stern intervention. He declares that the foot bath will be confiscated and placed under the management of the Demon King's territory. Curve warns that an item capable of awakening latent magic is too dangerous to be left unsecured, questioning what might happen if it fell into the wrong hands. Thor, taken aback, protests that he only made it to help Mabel. Despite his protest, Thor realizes he has no other choice. To avoid causing trouble for Mabel by arguing with the Prime Minister, he quietly relinquishes the item. As he hands it over, Curve informs him that they will purchase the item from him at a fair price, offering payment in gold coins, the currency of the realm. The proposition leaves Thor completely stunned and speechless. His shock erupts into disbelief. He mentally reels at the idea of being paid for simply creating items that he wanted to make. The thought brings a bittersweet memory to the surface. He recalls his time in the Empire, where the use of his alchemical skills was considered part of his salary, and a dirt cheap one at that. Curve, noticing his sudden quietness, addresses him as Thordana. Another official observes the exchange, understanding Thor's past predicament. He notes that in Thor's former home, he was not even permitted to use his skills freely, only to repair items as commanded. Here, however, he can experience both the reward of payment and the joy of creating what he desires. The stark contrast resonates with Thor, who clenches his fist in silent acknowledgement. This realization solidifies his resolve. He addresses the Prime Minister directly, stating that he does not want gold coins. Instead, he requests magic stones as his reward, explaining they are necessary for his next project. Curve seeks clarification, asking if Thor understands the potential military application of magic stones in creating weapons. Undeterred, Thor suggests submitting a formal petition for the materials he requires. He laid out his proposal clearly. In exchange for materials and magic stones from the Demon King's territory, he would provide them with the items he creates. Prime Minister Curve readily agreed to the terms. The Prime Minister's demeanor then shifted to one of serious inquiry. He addressed Thor directly, requesting an explanation for what he called the unlimited magic stone usage plan. His gaze intensified, his eyes seeming to darken as he posed a critical question. He asked if Thor had any qualms about his creations being used in the Demon King's territory by people who were not human. Thor responded with a confident smile, finding the question simple. He explained that there is no point in creating things that go unused. His desire, he stated, is for many different people to use his items so he can hear their impressions and create things that solve their problems. His expression hardened with determination as he revealed his ultimate ambition. He simply wants to create items that will surpass anything the heroes ever possessed. The Prime Minister stood in tense silence, absorbing the weight of Thor's declaration, while Mabel offered a subtle, knowing smile. After a moment of consideration, Curve made his decision. He would negotiate with the Demon King directly. Within the Demon King's throne room, a single, sharp cry of disbelief echoes off the high ceilings. The outburst comes from the Demon King himself, who questions how Mabel could possibly be using magic because of an item created by Thor Regis. Standing before him, Prime Minister Curve confirms the news is true, admitting that while he too finds it hard to believe, he has verified it with his own eyes. This confirmation stirs the assembled commanders. One of them speaks for the group, reminding the court that Mabel's magical ailment had resisted treatment from the territory's best healers for years. He expresses their collective doubt that an alchemist could accomplish in less than a day what they could not. Curve addresses the Demon King directly, affirming that Thor Regis was indeed responsible. He explains that the so-called foot bath used two distinct types of magic to heal Mabel. a fire magic stone to heat the water, and a wind magic stone to create circulation and bubbles. The Demon King reacts with fury, declaring it impossible. Curve calmly clarifies the core principle. Thor had effectively dissolved the essences of fire and wind magic directly into the water. He continues his logical deduction, pointing out that since Mabel is an elf with a natural affinity for the water attribute, it stands to reason that mana delivered through water would be absorbed with exceptional ease. He concludes that he can think of no other explanation for her sudden recovery. The explanation reveals the genius of the method. The fire mana treated her sensitivity to cold, while the wind mana fixed her internal mana flow. The Demon King is stunned by the sheer foresight involved, recognizing Thor as a truly fearsome man. In a brief glimpse, Mabel is seen blushing in the warm, bubbling water, her ailment gone. He then questions if Thor merely copied an item from the hero's world. Curve posits that it's possible Thor is an alchemist of a caliber so rare that one could count his equals in the world on a single hand. Curve agrees with the possibility, but immediately presents a confounding fact. According to the sacred scriptures, the healthy goods from the hero's era had no such special buffs or effects, leaving them all to wonder about the true origin of Thor's creation. He leaned against a pillar, his mind reeling. The ancient scriptures, passed down through generations, contained records of strengthening and healing magic, but nothing like what the human had demonstrated. His confidence as the prime minister, the keeper of their history, was shaken. He had never heard of an item that could improve mana circulation, and he questioned what kind of alchemist would use a simple tub of boiling water for such a purpose. Nearby, the Lizard Man Assault Commander admitted his own confusion. He conceded that he didn't get it either, but suggested that, either way, they should hand the footbath over to Mabel. He then asked the prime minister if that was truly acceptable. Curve, touching his chin in thought, affirmed that Mabel was a precious subordinate and he would never take away something beneficial to her. He did, however, observe that Mabel seemed to place a great deal of trust in Thor. From his throne, the Demon King remarked that it was strange for her to do such a thing, especially towards a human. Curve agreed, recalling that Mabel had been discriminated against in her own village for being unable to use magic, and that it had taken her a long while to even begin trusting them. Considering this, a new thought formed in his mind. He turned to his sovereign and announced that he had a proposal for his majesty. He passionately suggested that if it aligned with Mabel's own wishes, she should marry Thor Regis. This, he reasoned, would give the human a reason to stay in their territory. He even began to consider that they should actively persuade Mabel to agree. The Demon King's reaction was instantaneous and violent. With a guttural roar, he declared that it was not happening. His voice thundered through the hall as he vowed not to let his precious subordinate and friend be deceived by a human. He reminded Curve that their truce did not make them lesser than humans. The prime minister flinched at the sheer force of his king's anger. The outburst, however, only solidified the prime minister's resolve. While outwardly urging his majesty to calm himself, he decided internally that he could not sit around any longer. It was time to make his move. Elsewhere, a new, menacing figure emerges from the shadows. Clad in dark robes with a fur-lined hood from which two horns protrude, the figure's face is a mask of cruel intent. With a sharp grin, they make a solemn declaration. They will personally judge the alchemist, Thor Regis. A man with a cruel smile and a prominent scar on his cheek raises a glass, musing that it is a truly fitting way for an untalented and shameful piece of trash to die. Meanwhile, in a stately office, the captain of the guard informs an elderly butler of an inquiry from the Imperial court regarding the reparation of a magic sword. The butler seems surprised, questioning if they even had such a request on file. He clarifies that the sword is for Her Highness's use, and that she specifically requested it be repaired in the same manner as the hero's legendary blade. The memory surfaces for the butler, who now recalls the request and states he will go confirm its status immediately. Elsewhere, a stout official delivers grim news, exclaiming that the sword cannot be repaired. He explains that they have already brought it to several alchemist workshops, all of whom refuse the job. The elderly butler, now confronting the official, furiously brandishes a document. He demands an explanation, pointing out that the report in his hand clearly states the repairs are 80% complete. The official explains with a strained expression that their department's budget is cut every year, forcing them to find ways to work without spending money. He confesses that one of their own employees was secretly fixing the magic sword. With an exasperated sigh, the butler orders him to call the employee. His order is met with a calm, yet shocking, reply. The employee has retired. The butler erupts in anger, questioning the official's competence for letting such a person go and demanding to know the employee's name. A memory surfaces for the official, recalling a younger version of himself alongside the young man in question. He provides a name, Thor Kana. The name strikes a chord with the butler. He speculates that Kana must have been his mother's surname, realizing that since the young man has returned to the Duke's household, his name should now be Thor Regis. He quietly remarks on how fascinating the man was. The official elaborates, recalling that it was the way of the Duke's household. He explains that Thor would go around checking every single item, one by one, and providing repairs if necessary, all without any formal report or instruction to do so. The HR manager explains the strict orders given to Thor. He was to produce results without ever using the name Thor Regis and to avoid attracting the attention of other nobles, which prevented him from even reporting his own significant achievements. In a different setting, the manager attempts to argue that Thor's return to the Duke's household might change things, but he is sharply silenced by Mr. Butler, who grits his teeth and warns him not to meddle in the affairs of a noble family. He then loudly proclaims that the Duke's household will take direct responsibility for repairing the sword with their finest alchemists, ordering everyone to forget the weapon and never speak that name again. The following day, however, his declaration proves hollow. At what is considered the #1 alchemist workshop in the Empire, Mr. Butler is met with an apology. The master alchemist informs him that the task is simply out of their league. The master alchemist elaborates on the difficulty, pointing to a crack on the blade. He explains that while the initial mending was done neatly, some spills remain. A normal sword would go to a swordsmith, but this is a magic sword, a far more complex problem. He continues, clarifying that the metal of such a blade is endowed with attributes like fire and earth. To repair it, an alchemist must interfere with the material itself, smelting it to match the attributes of the surrounding metal before joining them together. The alchemist then laments that while such skilled individuals existed in the hero's time, their numbers have since dwindled. The art of restoring magical swords has been lost, and he concludes that there is nobody left in the Empire with that ability, causing Mr. Butler's face to pale. His own words spark a realization. The alchemist recalls past conversations about losing valuable items if talent wasn't nurtured. He suddenly understands that someone did repair the cracks in this sword. He asks why Mr. Butler doesn't simply have that person finish the job. The question lands with a heavy thud. This realization prompts him to examine the blade more closely. He marvels at the brilliant technique, noting that there were once cracks running all the way to the blade center. Yet the work is so seamless it's now impossible to tell where the missing pieces were perfectly combined. This masterful work inspires the old craftsman. He bows low, pleading with Mr. Butler to introduce him to the artisan responsible so he might learn from them. Cornered and panicked, Mr. Butler stammers that it's impossible. The person was sent away as a sacrifice and desperately tries to silence him. He stammers, trying to salvage the situation. He asks the master alchemist if a complete repair is truly necessary, insisting that for the Duke's household, it is sufficient for the sword to simply look like it has been fixed. The alchemist confirms this as the request, and the official agrees, adding that using other materials would only create more problems. His composure finally shatters. The official slams his hand down, demanding the alchemist hurry up and fix it. He angrily questions if the craftsman is seriously considering refusing a direct request from the Duke's family. Faced with the outburst, the master alchemist lets out a weary sigh. He agrees to take the job, but on one condition. The official must submit a formal request explicitly stating that only a cosmetic repair is needed. He notes that he has heard the sword is for ritual use, so a superficial fix should place no burden on the blade. The official, cornered and flustered, reluctantly agrees. He knows that if his household were to take any blame for a future failure, it would be a significant problem. The alchemist, having secured his position, simply smiles and affirms the agreement. Meanwhile, far from the capital's political intrigues, stand a formidable fortress nestled within a rugged, mountainous landscape. This imposing structure marks the border of the Demon King's territory. Mabel Refrain cheerfully offers Thor a spoonful of food, insisting he open his mouth. Flustered, he complies. As he eats, he reflects on his gratitude. Thanks to her fixing his pendant, he can use magic again, and he feels a strong desire to repay her kindness. He then asks her if it would be possible to request another room from the Demon King. Mabel considers this, explaining that while it's possible, all the nearby rooms are currently occupied, so it would take some time to arrange. His thoughts turn to the reason for his request. He needs a dedicated manufacturing room. His alchemical work sometimes involves fire and chemicals, and he worries that a careless mistake could damage the valuable books and materials from his world. He recalls hearing that the Demon King intended to convert the treasury into a workshop, but it is filled with priceless artifacts. Changing his mind, he tells Mabel that he doesn't need a room after all. Instead, since he is still unfamiliar with the castle, he asks if she would show him around. She understands immediately. Her expression shifts to one of intense devotion. She places a hand over her heart and formally declares that she, Mabel Refrain, puts her life on the line to fulfill his wishes. A stunned Thor insists that such a drastic pledge isn't necessary. Her serious demeanor vanishes as quickly as it appeared. With a cheerful smile, she announces she will be right back after cleaning the dishes and promises to bring him some tea before departing with the tray. Alone now in a designated manufacturing room, Thor sits at a simple desk, a book laid before him. He stares into the middle distance, lost in thought. A realization strikes him. He remembers that the heroes of old possessed a similar item to what he needs, something called a storage box, storage skill, or item box. Picking up what appears to be a catalog, he flips through it, believing the storage section might hold the key to creating his workshop. He recalls the details of the ability. It allowed one to carry a vast quantity of items with no weight penalty. Furthermore, everything placed inside was automatically sorted and could be retrieved at any time. He marvels at the concept, recognizing it as a truly convenient piece of lost technology from the hero's era. He reasons that the book must contain something similar to the legendary storage box. If he could successfully create one, it might provide a clue to rediscovering the lost technologies of the past. With renewed determination, he decides it is worth the attempt. He pores over the catalog, his attention captured by an advertisement for the iconic White Rabbit's small-size storage room. The promotional text promises an item that is easy to organize, capable of storing anything, and allows for retrieval at will. Despite a compact exterior, its interior is described as vast. The text provides specific dimensions, 2 meters high, 3 wide, and 4 deep, with large sliding doors, confirming it looks like a simple storage unit from the outside. He is amazed. The book truly contains the schematics for an ability just like the heroes possessed. The item's official name is indeed Small-Size Storage Room. It boasts that the space is so stable it wouldn't break even if filled with 1,000 rabbits, representing a dimensional scale beyond anything previously known. The concept stuns him. He gasps, grappling with the reality of creating a completely separate dimension of space. His mind races back to the legends. The hero's storage box was a direct link to a separate space. While there were simpler versions like enchanted leather bags, this iconic white rabbit model was the more advanced type. He surmises the name comes from the large, horned rabbits, the first creatures the heroes defeated upon arriving in this world. The potential to recreate such a thing fills him with resolve. He clenches his fist, determined to build it. Filled with purpose, he holds his hands over the open book, focusing his will. Activate. Over alchemy, he commands, but the process stalls. An alchemical formula manifests before him, detailing the requirements. The small-size storage room can be made with creative alchemy, and while the conditions for earth and wind mana are met, the condition for dark mana is not. He clutches his head in frustration, realizing he should be able to create it if only he had enough dark mana. He sighs, crossing his arms. He's in a bind. The reason for his deficiency becomes clear. He has no usable dark mana because he was never exposed to it in the Empire. A faint wisp of dark energy curls from his fingertips. The faint wisp of power quickly dissipates, a stark reminder of the obstacle before him. He stood in contemplation, a bead of sweat on his brow as he lamented his predicament. If only he could find someone nearby who possessed a large amount of dark mana. The thought hung in the air, a dark and formless void. As if in answer to his unspoken wish, a deep voice cut through the silence, asking for permission to enter. An imposing figure stood in the doorway, his presence radiating an immense pressure. Thor Regis, the man declared, I need to talk with you. At that very moment, a notification materialized in Thor's mind. The required dark mana had been absorbed, and the item could now be created. Stunned by the impossible coincidence, Thor stammered in disbelief before catching himself, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Thor kneels before the imposing figure of the Demon King, addressing him as Your Majesty. The king, whose form is cast in shadow, dismisses the formality, explaining he has come in secret. As Thor rises, he recalls the powerful aura he felt during their last official audience. The Demon King seems pleased, noting that Thor is as perceptive as expected. He stands silently as Thor's analytical gaze sweeps over him. The young alchemist recognizing that the king's robes and mask are not mere garments, but potent magical items, a truth his instincts scream at. After a moment, the king clears his throat, his tone softening. He formally expresses his gratitude to Thor for enabling Mabel to use her magic once more and for easing her anxieties, explaining that she is a very important person to him, akin to a childhood friend. He responds with genuine warmth, placing a hand over his heart. He explains that since his arrival, Mabel has always cared for him, so he is simply glad he could be of help. The Demon King seems momentarily surprised by this earnest declaration, stating that Thor doesn't deserve such praise. The king leans forward slightly, studying the young man. He remarks that Thor is truly strange. In past generations, he explains, any human who came from the Empire was terrified and would quickly return home. Yet Thor remains perfectly composed. A glint appears in the Demon King's eyes through his mask. He finds Thor's demeanor truly interesting, musing that perhaps the young man has figured him out. He leans closer, a thoughtful hand on his chin, and directly asks if Thor is plotting something. His question is met with an unexpected reaction. The Demon King recoils slightly, exclaiming that he was right. A plot was underway. But Thor, with an almost manic grin, thrusts forward a book filled with schematics, shouting that the truth is he was planning to make something. He eagerly presents his detailed plans, his face beaming with excitement. He asks if it would be all right to proceed, explaining his grand design, and easy to assemble, can fit 1,000 rabbits and won't break small-size storage room. His true ambition, he reveals, is to convert the space into a personal workshop. The Demon King is left speechless for a moment, sweating as he processes the absurd request. He can only mutter that Thor is truly weird. Undeterred, Thor waits with a hopeful blush as the king, recovering, asks to examine the plans more closely. As he looks over the schematics, the Demon King recalls a previous conversation. He reminds Thor of his stated goal, to create things that would surpass anything found in the worlds of heroes. He asks if that is still his intention, and Thor, with a calm and determined expression, confirms that it is. He explains that he possesses an e-commerce catalog from the hero's world, which lists many of their items, like the foot bath he created for Mabel. The Demon King is incredulous, questioning Thor's sanity for trying to replicate technology from a world far more advanced than their own. Thor counters this, acknowledging that while the heroes were indeed transcendental beings, He believes that by recreating and using their items, they can begin to understand the technology behind them. The Demon King listens, seemingly processing the logic. His eyes burn with conviction as he resolves to not only understand this advanced knowledge, but to use it to elevate his own craft of alchemy. He gets swept up in the vision, imagining a workshop of his own, complete with a sign announcing an alchemist is here. He dreams of a location with abundant materials, dedicating all his creations for use within the Demon King's territory. His excitement builds as he thinks about having many people use his items, hearing their impressions, and using that feedback for improvements. He suddenly catches himself, realizing he's been daydreaming. The Demon King's voice cuts through, his tone unreadable as he speaks Thor's full name. The tension breaks as the Demon King erupts in laughter. He declares the ambition of a man from the Empire, aiming to create items that will surpass those of the heroes, to be truly fascinating. He formally declares himself the Demon King and grants Thor Regis permission to pursue his goal. Thor is stunned into silence. With a sharp grin, the Demon King announces that he accepts Thor's ambition. Still in disbelief, Thor asks for confirmation that he is truly allowed to build his workshop. The Demon King agrees, recalling Thor's earlier, more modest request for a simple storage room and giving his official permission. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor grabs hold of the Demon King's voluminous robes, declaring he will use them as his first materials. The Demon King recoils in shock, yelling in protest and asking if he intends to start immediately. He struggles against the Demon King's grip, protesting that his majesty was the one who gave him the go-ahead. The flustered monarch concedes the point, but is clearly unprepared for his permission to be acted upon so literally and so quickly. He now stands before a small, metal-walled storeroom, a catalog in hand, outlining his plan. For materials, he has prepared softened metal chunks, repurposed from old shields and armor found in the storehouse. According to the catalog, the room is modest, 2 meters high, 3 wide, and 4 deep, but he considers the size irrelevant. His true intention is to use alchemy to create a separate, larger storage space within this physical shell. With his plans set, he decides to begin immediately. He holds out his hands, and a crackling, viscous dark energy begins to coalesce between his palms. He has accumulated enough dark mana for the task ahead. The Demon King, Rookie Everguard, watches Thor with a mixture of awe and concern, asking Mabel if the alchemist is truly serious about creating something at this very moment. Mabel, ever composed, confirms that once Thor-sama is set on a course of action, there is no stopping him. The king, still perplexed, questions what she means. She explains that Thor is someone who truly understands the needs of the demon races, recounting how he recently resolved to create special clothing for the lizardmen after observing the trouble their scales cause with normal attire. His surprise is evident. He questions how a human could show such consideration for the lizardmen. Mabel continues to relay Thor's philosophy, that he would consider the needs of all people in the territory and create items to help them. She concludes that Thor is a person who can see the true nature of things, free from prejudice. With a hand placed firmly over her heart, she looks directly at her sovereign and implores him to believe in Thor-sama. The Demon King can only utter her name in response, taking in the depth of her conviction. Meanwhile, Thor is deep in concentration, his hands held apart as he visualizes his creation. He focuses on the precise dimensions, imagining a perfect cube, 1.2 meters on every side. He begins the creation process. Dark mana is poured into clumps of metal, forming the raw material for a small-sized storage room. He then channels earth mana to stabilize and strengthen the structure's floor, roof, and walls, before finally filling the interior atmosphere with wind mana. His focus intensifies as he meticulously images every physical property of the object, its hardness, color, mass, texture, and even its scent, until a perfect, glowing cube materializes in a void. With every detail locked in his mind, his eyes snap open with resolve. He unleashes his power, commanding the execution of over-alchemy to create the small-sized storage room. The spell completes, and the object manifests in reality, a small-sized storage room. This otherworldly item, imbued with earth, wind, and darkness attributes, creates a separate, sealed space inside itself. It can store items without deterioration, automatically sorting them, and it passively absorbs dark magic from the territory, eliminating the need for a magic stone. With high physical resistance and a durability of 100 years, it is a truly remarkable creation. He inspects his finished work. While the creation is a success, he acknowledges that it is still far inferior to the items wielded by the heroes. He recalls the original e-commerce catalog description, noting that he was unable to replicate finer details like a drainage system or a keyhole. He announced its completion, a satisfied smile on his face. Internally, he reflected that the effort was worthwhile. While he knew the items from the hero's world were on a different level, his ultimate aim was to surpass their technology. His work drew immediate reactions. Mabel's eyes widened in admiration, calling his creation amazing. The Demon King, while expressing disbelief that Thor could construct it on the spot, remained pragmatic, noting that its small size would prevent it from serving as a proper workshop. In response, Thor prompted the Demon King to consider a different perspective. He asked if His Majesty was familiar with the legendary storage box of the heroes, an item said to possess infinite, limitless space for anything one wished to insert. The comparison gave the Demon King pause, making him wonder aloud if any alchemist in the Empire could manipulate space. Thor humbly admitted that as this was his first attempt, he couldn't be certain of its quality, but confirmed it served a similar function. Privately, however, he doubted anyone else could replicate it, especially within the Empire where dark mana was scarce. He quickly steered the conversation away from the Empire, clarifying that he couldn't have created it using only his own magic. He then requested permission to inspect the interior, which the Demon King immediately granted. Turning back toward the Demon King, Thor announced that they would be right back. Mabel added a cheerful farewell, promising they would see him again shortly. With that, his hand reached out, gripping the handle and sliding the door open. Inside the small box, a vast, empty white space stretches out before Thor and Mabel. Thor looks around in amazement, remarking on the sheer size of the interior. Mabel is even more astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she dashes across the floor, exclaiming that it feels like she could run forever. She notes that even the royal treasury has no item quite like this. She turns to him, realizing this is the technology of the heroes from another world. She asks if he intends to study and eventually surpass it. With a confident smile, Thor admits that he still has a long way to go, acknowledging that the hero's storage box had infinite space. He clarifies that his current skills are not yet on par with what the heroes possessed, which is why this particular storage room is so small in comparison. In the background, Mabel continues to joyfully explore the expansive area. Looking at her, he proposes that if this technology is applied correctly, they could create bags with built-in storage spaces. He then asks if, when he finally perfects them, she would be willing to test them out for him. The request catches Mabel completely off guard. She stammers that she is just a maid and couldn't possibly take a legendary class item. Thor earnestly explains that she is important to him and has already helped so much with his experiments, which is precisely why he wants her to use his prototypes. Her face flushes a deep red. Overwhelmed with emotion, she thinks to herself that being with him is always full of surprises, admitting that she is actually quite happy. Steam seems to puff from her head in her flustered state. Their moment is shattered by a booming voice from outside, demanding to know what is going on. Recognizing the voice of the Demon King, Thor and Mabel jump in alarm and quickly apologize in unison. Outside the dimensional space, a menacing figure in a wide-brimmed hat addresses the Demon King, asking for permission to enter. He states that as the ruler of this territory, he must confirm whether the space is safe. The Demon King grants his request. The figure steps through the portal into the White Room, surprising its occupants. He remarks on how amazing Thor is to have created such a space, noting its brightness and impressive size, which he compares to the arena in their own territory. He expresses that receiving such words is an honor. As the imposing visitor stands there, a notification suddenly flashes through Thor's mind. An SS rarity item has been detected and will be automatically stored in the space. Thor's eyes widen in shock, the implication being that the man before him, or something he carries, is the item in question. He received a new, more specific mental notification. The items being stored were an obstructing robe of recognition and an obstructing mask of recognition, both possessing resistance to all elements. The mask, a stark white piece with jagged edges, dematerialized before his eyes. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. As the concealing garments vanished from the figure who had entered his dimension, he could only stammer out a confused sound. The imposing presence was gone, replaced by something entirely unexpected. Before him stood not a monstrous tyrant, but a young woman. She had long, light-colored hair tied in twin tails with dark ribbons, and two large, dark horns curled from her head. Her expression was calm as she stood amidst a swirl of flower petals. He struggled to process the impossible sight. This, he realized with a jolt that left him stammering, was the true identity of the Demon King Lookier. With her arms crossed and a lingering pout, Demon King Lookier processes the explanation. After a moment, she relents, stating that she understands what happened and, with a sigh, offers her forgiveness. Her forgiveness is directed at Thor, who remains kneeling before her. He takes full responsibility, explaining that it was his fault her robes and mask were taken away because he had forgotten about an auto-sorting feature. He elaborates that a particular shed on the premises is designed to automatically sort any rare item it detects. Because of this function, the imposing, robed figure of the Demon King was instantly identified as a rare item and whisked away into storage. This, he concludes, is how Demon King Lookier's robes and mask were collected, suddenly revealing her true form to him. The sudden reveal caused a great commotion. In her embarrassment, Lookier had immediately crouched down, cupping her hands over her face. While she hid, her maid Mabel ran about in a frantic panic over the incident. Throughout the chaos, Thor had been apologizing profusely, continuing until both Lookier and Mabel finally calmed down. He ends his story with one final, deep bow and a shouted apology. Looking flustered, Lookier insists that he stop. She acknowledges that he had no ill intentions and formally forgives him, bringing relief to Thor. It is revealed that Mabel had already known Lookier's true appearance. Aside from her, only the Chancellor and her family are aware of her secret. Look believes that a demon king with such a youthful appearance would never be able to compete with the might of the empire. She explains that she took Prime Minister Kerr's advice, using an item to construct her intimidating form. Mabel attempts to reassure her, noting that she already possesses the powers of a demon king and that only her physical growth is slow. Dismissing the comfort, Look turns her attention to Thor, stating she wants an opinion from an outsider. Looking directly at him with a hint of apprehension, she asks for his honest assessment of her true form as Everguard. The directness of her own question seems to catch her off guard, and she lets out a small, flustered what? He is caught completely by surprise, his face flushing red as he struggles to find the right words. He can only manage to stammer, unable to form a coherent response to the Demon King's unexpected vulnerability. Thor stared, his mouth slightly agape. In that moment, he felt as though he had just witnessed the form of a deity. He tried to explain his awe to the bewildered Demon King. As an alchemist, he had always found beauty in magic items with superior functionality, but the moment he saw her, he was forced to reevaluate his own sense of worth. He continued, his voice filled with earnest conviction. He confessed that in the face of her natural beauty, he felt ashamed of his own lack of skill, realizing the functional beauty of his creations couldn't possibly compare. His unfiltered praise caused the Demon King to erupt in a flustered panic. She shouted for him to be quiet. Her face flushed as she insisted she didn't understand a single word of what he was saying. Her agitation grew as she clutched her chest. She challenged him, questioning what an alchemist with godlike abilities could possibly know about her situation, accusing him of not understanding the feeling of living a lie behind a mask. Her words, however, struck an unexpected chord within him. He looked down, a shadow crossing his face, and quietly apologized, admitting that he, too, had been living a lie. With his head bowed, he revealed the full truth of his circumstances. He confessed that he was not a guest in the demon territory. He had been sent there as a hostage, a sacrifice. His mind flashed back to the cold words of his father, Duke Regis. He explained that his father had ordered him to die, viewing him as nothing more than a shame to the ducal household. The memory brought looks of shock to the faces of both the Demon King and FIA. He recalled the reason for his father's disdain. In the Empire, strength was everything, and his lack of fighting prowess rendered him worthless. His alchemy, far from being esteemed, was dismissed as mere child's play, a fact that led to his constant humiliation. But after laying bare his painful past, his expression shifted unexpectedly. He looked up with a slight, genuine smile, concluding that ever since arriving in the demon territory, he had considered himself lucky. His statement left the Demon King utterly speechless. As he continued his explanation, Thor's expression softened into a genuine smile. He confessed that, after all this time, he was finally able to work as an alchemist, and he now understood the joy of making things that people actually use. His moment of contentment was interrupted by Fi, who stepped forward in disbelief. She demanded to know if it was true, that he was sent by the Empire as a sacrifice and a hostage. Thor calmly affirmed that it was the truth, leaving Fia struggling to comprehend his confession. She knelt before him, taking his hands as she questioned his logic. Fia argued that it would have been far better to maintain the pretense of being an envoy. With the Empire as a supposed patron, he could have made any number of demands. She couldn't understand why he would throw away such an advantage. He responded not with a serious answer, but with a playful wink, bringing a finger to his lips. He asked them to keep it a secret, a request that left Demon King utterly flabbergasted. His expression then turned serious as he laid out his reasoning. If word got out that he was a sacrifice, his treatment would surely change for the worse, and it would damage the Empire's reputation. Therefore, he proposed a trade. He would keep the Demon King's secret, and in return, they would keep his. The weight of his proposal stunned both and Fia into silence. As the Demon King stared, speechless, Fia covered her mouth, a gasp of realization escaping her. He could see that they understood his intent. By protecting Her Majesty's secret, she would, in turn, protect his. He knew that with these conditions, he could finally earn her trust. The truth of the matter was that Demon King was simply a petite girl. Lacking any belief in herself, she hid her true form behind the imposing facade of robes and a mask. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she covered her mouth. In his story, she saw a reflection of her own situation, a parallel to the life she had been forced to live. Her quiet amusement erupted into a full-throated laugh. Pointing at Thor with tears of mirth in her eyes, she declared his plan to be utterly absurd. Then, with great delight, she accepted his terms. He reveals himself to them, and in exchange, they keep his secret for theirs. She reacts with a flushed, teary-eyed fury, her fangs bared as she shouts, demanding to know what he could possibly be thinking. He retorts that she's the mean one for laughing so much. Still chuckling, she concedes that taking his robe and mask was cruel, but insists that him revealing his own identity was an even crueler move. Despite her teasing, she crosses her arms and winks, admitting that with his particular style of doing things, she has no choice but to believe him. He asks if she truly trusts him. She affirms it, explaining that since he put his trust in her by revealing his secrets, she, as a ruler, cannot doubt him. Turning to her maid, Mabel, she gives a strict order that none of this will be leaked. Thor smiles, remarking that she is an excellent Demon King, a comment she dismisses as mere flattery. With renewed authority, she issues a formal decree. Thor Regis is a precious guest from the Empire and an alchemist under her direct supervision. Everyone in the castle is to treat him no differently than before. Mabel accepts the command with heartfelt devotion, while Thor looks on, visibly moved by the Demon King's declaration of protection. She then turns back to him, putting a finger to her lips with a conspiratorial wink. She clarifies that their respective identities are a secret only within this specific place, meaning that between them, there is no need for secrecy here. He processes this, understanding the implication. This place is a sanctuary, isolated from the outside, a protective barrier for her, and a suitable refuge for him. The realization dawns on Mabel, who exclaims with delight that this means Her Majesty can be at home here, without her mask. Building on the idea, Mabel enthusiastically suggests they could use this section for tea parties. Lookier considers it with a mischievous smile, agreeing it sounds fun, while Thor looks on, slightly bewildered by the sudden turn towards domestic leisure. He watched as Mabel, with tears in her eyes, insisted her only desire was to provide hospitality for him and Her Majesty. Lookier, flustered by the maid's outburst, questioned Thor's intentions. Seeing an opportunity to mediate, he cheerfully proposed a solution. Why not make a space for both of them? His offer of the small storage room was met with a surprising gesture. Lookier placed her hand gently over his. With a sigh of resignation, she agreed they would use the space for tea party meetings. As Mabel expressed her heartfelt gratitude, the Demon King formally bestowed her thanks upon her alchemist. With the matter settled, a shared smile spread across all three of their faces. The small, unassuming room was now officially designated for their tea parties. This seemingly minor agreement would later be known as the Kingdom's Tea Time. It marked the moment when the Demon King's territory began its gradual advance, though none present could have possibly foreseen the significance of their decision. Across a small table, Thor notices Mabel Refrain's quiet smile and asks what she is thinking about. She lets out a soft chuckle. She explains that she was just remembering something from earlier, noting it was the first time she had ever seen Demon King Lookier laugh so freely. Mabel recounts that Lookier was raised from a young age to be the next Demon King by the previous one, who was a strong but harsh individual. In a vision of the past, the previous Demon King's methods are shown. He pushed Lookier to desire immense power by forcing her to fight against several monstrous demon beasts all at once. The story resonates with Thor, reminding him of his own home. He reflects on how his father also wanted him to possess the same level of combat ability and trained him for that purpose without a shred of mercy. His memories drift back to those brutal training sessions, recalling moments where he genuinely believed he would die. Beaten and bleeding on the ground, he realized he had no choice but to leave the Duke's household. He returns his focus to the present, asking Mabel if Her Majesty isn't already plenty strong. She agrees emphatically. Mabel declares that when it comes to magic, nobody can match up to Lookier, whose image appears wreathed in a powerful, dark aura, but then questions why she would hide her appearance. Mabel explains that within the demon territory, many people value physical strength above all else and would assume Lookier is weak just by looking at her. She warns that among those sorts of people, there is one person he should be particularly wary of. She names him Flame General Reizenga. She describes him as a man just under 2 meters tall with a powerful muscular build, hair as red as flames, and the ability to breathe fire when angered. His clan is said to carry the blood of Ifrit, and he is renowned for his martial arts within the Demon King's castle. Thor looks alarmed. Though he has never met the man, the description alone is terrifying. He asks if this is the same Ifrit who defended the Flaming Mountain's fortress and fought a fierce battle with the heroes of old. He confirmed her suspicion about the 7-day battle of the Flaming Mountain. Mabel explained that Reizenga is a descendant of the same Ifrit clan that was entrusted to guard that fortress, which is why they are so respected for their strength. Thor quietly resolved that it would be better if he never met the general. Mabel added that while Reizenga's clan is fixated on strength, some members are kind, prompting Thor to remark that she is too kind. She then cheerfully changed the subject, reminding him of their plans to tour the castle the next day. Thor readily agreed. As Mabel began to make a solemn promise, he quickly interjected, asking her not to do that again. That night, the Demon King's castle stood silent under the light of a full moon. Later, in a castle corridor, Thor thanked Mabel for the day as they prepared to part ways. She stood quietly for a moment, lost in thought, until he called her name. She responded with a playful wink, suggesting he could drop the honorifics between them. Thor became flustered, protesting that he couldn't since she was taking care of him, but she gently placed a finger on his lips to silence him. Her voice explained that she was ordered to treat him as a special guest. By Her Majesty's decree, his level of treatment was to be the same as the Chancellor or a state minister, meaning his status was inherently higher than hers. She pleaded with a bright smile for him to just talk to her normally. Seeing her earnestness, Thor smiled back and agreed, formally placing himself under the care of Mabel. He had barely finished speaking when Mabel suddenly shoved him through a nearby doorway, catching him completely by surprise. Inside the room, she took his hand, her head bowed. With quiet intensity, she pleaded for him to stay there forever. She looked up, her face flushed and her eyes shimmering with emotion. She confessed that, if it were possible, she would also like to stay by his side forever. Her words leave him stunned, face flushed and eyes wide. Thor can only stammer her name in disbelief as the door clicks shut before him. On the other side, Mabel doesn't wait for a response. She turns and hurries down the long, empty hallway, calling back a flustered wish for him to have a good night. He is left alone in the quiet room, hand pressed against his chest. His heart is still thumping wildly from the encounter. He reflects that though it has only been a few days since his arrival, so much has already happened. He found a book from another world, and even created his own magic items. His thoughts return to Mabel's words. A faint smile touches his lips as he considers the possibility. He admits to himself that he might just go along with what she said and stay here forever. The idea brings him a deep sense of satisfaction. He is glad he came to the Demon King's territory. With newfound resolve, he decides that as an alchemist, he will use his abilities to help make this place more convenient. He has no intention of returning to the Empire. His purpose is now clear: to help the people who accepted him. He thinks of Mabel and of look here, but his thought trails off. Under the light of the full moon, his commitment is sealed. Within the Demon King's castle, light glints off the ornate architecture of the throne room. Prime Minister Curve arrives before the throne, announcing his presence to His Majesty, Rookie Everguard. The Demon King, seated and shrouded in shadow, apologizes for the late-night summons, but explains that he has something urgent to report. The monarch immediately asks if the matter concerns Thor Regis. Curve confirms this, stating that by observing Thor create items firsthand, he has come to understand him better. The Demon King, leaning forward, presses for details, asking what new item was made. The Chancellor, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminds himself that he cannot get flustered over small things. He then asks if the item in question was one of the healthy goods Thor had previously created. The Demon King simply replies that it was not. His Majesty then guesses it might be something similar to Mabel's accessory. Curve, his composure finally cracking, reveals that it was something else entirely, a dimensional item, a storage box. He recognizes it as the legendary item used by heroes to store infinite amounts of items in another dimension. The full weight of the revelation hits him, and he suddenly erupts in a shout of disbelief. His outburst startles the Demon King, who complains that Curve shouldn't scream so suddenly, remarking wryly that he is the one who is truly shocked by the minister's reaction. The minister, still agitated, counters that this situation is different from his earlier vow of composure. He confirms that His Majesty understands what a storage box is, a skill that allows one to store items in a separate space. He passionately explains that this very ability was one of the main reasons the Otherworld heroes were so powerful. Their capacity to produce countless items from seemingly nowhere made them a constant and unpredictable threat to all demons. He recounts an old saying passed down in the Demon King's territory: when you encounter a hero, expect to see 100 items come out. He illustrates how heroes thought to be unarmed could suddenly produce weapons, and those who were injured could pull out vast quantities of potions from their bags. The Demon King, seated upon his throne, listens to his Prime Minister's frantic report. He calmly acknowledges the danger, noting that he is aware of the skill's rarity. If all heroes had possessed it, the demon race would have been wiped out long ago. His king's composure does little to soothe him. Curve's hand tightens into a fist as he grapples with the reality of the situation, that Thor Regis had truly created that very same storage box. The thought propels him into a desperate outburst. He shouts that this is a grave matter, and that Thor Regis cannot be allowed to monopolize such an ability, no matter the cost. In response to his minister's panic, the Demon King simply tells him not to worry. He calmly asks why Curve is so agitated, revealing that Thor had already promised to create a storage box for both him and Mabel. The news stuns Curve into silence. He staggers back, his mind racing. Thor's going to make more of them? The same storage box the heroes had? The very concept of rare items in the world feels as if it's crumbling away before his eyes. From his throne, the Demon King's voice cuts through the haze, telling Curve to calm himself. The Prime Minister apologizes for his outburst, but his king admits fault as well for having provoked such a reaction. He then reveals more of his conversation with the human, chuckling slightly. Thor had also relayed a message directly to him, stating his desire to be seen as a reasonable alchemist in the service of the Demon King. The sentiment echoes a similar report from Demon King Lookyear. She had once stated that Thor had promised to be their ally, and his words carried such weight that she felt she had no choice but to trust him. Now, composed and kneeling, Curve processes this information. He asks if this means the man is truly capable enough to warrant such an evaluation from His Majesty. The Demon King confirms it, adding that he, too, believes Thor can be trusted, citing how he lent them the footbath without any complaint. A faint smile plays on the Demon King's lips from behind his mask. He concludes that this is simply the kind of man Thor is. It is a troubling thought. He has never encountered anyone quite like him. He remained on his throne, hands clasped, admitting to himself that he couldn't take his eyes off the young alchemist. The boy was, he concluded, a serious pain. As he mused, Prime Minister Curve approached, observing that His Majesty seemed to be in good spirits. He then directly asked if something had transpired between the Demon King and Thor Regis. The Demon King prompted him to be more specific. Curve confirmed he was asking about their conversation, to which the king simply replied that they had talked normally. The answer left Curve taken aback, questioning what normally could possibly mean in this context. The king explained further, recalling a scene of understanding. He described their talk as a genuine effort to comprehend each other's positions, to see beyond their own perspectives. He concluded with a simple statement, asserting that this mutual understanding was truly all that had occurred. The sentiment hung in the air, as vast and solid as the castle itself. Around the same time that Thor arrived in the Demon King's territory, events were unfolding back in the Dalgarian Empire. Within the Imperial capital, the Empire's nobles had gathered for a party at a lavish guest house. The grand hall buzzed with the murmurs and gossip of the attendees, their conversations filling the opulent space. Their chatter turned to exclamations upon the arrival of Duke Vargas Regis, whose dignified presence immediately captured the room's attention. The nobles praised his profound loyalty, remarking on how he had sent his own son as a sacrifice for the Empire's prosperity. One woman, however, wondered aloud if the Duke felt no pain over his decision, but his expression remained a stoic mask. This sentiment was met with a wave of applause, as the crowd celebrated the Duke's household as a role model for all nobility and the very embodiment of the Empire's honor. He and his remaining sons stood as dark silhouettes against the light, silently absorbing the adulation from the crowd. A dark satisfaction settled within the Duke as he took in the praise. He thought to himself, "That's right, this is it." Another noble, observing the scene, grinned with immense satisfaction, finding the praise entirely befitting of the Duke's household. He approached the Duke's remaining son, commenting on the burden of being in the spotlight. With a cold smile, he added that now the stain was gone, the household's rise could truly begin. The Duke's son was visibly shocked to hear Thor referred to in such a way. The young man stammered, attempting to speak of Thor's skill as an alchemist, but his father cut him off with a single, sharp glare, his eyes flashing with sudden, intense anger. He furiously declared his good mood ruined, demanding a drink. He then forbade anyone from ever speaking of his son again, roaring that the boy's only purpose was to die as a sacrifice. As he fumed, the attention of other nobles turned to an arriving dignitary. They noted her distinctive sakura-colored hair and blue eyes, identifying her as the Sword Princess, wielder of a treasured blade from the Age of Heroes. The guest of honor was revealed, Her Highness, Rihanna, the 30th Queen of the Empire. She stood with a severe and unsmiling expression, her gaze fixed forward. Her gaze fell upon Duke Regis. While courtiers praised her beauty and powerful light magic, the Queen addressed them directly, stating that an unwelcome guest was present and must be removed at once. The Duke, who had been approaching with a confident smirk, was the clear target of her command. His confident expression vanished, replaced by a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Before he could fully process the order, Imperial guards moved to apprehend him. He struggled against their grip, shouting his own name, Duke Vargas Regis, and demanding to know what he had done to warrant such treatment. The guards simply insisted he leave, as per Her Highness's orders. The Queen's voice cut through his protests, cold and sharp. She questioned how he could dare to speak with such arrogance after putting her and her comrades in mortal danger. Her accusation rendered him speechless. She pressed on, asking if he recalled the request from the Imperial court to have a magic sword repaired. Flustered, the Duke admitted that he remembered. She then delivered the damning news. After receiving a report that the repairs were complete, she had taken the sword back into her possession. However, she explained, the blade could not withstand her mana and ultimately shattered. The Duke stared, his face a portrait of horror. Her voice remained steady as she detailed the consequences. She had nearly lost her life fighting a demonic beast, saved only by her comrades' desperate efforts. A later investigation revealed the cause. The Regis household had repaired the sword's broken parts with ordinary metal, which blocked the flow of mana and caused the legendary weapon to break. The surrounding court listened, their expressions turning to shock. Duke Regis's composure shatters completely. Sweat pours down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror, as the Queen's accusation hangs in the air. As the Duke is led away by the Imperial Guard, whispers erupt among the stunned court. One noble questions if Duke Regis truly understood the danger of his failure, while another remarks that if the House of Regis was incapable of such a difficult repair, they should have simply admitted it. Watching from the side, Thor reflects grimly on the consequences. He realizes that the prestige his family gained through sacrifice is now fading away, and he laments that his household was meant for a path of glory, not this disgrace. A nobleman, sweating with agitation, declares that the shoddy repair of the magic sword could not have been a simple mistake. He insists the alchemist responsible must have done it on purpose to deceive them and should be punished. In response, Queen Rihanna calmly states that she sent an envoy to the workshop to confirm who was in charge of the repairs, and she received a document as a result. She presents a scroll, announcing that it bears the mark of the Duke's household and the sign of the Duke's butler. She reads its contents aloud. A full restoration was deemed difficult, so only the appearance was fixed as requested, with the Regis household assuming all responsibility. At this revelation, the nobleman cries out in shock, his face paling. The surrounding court members gasp, stunned by the implication. The Queen continues her methodical explanation, noting that the alchemist also informed her how the sword had been partially repaired, and that only minor defects were what ultimately caused it to break. She gestures toward the shattered blade, remarking on how strange it all is. She clarifies that the only parts of the sword that didn't break were the sections that had been properly restored, thanks to their resilience against her light magic. she was able to fend off the claws of a demonic beast. Her gaze hardens as she confronts the nobleman directly. She reminds him that the sword was meant only for rituals, but because her light mana had recently grown stronger, she decided to use it for hunting after the ceremony, a fact she believed she had shared with his household. The man is left stammering, unable to form a response. With a sharp smile, the queen declares that her life was saved by the person who performed the full repair. Because of this, she intends to make that individual her personal tool and demands the nobleman reveal their name and current location. He nervously claims the person was likely a wandering alchemist, whose identity and whereabouts are unknown. Unimpressed, the queen calls his excuse a shame. Turning her back on him, she dismisses him from her sight. The disgraced nobleman turns and walks away, exiting through a grand set of doors that close behind him with a heavy thud. Immediately after, he stands with his head bowed before the duke's butler. Visibly shaken and sweating, the nobleman can only stammer the duke's title, his failure evident. He stood trembling as a furious nobleman, his face contorted with rage, roared at him, demanding to know what he had done. The nobleman refused to hear any excuses, declaring that the butler's failure to simply manage appearances had brought shame upon his name. As punishment, he sentenced the terrified butler to house arrest. Having dismissed the butler, the nobleman sat alone, his anger giving way to cold calculation. He acknowledged the setback, but remained resolute, convinced he still had a way to rectify the situation. He began to pace, reflecting on how this recent accident had caused the glory of his household to plummet. Despite this, he was determined to achieve results and demonstrate his merit and value within the empire. His mind settled on a specific course of action. He had a plan, one he believed would bring a great advantage to the empire. The thought of this plan filled him with a manic energy. He realized that if he could properly use the demons and demihumans, his fame would not just return to normal. It would soar to even greater heights. His ambitious and dangerous scheme was focused on a single, formidable location, the Demon King's territory. Thor formally tells Mabel that he'll be counting on her for the tour. With a confident wink, she enthusiastically accepts, telling him to leave everything to her. He observes her, noting that her hairstyle is different from the usual and that she seems to be thoroughly enjoying her new role. As they walk past a towering spire of the castle, she explains their living arrangements. Thor's room is on the third floor of the west building, while the maids reside together on the first floor. She assures him they are available should he ever need anything. The tour is a lively affair, taking them through various parts of the castle's daily life, from inspecting kitchen equipment to observing the head chef at work. Throughout the experience, Mabel beams with infectious joy, her happiness clearly evident. Thor walks beside her, a warm smile on his face as he takes in the sights. They eventually arrive at a grand, column-lined hall where two massive minotaurs stand guard. Mabel presents it as the main entrance. From their vantage point, overlooking the expansive entrance hall, she explains that this central hub connects to the other parts of the castle and urges him to remember the location. He confirms that he understands. His attention is suddenly captured by an impressive statue of a horned woman in full armor. He stops and asks Mabel about the figure's identity. She informs him that it is a statue of the first-generation Demon King. Thor reacts with wide-eyed astonishment, surprised to learn the first king was a woman and immediately commenting on the impressive sword she wields. Mabel elaborates on the legend, explaining that the sword was forged from a stone that fell from the heavens. She adds that this very blade was used in the war against the heroes from another world, highlighting its extreme rarity. Leaning closer, Thor whispers to her that the sword on the statue is merely a replica made to look like the real thing. Mabel's eyes widen as she processes the unexpected revelation. He explains that his over-alchemy skill is the reason he knows. He simply doesn't feel any mana coming from the sword. Mabel looks on, impressed, remarking that it is just as she would expect of him to discern the truth in a single glance. She elaborates on the sword's fate, explaining that the genuine article broke during the war against the heroes. Unfortunately, its current whereabouts are unknown. Mabel expresses her regret, calling it a treasure of the demons that she wishes Thor could have seen. Hearing this, he confidently declares that if the sword were still in the castle, he would gladly try to fix it. The sudden, bold statement seems to surprise even himself, and Mabel stares at him, wide-eyed. Her shock gives way to a flustered hope. She stammers, processing that he is talking about the first Demon King's legendary sword. Despite the monumental task, she can't help but think that with his abilities, it might actually be possible. He concedes that since the sword is missing, there is nothing he can do. Mabel agrees, adding her belief that the sword is definitely still out there somewhere and that the first Demon King would be happy if it were found. A new thought then occurs to him. While he would like to find the original sword, he decides it would be even better to create something that surpasses it, picturing the current Demon King wielding such a weapon. Mabel immediately catches his meaning, asking if he plans to make a sword for Her Majesty. He confirms this, musing about potential abilities like a blade that can stretch or shoot dark mana. The idea of a custom-made weapon for the Demon King delights Mabel. Overcome with excitement, she grabs his arm and exclaims that it would be a wonderful gift for her. She enthusiastically offers her complete support, telling him to let her know if there's anything at all she can do to help. Their interaction is observed by the two Minotaur guards nearby. One whispers to the other how happy Mabel looks clinging to Thor, and his companion quietly agrees. As Mabel holds onto a blushing Thor, Another maid approaches and interrupts, asking if he's the guest from the Empire. Startled, Mabel quickly lets go and suggests they continue their tour, an idea to which a flustered Thor readily agrees. Her enthusiasm was cut short by the sudden arrival of a towering figure. Clad in heavy armor, the man loomed over Thor, his voice a low rumble as he looked down and declared that the young alchemist looked weak. As she looked up at the imposing man, Mabel's mind raced to process what she was seeing. He was huge, easily over 2 meters tall, and his straight red hair seemed to undulate like fire. A gasp caught in her throat as the pieces clicked into place, a name forming in her thoughts with dawning recognition. Thor's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the imposing figure before him, uttering the man's title in disbelief. Flame General. Raizenga-sama. The man, a towering warrior with flame-like red hair, confirms his identity with a confident grin. He is indeed Raizenga, one of the generals serving His Majesty, the one and only Flame General. Having heard of a visitor from the Empire, he came to see them for himself. He bows politely in response, placing a hand over his heart. He introduces himself as Thor Regis from the Dalgalia Empire and expresses his hope that they will get along. The general acknowledges that he already knew Thor's name, but was mistaken to come, much to his daughter's dismay. He gestures towards a silent figure beside him, clad in full, ornate armor, and introduces her as his daughter, Agnes. His gaze sweeps over Thor with open disappointment. He had expected a visitor from an empire of proud warriors to be mighty, but instead finds a frail-looking young man. He laughs at the unfortunate turn of events. Beside Thor, Mabel whispers to him that he wouldn't be any good in a fight, a sentiment he seems to accept. His disappointment deepens into heartbreak. He laments that he wanted his daughter to spar against a warrior from the Empire, but all they have is a weakling. Agnes clenches her armored fist, muttering that her father is going too far. Her agitation becomes visible as steam begins to vent from her helmet. Raizenga places a firm hand on her shoulder, telling her to calm herself as her flames are leaking out. He then addresses Thor Regis once more. He turns his full attention back to the young man, his expression hardening. He explains that his territory lies in the mountains near the border, giving him many opportunities to meet those from the Empire. He demands that Thor tell him the name of someone strong from his homeland, as he is eager for a real bout. Before Thor can answer, Mabel steps forward, her voice sharp. She admonishes Raizenga for addressing their guest so casually, reminding the general that Thor is an honored guest and an alchemist under the direct supervision of the Demon King himself. She continues, her expression firm, stating that this is not a place for him to be gathering intelligence about the Empire. Raizenga listens, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the Demon King's noble idea of learning about the human world through an honored guest. Her concern was palpable as Flame General Raizenga continued to speak, his voice laced with contempt. He argued that while the Demon King wished for peace, the battlefield was the only true measure of strength. He could not comprehend why a weakling unable to fight was being treated as an honored guest, declaring that there were limits to such hospitality. The general then turned his attention directly to Thor, grabbing him by the shoulder. He leaned in close, demanding to know what, exactly, Thor Regis could do. His face, contorted with disdain, filled Thor's vision. He pressed his point, questioning how someone who doesn't fight could possibly be of service to His Majesty. The sheer pressure emanating from Raizenga was immense, causing Mabel to recoil in fear. Thor, however, remained steady, ordering her to stand down. Mabel's throat stung from the oppressive aura alone. She realized with terror that the general could kill her with a single swing of his massive arms. He understood that, based on his answer, his fate could be sealed. Simple flattery would not work on this man. Recalling the oath he made to the Demon King when he left the Empire, Thor found his resolve. It was that oath that allowed him to live without shame, and it was that oath that would guide his response now. With his decision made, he placed a hand over his heart. He declared that he is an alchemist until the moment he dies, and with his alchemist skill, he could tune the general's daughter's armor. Raizenga's expression soured with skepticism, wondering what a weakling could possibly know about the armor. Unfazed, Thor stated that the armor possessed an earth element. He began to explain the elemental principles. The water attribute is ill-suited to withstand fire, as sufficient strength would only produce steam. In contrast, the earth attribute, containing heat-resistant materials like rock and iron, was necessary to provide both heat resistance and strength against a fiery constitution. He concluded that it was a very rare item with a double earth attribute, then turned the question back to the Flame General. Mabel looked on in amazement, realizing Thor had discerned the armor's abilities with a single glance, much like the first Demon King's sword. He then pressed his advantage, pointing out the armor's critical flaw. It was unable to withstand the intense flames and heat, causing it to loosen around the joints. As an alchemist, he asserted, he could strengthen it. He looked the general in the eye and made his offer directly. His offer is met with pure fury. General Raizenga's face twists into a snarl as he declares it is none of the human alchemist's business. Behind the confrontation, Mabel and a Minotaur guard watch with wide-eyed apprehension, while the armored Agnes remains perfectly still. He scoffs at the idea of letting a weakling alchemist touch his daughter's armor and turns his back on Thor, commanding Agnes to follow him so they can leave. Agnes attempts to protest, calling out to her father, but he is already walking away. As they depart, Agnes offers a slight, almost imperceptible bow before turning to follow her father's stomping retreat. Thor watches them go, his expression unreadable, while Mabel and the Minotaurs are left in stunned silence. The quiet is shattered when the two Minotaurs suddenly rush towards Thor, their faces flushed with admiration. They declare that he is amazing and incredibly brave for not flinching in the face of General Reizinga's wrath. Mabel shares their sentiment, her hands clasped to her chest in astonishment. She explains that Reizinga is one of the top 5 strongest individuals in the Demon King's castle, and she can't believe Thor would so brazenly refute him, wondering about the depths of his courage. He offers a calm smile, clarifying that it wasn't courage that drove him. Instead, he was simply captivated by the armor itself. His only goal, he states, was to demonstrate to the general his capabilities as an alchemist. Watching the general and his daughter retreat, Thor admits to himself that he is curious about them, but feels it's not the right time to dwell on it. Shifting his focus, he turns to their guide and asks if they can resume the tour. Their horned-made guide cheerfully agrees and motions for them to continue. As they proceed, Thor makes a mental note to ask Mabel about the duo later, certain she would have some information. As they follow her deeper into the castle, Thor smiles, reflecting on the confrontation. He muses that, at that moment, he had no way of knowing his actions would provoke such profound anger in General Reizinga. The thought hangs in the air, a stark premonition of the conflict to come. As the general walks onward, his face a mask of cold, simmering fury. In a castle corridor, Thor concludes his tour, thanking the horned maid who served as his guide. He tells her the information will be a great help. She congratulates him, formally announcing the end of the Demon King's castle tour. The maid smiles warmly, saying he is welcome and speculates that he might use the bathhouse often in the future. He agrees, confirming that he enjoys baths and plans to visit frequently. She raises a finger, adding a crucial piece of advice. While it's perfectly fine for him to use the bathhouse whenever he wants, there is one important rule he must follow. As he walks away down the long hall, her final warning echoes. He must be careful when the entrance tag indicates that the bath is currently in use. He decides to head to the bath right away. Arriving at the entrance, he checks for the tag and sees that the way is clear. He steps into a spacious, modern-looking changing room, carrying a basket with his bathing supplies. Finding the resting space empty, he thinks he can finally relax and wash off his sweat. His thoughts are interrupted when he spots a familiar suit of ornate armor set aside. It belongs to Agnes. At that moment, a hand sprinkles a powdery substance over a bowl of what appear to be glowing coals or crystals. A sudden, piercingly loud noise erupts, startling Thor. He immediately recognizes it as the sound of a salamander's tea kettle, something the maid had mentioned during his tour. His mind races, connecting the dots. He recalls being told that salamanders are served to Ifrit. If salamanders are present, it can only mean that Agnes is currently visiting. He hesitates at the bathhouse door, deciding that since he was given permission, he should at least announce his presence. Steeling himself, he calls out and slides the door open. As the door opens, he is met with a wave of intense heat and the sight of long, flowing hair amidst flickering flames. Inside, a young woman with her back to him stands in the steaming water, surrounded by small, dragon-like creatures. She chides one of them for its pranks, her tone exasperated but fond. She tells the creatures they can play once the bath is properly boiled, pointing a finger at the water surface. With a sharp cry, she tosses one of the creatures into the bath, causing a fiery explosion on impact. As steam billows around her, she turns, a flustered expression on her face. She apologizes, admitting that she is not very good at controlling her power. Thor stares from the doorway, his eyes wide with shock. He realizes with dawning horror that this person is Agnes, and this is the first time he has ever seen her without her armor. His mind races, connecting the pieces. He understands now. She is a descendant of Ifrit, her body naturally wreathed in flames that no clothing could possibly withstand. Of course, she would be without armor here. As he stands frozen, she finally notices his presence. One of the small creatures on her shoulder turns towards him, letting out a low, menacing growl. Thor decides the best course of action is to back away slowly and say nothing. Before he can react, the creature leaps from her shoulder, launching itself directly at him in a blur of motion. The fiery creature lunged, snapping its jaws at Thor. He reacted instantly, throwing up his cloak to shield himself from the sudden burst of flame. He quickly produced a small, dark device from his uniform, shouting an activation command for a portable storage room, intending to contain the flames. The device worked perfectly, drawing the fire into its core with a whoosh. Thor let out a sigh of relief, pleased with his foresight. He noted to himself that while the storage unit was small, its ability was more than sufficient for the task. As the flames vanished, Agnes stared in horror, her mind racing. She was aghast, realizing she had just allowed an honored guest of the Demon King to be attacked and possibly burned. Her panic spiraled as she fretted over what to tell her father and the urgent need for healers. Seeing her distress, Thor calmly reassured her, stating that he was all right. He offered a reassuring smile, explaining that he had anticipated a situation like this and had prepared accordingly. His composure holding, he then averted his gaze and politely suggested that she might want to cover herself before they continued their conversation. Blushing, Agnes stammered her agreement. Seated across from Thor, the armored warrior removes her helmet, revealing a young woman with a distressed expression. She introduces herself as Agni's Freyzad, noting that this is their second meeting. Thor, looking down with a serious face, formally reintroduces himself as Thor Regis and offers a profound apology for his earlier intrusion. He explains with a sheepish smile that he had heard the salamanders were responsible for heating the baths and, driven by curiosity, decided to take a peek. He confesses that he never imagined Agnes would be naked underneath her armor. In response, Agnes, now fully armored again, becomes flustered. She stammers that she is the one at fault, explaining that she rarely encounters people and had decided to help out herself. She insists he has no reason to feel guilty. Thor, however, refuses to let her take the blame. He quickly apologizes for her having to see something so unsightly, clarifying that he was the one who forgot to place the in-use tag on the door. He immediately corrects himself, his face flushing with embarrassment. He exclaims that it wasn't unsightly at all. On the contrary, she was so beautiful he was instantly captivated, comparing her to a deity. He then apologizes again for his outburst. Realizing their cycle of apologies is becoming awkward, Thor decides to change the subject. He remarks on how amazing people with Ifrit's blood must be, just as Agnes seems to be reliving the embarrassing memory. Agnes picks up on his comment, her voice emanating from behind her helmet. She notes that even her rare armor cannot withstand her flames, as the joints and seams are already loosening. She agrees that such powerful flames are indeed amazing. With her helmet off once more, she reveals her struggle. Agnes confesses that she cannot control her flames, which erupt whenever she gets nervous or excited. She had hoped that the small salamanders could help her train and gain control. She continues, explaining that she has known the salamanders for a long time and considers them friends, so she never gets nervous around them. Listening intently, Thor expresses his sympathy for her difficult situation. As a small flame appears in his own hand, he quietly admits that he isn't fond of his own magical powers either. Agnes laments her past. Before her flame magic awakened, she could wear any clothes she desired. Now, everything she touches simply burns away. Worse, she recalls times when her flames have spread to others, causing them to burn as well. She stares, bewildered by his offer. Stuttering, she asks why he would do this for her, scarcely believing that he could truly do something about her uncontrollable flames. Thor looks at her with quiet determination, confirming that he will do as much as he can and will devise a way to fix her problem. He explains his reasoning with newfound confidence, declaring that it is because he is an alchemist employed by the Demon King. As he speaks, Agnes recalls General Reizinga questioning her usefulness to His Majesty, a memory that causes her to worry about her father's reaction. She wonders to herself if she might finally be able to wear normal clothes again. He continues, pointing out that by fixing her problem, he will also be proving his own worth and complying with the expectations placed upon him. In his view, helping her is a direct way to demonstrate what he can do for the Demon King. Turning his back slightly, he makes his formal request. So please, Agnes-san. She considers his words, her hands clasped before her, and concedes that his logic is sound. Her composure finally shatters. Tears well up in her eyes as she cries out her deepest desires, to wear clothes, to have friends. Seeing her raw emotion, Thor formally asks her to commission him to solve her flame problem. She bows her head in a gesture of formal acceptance. Please, she begins, I look forward to working with you. His eyes reflect a quiet satisfaction at her agreement. A confident, reassuring smile spreads across his face. He springs into action, announcing that he will begin making a magic item immediately. He presents her with a small, glowing cube, explaining it's a miniature version of the hero's storage box. He instructs her to use it to contain her flames if she feels an outburst coming. Agnes is stunned, recognizing the item as something incredibly precious. He brushes off her concern with a smile, assuring her that he can simply make another one. More importantly, he adds, he is eager to hear her impressions of it after she has had a chance to use it. He walked away, leaving Agnes Freyzad standing in the grand hallway. As his caped figure receded towards the ornate doors of the castle, her voice, filled with sincere gratitude, followed him. Thank you very much, she said, her words hanging in the air as she watched him depart in silence. Those who inherit Ifrit's blood will gradually be able to increase control over their flames as they get older. Thor considered this new information. There had been others like Agnes before, and it seemed they generally couldn't properly control their flames until around the age of 20. This meant she had another 5 years of being unable to even wear clothes, forced to play only with salamanders. His expression hardened with grim determination. He realized a temporary fix wouldn't be enough. A more fundamental solution was required. He began searching through a book, a treasure trove of items from the hero's world, thinking it wouldn't be a surprise if there was an item that could hold back flames. As he searched, a voice called out, asking what he was looking for. Mabel approached, having noticed the door was left wide open and that he seemed to be in a hurry. Thor explained that he'd just had a chance to chat with Agnes and was now trying to make an item that could suppress her flames. Understanding, Mabel expressed her sincere hope that he could help her. He asked if she and Agnes were good friends. Mabel confirmed they were, explaining that since she was young, she had always worked at the Demon King's castle, which gave her many opportunities to meet her. A memory surfaced of the two of them as children, holding hands. She continued, reminiscing that they used to play together. Holding up her hand, she revealed a surprising fact. Within the Demon King's castle, There are skilled healers who can even make burn marks disappear completely. The implication struck Thor. He asked if Agnes was the one who had given her that burn injury. With a somber expression, Mabel confirmed it had happened around the time she was Her Majesty's playmate. The guilt from that accident had been overwhelming for Agnes. Afterwards, she couldn't bring herself to face Mabel and refused to show herself in front of other people. The depth of her suffering became clear to Thor. As he looked at a mail order catalog, he understood her pain and declared his intention to start the alchemy right away. He stands resolute, determined to create an item that will allow Agnes to properly control her flames. With such a device, he believes she and Mabel can finally reconcile and get along as they once did. His eyes fall upon the mail order catalog, and he identifies a specific item that he believes he can use for this purpose. The catalog page advertises a health enhancement pendant. It claims the item circulates the body's energy, or ki, to improve health, alleviating unwellness caused by energy imbalances. The advertisement even features a glowing recommendation from a well-regarded teacher. As he studies the page with Mabel, he identifies the item as a health-enhancing pendant that incorporates the concept of feng shui. Mabel questions the unfamiliar term, prompting Thor to realize that the very concept of mana in the hero's world is fundamentally different from their own. He explains the distinction with intensity. In their world, there are 6 core elements: fire, light, dark, earth, wind, and water. However, in the world the hero came from, their elements are divided into 5 distinct categories: wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. He continues his explanation, noting that the pendant is designed to circulate these 5 types of energy to awaken the body's latent potential. Mabel expresses her astonishment at how different their systems are. Thor concedes that the catalog's description of how mana is converted between attributes is only vaguely detailed. Despite the fragmented information, he pieces together the elemental cycle. Wood burns into fire, fire extinguishes into ash, which becomes earth, and from the earth, metal is forged. It is a logical, if incomplete, progression. He reads that the pendant is composed of reliefs of the blue dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and a central chilan. He reasons that even without the specific knowledge of the conversion process, it is of little consequence. After all, no magic association would openly publish the secrets of a powerful art like elemental transformation. Her admiration, however, quickly curdles into fear. Her brow furrows and a look of deep unease crosses her face as she whispers to herself about the implications. The power to alter one's very fate is, to her, a terrifying concept. Despite any lingering apprehension, Thor's resolve hardens. A determined, almost forced smile spreads across his face as he looks forward. He declares his belief that his plan will help Agnes and suppress her flames, announcing that it's time to begin. He seeks confirmation, a hopeful right, hanging in the air. With focused intent, Thor activates his over-alchemy skill, causing a 3-dimensional chart to materialize in the air before him. His focus narrows on the specifications for the object he intends to create, a pendant. The chain must be soft enough not to harm the skin, and the pendant itself large enough to be held. He recognizes that the most difficult part of the task will be accurately engraving the patterns of the beast gods onto its surface. To create them, he visualizes the divine beasts. He decides to model the vermilion bird after the flame Garuda. For the white tiger, he reasons that since tigers exist in this world, he can base the design on them. The blue dragon, he concludes, is likely just a dragon. For the remaining 2, the chilan and the black tortoise, he realizes he has no choice but to trace their forms as they are, trusting that the creation will be successful as long as he executes the designs correctly. With the images solidified in his mind, he closes his eyes. The grasping of the shapes is complete. His plan is twofold. First, to smelt a lump of metal into a health enhancement pendant, and second, to imbue it with an element-changing function by adding the 5 core elements. However, a sudden complication arises in his mind. He knows that in this world, the elements of wood and metal do not exist. While he is familiar with fire and water, and assumes the ground element is equivalent to earth, he begins to doubt if he can truly pull this off. Just as doubt sets in, a message appears within his alchemical interface. It informs him that he has learned element attribute manipulation of the 5 elements and gained knowledge of otherworldly mana, specifically how to handle the attributes of ground, metal, and wood. The system then asks if he wishes to add these attributes. He realizes with amazement that over-alchemy can deal with these foreign elements. His uncertainty vanishes in an instant. With this new capability, there is no need to hesitate. He declares that all he has to do is proceed, creating the health enhancement pendant by adding the fire, metal, wood, water, and ground elements. With renewed determination, he begins the process, concentrating intensely to image the creation with the utmost precision. As the pendant begins to form, he turns to Mabel, holding out a document. He urgently asks her to confirm if the shapes on the paper are the same as the beast god engravings on the pendant, and she nervously agrees to check them. He begins the final, delicate process, instructing Mabel to ensure the mana can be converted from one form to another. Mabel confirms that everything is precisely as detailed in the book and that all components are ready. With her verification, he declares they will begin immediately. As he channels his power, his hands glowing with otherworldly energy, his primary goal is clear: to create the health enhancement pendant that will allow Agnes to convert her overwhelmingly strong flames into other elements. He is driven by a deeper, more personal resolve to make sure she never has to cry again. With a final surge of energy, the creation is complete. The health enhancement pendant materializes, a 7-star rarity item based on the concept of magic from the world of heroes. Engraved with the 5 beast gods, it divides the wearer's magical power into 5 equal parts: wood, fire, ground, metal, and water, to strengthen and maintain their health, with a durability of over a century. Exhausted but triumphant, he announces that it is done. He explains to Mabel that by pouring mana into the pendant, the engravings will circulate that energy through the user's body, improving their constitution. He expresses his hope that this will finally suppress Agnes' flames. He then confirms a much grander, unspoken question. The 5 figures are indeed intended to be placed around the entirety of the Demon King's territory. Holding the finished pendant, his thoughts drift to its wider implications. If the item allows a single user to circulate mana and improve their constitution, he wonders what would happen if the effect could be applied to an entire country. Mabel, however, points out that such a plan would be incredibly difficult, requiring permission from His Majesty and all the high officials. Faced with this political reality, Thor sheepishly asks if it would even be okay to try. Regardless of that grand ambition, the pendant is finally done. He knows the next step is to determine if its attributes can be changed. If it can be used by anyone, he realizes it might become standard equipment. He looks out at the castle, unable to wait for tomorrow. Within a grand, pillared hall, the Flame General Renkinjutsushi strides forward, his heavy armor clanking with each step. He spots the armored figure of Agnes ahead and calls out, announcing that he had been searching for her. He closes the distance, his expression stern as he informs her that they will be returning to their territory the day after tomorrow, reminding her that he had already given instructions to prepare. Agnes apologizes for causing him worry, explaining that she simply wanted to look around the castle a bit more. His tone softens slightly as he clarifies that he isn't blaming her, even expressing some sympathy for the difficulty she endures. He reveals the reason she cannot control her flames well is because the blood of Ifrit within her is strong. Agnes remains silent, her face hidden by her helm. He continues his explanation, stating that the ability to instinctively control flames through emotion is a trait of Ifrit's kin, a feat she cannot yet accomplish. With his report to the monarch now finished, Agnes can only bow her head and quietly acknowledge her father's words. Elsewhere, Queen Rihanna stands before a vast army of soldiers, a banner held high. She announces their impending return to their own territory, where they will commence mining operations. Furthermore, she declares that she has received authorization to conduct joint operations with the Empire. The mention of the Empire prompts Agnes to speak. She asks her father if their territory is close to the border, surmising that this must be why maintaining good relations is so important. Her father confirms her suspicion with a wide, unsettling grin. He explains that this proximity is precisely why he paid a visit to the so-called guest from the Empire, mocking his own curiosity about what an Imperial noble might be like. He then erupts in derisive laughter, recounting his disappointment. The noble looked frail, and, when challenged to a duel, admitted to having no real combat skills. Renkinjutsushi scoffs, calling the man pathetic and a profound disappointment. Agnes flinches at the harsh words. Unable to listen any longer, flames flare from the joints of her armor. Agnes shouts for her father to stop, insisting that Thor Regis is a good person. She reveals that she met and spoke with him, and that he is not what her father claims. She presents a small, ornate box, explaining that Thor gave her this valuable item out of concern for her inability to control her flames. With this proof of his character, she pleads with her father to stop bad-mouthing him. As she presents the gift, her father Renkinjutsushi stares down, his mind flashing back to the moment the Imperial noble, Thor, formally greeted his daughter. Agnes meets his gaze, her expression resolute and silent. The memory fuels his anger. He watches as the small cube in Agnes' hand emits a steady, controlled flame. How dare he sees? In response to his fury, Agnes cries out his name. He dismisses her plea, his face contorted with disdain. He argues that even with the trinket, it doesn't change the fundamental truth. She is forced to wear armor because she cannot control her own flames. His words strike her, causing her to flinch. Please understand, Agnes, Renkinjutsushi insists, his tone leaving no room for argument. She stammers, trying to form a rebuttal, but he cuts her off. The confrontation softens, and Agnes, now without her helmet, looks at him with a sorrowful expression. She tells her father that she already understands he believes he is acting in her best interest, and that the mining project and his letters to the Markgraf are all for her sake. He confirms her words, laying out his grand vision. If negotiations with the Empire succeed, they could develop a mining operation in their territory. He explains that this will allow them to eliminate the obstacles nested within the mine, providing the perfect stage for her to demonstrate the terrifying utility of her flame magic. His excitement grows as he describes his vision. Her flames will burn the monsters to a crisp, striking fear into the Empire. He declares that both the Demon King's territory and the Empire will finally acknowledge her power. As he speaks, an image of her engulfed in a raging inferno fills his mind, a grand arrival for the Flame General's daughter. But Agnes simply looks down, her expression filled with despair. Her internal turmoil surfaces. She doesn't truly know what to do. In reality, she believes there must be a more peaceful way to live, a path different from the one her father has laid out for her. A painful memory surfaces, explaining her fear. She recalls the time she first awakened her flame magic. It went berserk, burning a precious friend. After that, anyone who got too close would end up with burns, and so, naturally, everyone began to distance themselves from her. But even in that isolation, there were those who were kind. Despite everything, some would still try to talk to her. The memory of Thor's gentle face comes to mind. He was one of them. He was, she reflected, a truly strange person. Unlike everyone else, he hadn't been scared of her flames, and had even promised to find a way to fix her condition. Agnes now understood why Mabel stayed by his side. They were both kind people. However, she knew she couldn't possibly join them while accompanied by her father and his subordinate. Her face, now free from its helmet, holds a somber expression as dark, flame-like energy wisps around her. She addresses her father, stating that as long as she possesses these flames, she is self-aware of her role as his daughter and would never do anything to tarnish his name. Reizinga seems to accept her declaration, granting her freedom to do as she pleases until their departure the day after tomorrow. Agnes quietly affirms her understanding, simply replying, "Yes, Father." Later that night, a full moon illuminates a cloudy sky, casting a serene light over the mountains and the silhouette of the structure where they are staying. Inside, Agnes stands alone, her armor resting on a nearby stand. She thinks about Thor's promise to find a way to suppress her flames, but a sense of hopelessness creeps in as she remembers they are leaving the day after tomorrow, leaving no time for such a solution. Her gaze falls upon the small, mysterious box he gave her. She clutches it, deciding that she doesn't need anything more. The kind words he offered were more than enough. Looking out the window at the moonlit landscape, she makes a decision. She must find him tomorrow to give him her thanks for thinking of her. From her throne, Demon King Kokyou observes to her minister, Prime Minister Curve, that Thor's search for a suitable workshop location does not seem to be proceeding well. Her minister confirms the difficulty. Finding a location that meets Thor's specific conditions is proving challenging, as it's already hard enough to simply visit an alchemist's workshop, let alone find one where materials are easy to acquire. He continues, outlining further complications. A location with too many passers-by would be problematic, as the local populace would struggle to accept a human workshop. Furthermore, they cannot simply go mining or harvesting for materials wherever they please. Another official, a grim-faced judge, agrees that it would be dangerous for Thor to be exposed to large crowds. He reasons that while Thor himself holds no prejudice, many demons and demihumans are not accustomed to humans. The judge personally believed the ideal location would have few people but be naturally equipped for Thor's needs. The judge then adds that what they truly need now is a bodyguard to accompany Thor. Understanding, Curve listens intently as the judge shifts the topic to the matter of Reizinga. From her throne, Demon King Kokyou addresses the concern. She has already issued an order that her guest is not to be treated roughly. She acknowledges that Flame General Reizinga would naturally oppose Thor's presence, but he can do little more than voice his dissent. Punishing the general, she explains, would only make others wary of Thor. The judge considers her words, concluding that it is indeed better to establish an ideal, more secluded location for Thor. He muses that forcing the issue would cause the populace to avoid consulting with the alchemist, preventing him from creating items for them. A slight, satisfied smile crosses his lips. Having received his directive, Prime Minister Curve bows deeply before the throne. He accepts the task, and the Demon King formally entrusts him with finding the workshop's location. The following day, the arrangements have been made. Thor stands in a grand hall, gazing at a figure standing stoically before him, clad head to toe in ornate plate armor. He approaches the silent figure, his hand over his heart in a formal gesture. He thanks Agni-san for coming. From within the helmet, the armored knight replies, confirming she was waiting for Thor Regis-sama. He is surprised when Mabel appears, apologizing to Agnes for tagging along with him. She explains that as his maid, she felt there must be something she could do to help. She then announces that she came to bid Thor farewell. As she departs, he realizes with a somber expression that she is still worried about the scar she gave him years ago. His attention returns to Agnes, who informs him that she and her father will be returning to their territory the next day. She expresses gratitude for his effort, but apologizes, certain he won't finish the flame-suppressing item in time. To her shock, he calmly replies that it's already done. With a gentle smile, he presents a gleaming, ornate pendant, declaring it to be the very item that will help her put her flames away. Agnes can only stare, utterly astonished. He explains the pendant's intricate function. By pouring her flame magic into it, the device will convert the energy into other forms, supple as wood, sturdy as earth, hard as metal, and even glossy as water. While wearing it, her flames will be significantly weaker. Agnes exclaims in disbelief, questioning how he could have finished it so soon. At that moment, Mabel returns carrying a set of clothes, announcing that she came to help test the pendant's effects. Mabel kindly asks Agnes to remove her armor and wear the clothes. The request sends a jolt of terror through Agnes, who cries out in refusal. She panics, certain the clothes will burn and that she will wound Mabel again, a traumatic memory flashing through her mind. Though Agnes is terrified, Mabel's expression is one of absolute trust. She insists there are no flaws in Thor's work, explaining he made the pendant precisely so that accident wouldn't happen. Thor adds his own reassurance, promising to tune the pendant immediately if anything goes wrong. He looks at her earnestly, placing a hand over his heart. He tells Agnes that creating magic items for her is what he truly wants to do, and he will remake them as many times as she wishes. His words resonate deep within her. She realizes that this person, Thor, is always able to stop the trembling in her heart. The thought of returning home without even trying fills her with a greater fear, the fear of regret. Her tightly clenched fists slowly begin to relax. Having made her decision, she stood before him, her helmet finally removed. The face of Agnes Freyzad was revealed, that of a young woman with long, wavy, light-toned hair and eyes filled with a desperate hope. Addressing him formally, she made her plea, asking Thor Regis to please let her use the item he had made for her. His response came without hesitation from somewhere beyond view. After a brief glimpse of the towering castle spires against the sky, her gauntlet hand gently took the offered pendant. He'll be glad to. Inside a well-appointed room, Thor sits patiently, a heavy cape draped over his uniform. On the floor around him, the small salamanders he cares for are curled up, fast asleep. His quiet wait is interrupted by a soft clank from the doorway. He looks up, his attention drawn to a figure with long, wavy hair who has just entered. She steps forward, apologizing for the delay. Thor Regis-sama, she begins, made you wait. The woman is Agnes, now wearing a maid's uniform instead of her customary armor. She fidgets nervously, confessing that she cannot calm down as it has been a long time since she has worn anything else. She timidly asks Thor if the outfit looks strange on her. A deep blush on his face, Thor immediately reassures her, exclaiming that she looks incredibly cute. His blunt compliment catches her completely by surprise. Flustered, she sputters in vehement denial. In that moment, the ornate pendant hanging from a chain on her chest begins to pulse with a brilliant light. The artifact, attuned to the fire element, is known to grant its wearer 100% vitality and convert any excess fire magic into the other core elements. The health enhancement pendant glows brighter, actively channeling Agnes's innate fire magic and transmuting it into the elements of wood, ground, metal, and water. This conversion activates the unique properties of each new element, bestowing health and strengthening effects upon both her mind and body. Agnes gazes at her own hand in amazement, remarking on how wonderfully shiny and smooth her skin has suddenly become. The pendant's magic has granted her 100% stability from ground, steadiness from metal, flexibility from water, and vitality from wood. She gives a joyful twirl, marveling at how light her body now feels. As she comes to a stop with a gentle smile, the salamanders awaken, chirping and growling excitedly as they gather around her feet, drawn to her renewed energy. She stumbles backward, losing her balance as Thor explains the new state of her body. He clarifies that she is now using all of her fire magic for physical reinforcement, and while it will take time to adjust, she no longer needs to worry about burning her clothes. Flustered and falling, Agnes cries out in protest, her voice escalating into a shriek as she reveals a startling fact. She isn't wearing any undergarments. Her maid dress billows up around her as she lands hard on the floor. As the pendant swings, Agnes quickly insists that she is fine and that no one should worry. Thor, however, turns away with a deep blush, stammering an apology and claiming he saw nothing. The pendant's power courses through her. Her fire attribute grants a 150% boost to vitality, while the excess magic converts to other elements, providing 150% increases to stability, steadiness, flexibility, and even more vitality. Thor sheepishly apologizes for this unintentional side effect. Agnes, mortified, realizes that whenever she powers up now, the physical manifestation will be embarrassingly obvious. Brushing aside the awkwardness, he clasps his hands together, a satisfied smile on his face, and declares the experiment a resounding success. With her hands clasped and eyes closed in serene happiness, Mabel expresses her profound gratitude to Thor, declaring that her wish has finally come true. From nearby, Thor's voice calls out her name in question. Her moment of quiet joy is suddenly interrupted as another maid, Agnes, embraces her from behind, offering a simple apology. Startled, Mabel turns her head, calling out Agnes's name in surprise. She holds Mabel tightly, her voice trembling as she worries that her flames will become unstable due to her emotional state. Mabel, however, remains calm, gently reassuring Agnes that everything is all right now. Her companion's distress triggers a sudden realization. Mabel's expression shifts as she understands, asking Agnes if it must have been frightening. She apologizes, surmising that she herself was likely the one who caused Agnes the trauma of burning someone. Agnes looks back, her eyes wide with shock as she tries to deny it. Tears welling in her eyes, she confesses that she is the one at fault. Agnes explains that when they were children, she had just awakened her powers and, in her awe, lost control and went berserk, which is why Mabel was burned. Overwhelmed with guilt, she sobs out another apology. Mabel's mind drifts back to that time. She reflects that Agnes would have surely been more confident in her flame magic, if not for that incident. While Agnes was apologizing over and over, Mabel herself had just been a crybaby, lost in the shock of her injury. Returning to the present, She gently holds Agnes' face and insists that it was not her fault. She tells her that it is all in the past now, and that Agnes will not hurt anyone anymore. With a kind smile, she tells Agnes that it is now okay to cling to someone for support. Mabel then pulls her into a firm, comforting hug. Through her tears, Agnes whispers that she can, finally accepting the comfort. Her composure finally shatters completely. Agnes lets out a raw, unrestrained cry, releasing years of pent-up guilt and sorrow into Mabel's shoulder. The emotional dam has broken. In the quiet aftermath, the two maids stand together, one offering solace and the other finally allowing herself to receive it. She and Mabel are now beaming, their past conflict resolved as Agnes playfully pinches Mabel's cheeks. Thor observes them with a gentle smile, remarking, "Well then." Her friend's playful mood continues as Mabel turns and declares that it is now Thor's turn. Winking, she suggests that he should give Agnes a squeeze as well, leaving Thor momentarily stunned by the proposal. She stammers in protest, her face flushing as she insists that Thor wouldn't like that sort of thing. But Mabel encourages her, explaining that since she can finally interact with people again, she should view this as an opportunity. Her friend's protest does little to deter Mabel, who turns her attention directly to Thor. With a knowing smile, she asks him if he dislikes the idea of hugging Agnes, prompting a flustered Agnes to question why Mabel is putting him on the spot. He considers the question, a slight blush on his face. Internally, he acknowledges that the question is rather underhanded before firmly stating aloud that he doesn't dislike the idea at all. His direct answer leaves both him and Agnes frozen in a moment of shared embarrassment, their faces bright red and speechless. She looks down, her mind racing with the thought that hugging him like this is strange, especially since she isn't wearing anything underneath her uniform. The awkward silence is shattered by a booming voice shouting her name, Agnes. The voice belongs to Flame General Reizenga, who strides purposefully through a doorway. He had been wondering where she'd gone, and upon realizing he was at the bathhouse, concluded the salamanders there would know her whereabouts. He bursts into the room with a hearty laugh, his eyes landing on the group. "Oh," he exclaims with delight. "So this is where you were, my dot." Mabel stands defiantly between Thor and General Reizenga, her arms spread wide in a protective gesture. The general's face is a mask of disbelief and fury, sweat dripping from his brow as he stares at the scene before him. Thor attempts to explain, stammering that there's a lot going on, but Reizenga's expression hardens. He cuts the young man off, his voice low and dangerous as he demands to know what, precisely, he is doing. The general's rage consumes him, his face becoming a terrifying visage of shadow and fury. He roars, demanding to know what is being done to his daughter. From below, the Demon King Lookier desperately pleads for him to wait. Mabel, however, refuses to yield, declaring firmly that she will not move because Thor is her master. Lookier cries out to her father in alarm, but Reizenga is beyond reason. He bellows that he will drag Thor to his territory and make him pay for laying hands on his daughter. As Thor makes one last attempt to be heard, the general issues a chilling ultimatum. If he speaks another word, his mouth will be gone. At that moment, the armored knight Agnes lunges forward, sword flashing. She moves with incredible speed, but Thor realizes with dawning horror that the general is even faster. He understands that Mabel won't be able to react in time. His mind flashes back to a conversation with Mabel. He had asked what kind of person the general was. She had explained that he was a very doting father, but also a legendary warrior, strong enough to have once thrust his flaming spear through a horde of 100 soldiers. And now, in the present, that very same legendary warrior's arm sweeps down with terrifying force. Reizenga's armored fist smashes into the ground, shattering the stone floor with a deafening crash. The blow is stopped. Mabel stands resolute, her arms crossed to block the attack. Her eyes are dark and vacant as she effortlessly holds back the general's immense power, the ground around her feet fractured from the sheer impact. With the general's attack halted by her impossible strength, his daughter Lookier's expression hardened. She implored her father to listen to what Thor had to say. Nearby, Thor could only stare in disbelief, his mind reeling from the fact that he had been stopped by Mabel. The sudden display of power sent a shockwave through everyone present. Lookier's composure broke, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her father, General Reizenga, roared out a name in confusion. Agnes. As he did, an immense power-up was registered. A fire attribute granted a massive 250% boost to vitality, its excess energy converting into ground, metal, water, and wood magic, each providing its own 250% enhancement to stability, steadiness, flexibility, and vigor respectively. This overwhelming power manifested as dark, flame-like tendrils that completely ensnared the Flame General. He strained against the bonds, realizing with a grunt of frustration that he could not break free. Across from him, Mabel stood serenely, a small, glowing orb of light held between her hands. Seeing this, Lookier cried out in alarm, mistaking the maid for someone else entirely. "Agnes," she called. "What happened to you?" The Flame General Reizenga stares in disbelief at the woman before him. "Agnes," he shouts, questioning how she got free. The woman, Agnes, now unburdened by her armor and clad in a maid's uniform, looks on with glowing amber eyes. A profound alchemical change has occurred within her. Her fire attribute now grants her a massive boost to vitality, and any excess energy is converted into the power of other elements, cyclically enhancing her strength, stability, steadfastness, flexibility, and life force. From behind her, Thor steps forward, explaining with conviction. Lord Thor gave his all for Agnes. His declaration only confuses Reizinga further. The general notes with shock that Agnes isn't wearing any armor, just normal clothes. He realizes aloud that it is because of Thor that she is now able to dress this way. The general's eyes narrow with suspicion. I see you. You fooled Agnes and let her wear clothes. He accuses. Thor, unfazed, calmly offers to explain while he has the chance, stating that as an alchemist, he listened to Agnes' situation and devised a solution. He is cut short by Reizinga's furious outburst. The general has twisted the explanation into a perverse fantasy, roaring that Thor must have planned to tell Agnes the clothes were flame-proof only to watch them burn away, leaving her naked. You filthy pervert, he bellows, declaring his patience has reached its limit. With a command to behold, Reizinga unleashes his power. A massive column of fire erupts around him as he channels his storage of flame. This is the Flame General's blaze, he roars. If you fear its power, be still and listen. But his blaze behaves unexpectedly. The torrent of fire is drawn away from him, swirling into a vortex that is absorbed by Thor, who stands with his arms outstretched. My flame! Reizinga cries out in shock, demanding, what on earth are you? He meets the general's frantic gaze with a calm, steady expression. I'm the alchemist who serves under the demon lord, Thor states plainly. He turns his back on the stunned general and continues his explanation. His goal, he says, is to solve the problems ailing the people of the demon realm so they can live comfortably, and fixing Agnes' magic was simply part of that. He asks Lord Reizinga to at least hear him out. As he speaks, Reizinga clutches his chest, groaning in pain, prompting a nearby Mabel to cry out his name in concern. His plea falls on deaf ears. Reizinga's face is a mask of pure rage, his eyes glowing white. You're coming with me. Talking can wait, he snarls. In a sudden move, he lunges past Thor and seizes Agnes, his action predicated on some urgent notice. Thor's hand flies up in shock, too late to intervene. The Flame General drags the armored Agnes along with overwhelming force, his face a grim shadow from which his eyes burn with intensity. He moves with a purpose that sends cracks through the very ground beneath his feet. His path is suddenly blocked by the Demon King, Look here, who demands he let them be, addressing him as father. Reizinga's face contorts in anguish as he pleads with her to let him go, insisting his actions are for her sake. He warns her that if this continues, he'll be forced to unleash his full power. Before the imposing flame, General Reizinga, Mabel stands her ground. The sheer force of their confrontation has shattered the earth around them, yet she remains steadfast against his overwhelming presence. The display of power sends shockwaves through the onlookers. Both Thor and Demon King Lookir stare, their faces etched with astonishment at the scene unfolding. Even Reizinga is caught completely off guard. A pained grimace twists his features as he struggles against an invisible, binding force. He bellows in disbelief, demanding to know the origin of this immense power that has managed to immobilize him. The general speculates that the flames must be born from a surge of emotion. Indeed, Agnes is enraged, but she clarifies that she is channeling her overflowing magic. Mabel adds that it was thanks to Thor that Agnes was able to grow. Thor watches, a sudden understanding dawning on him. He realizes Mabel has channeled all of Agnes' energy into her pendant and is now drawing upon it, amplifying her own life force to many times its normal level. This surge of power manifests as a brilliant white energy, which Mabel uses to physically seize the Flame General, halting his movements entirely. As Reizinga strains against his bonds, Agnes declares that her flames were never meant to harm anyone. With the power she received from Thor, she can finally protect those who are important to her. She continues, explaining that Thor told her that by calling on the name of this flame, she would be able to help people. A notice confirms her vitality is at 100%. Agnes shouts in disbelief at her own words as Mabel holds Reizinga fast. A new system alert appears. Due to her being a fire-type user, a 400% vitality boost has been gained. She effortlessly holds the massive Flame General above her head, demanding that he apologize to Lord Thor. As Thor calls her name, she simply affirms her actions. The general, still suspended in her grip, desperately pleads for a chance to explain, swearing on his name that he will apologize. Meanwhile, Agnes remarks to Thor and Mabel that she's heard fables of heroes lifting dragons, but always found them hard to believe. In the distance, Reizinga's cries for Agnes to release him echo from the castle. She explains that, for her sake, Lord Thor created an item capable of suppressing flame. The once mighty Reizinga now sits defeated on the floor, his power completely neutralized. She then presents the item itself, a glowing pendant. The sight of it causes the Flame General to break into a cold sweat, his disbelief palpable. Holding it forward, she reveals its name, the Vitality Pendant. She clarifies that it's the device that suppresses her fire magic and converts it into other types of magic. Because of this conversion, she continues, she is now able to wear the same kind of clothing as Mabel. The revelation stuns Reizinga, who can only stammer in confusion. She turns to Thor, her cheeks flushed, seeking confirmation. He smiles warmly and assures her that it is indeed true, addressing her as Lord Shogun. His confirmation overwhelms her with joy. She declares that thanks to the pendant, her dream of wearing cute clothing has come true, and she asks what he did when she expressed this wish. The Flame General, however, is lost in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. He mutters to himself, questioning what he could have possibly done. His confusion is interrupted as Agnes, in a sudden and powerful display of remorse, slams her head to the ground, shattering the floor as she bellows an apology. Thor and Mabel can only watch, startled by the intensity of her gesture. He was stunned to see the formidable general weeping. Reizenga, head bowed to the floor, declared Thor a truly good person, expressing profound shame for having misjudged someone who was only trying to help Agnes. He was moved that someone besides himself would go to such lengths for his daughter. He watched the man cry, realizing that this was a true father's devotion. Reizenga hadn't even been afraid of being harmed, driven solely by his concern for Agnes. The general's fist tightened with self-reproach. He lamented that even with a grand title like Flame Shogun, his eyes had been so clouded that he was unable to judge people for who they truly were. Beside him, Agnes, now without her helmet, looked up at her father, relieved that they had finally reached an understanding. His declaration was swift and severe. Believing them useless, Reizenga announced his intention to destroy his own eyes as penance. Agnes cried out in alarm, shouting for her father to stop. Before Reizenga could act, Thor lunged forward, seizing the general's wrist. He yelled for him to stop, insisting that destroying his own eyes was going too far. His grip held firm, halting the massive man. Thor explained that since he would be staying in the demon territory from now on, he didn't want to have to worry about such a grim sight whenever he saw Reizenga's face. Having calmed down, Reizenga, now wearing dark glasses, asked to be included in Thor's future activities with Agnes, feeling terrible about the misunderstanding. He also offered to pay for the item Thor had created for her, asking him to name his price. Thor paused, considering the question. As Thor considered the offer of payment, his thoughts shifted to the broader implications of his new role within the demon realm, symbolized by the imposing castle in the distance. His thoughts clarified into a proposal. Instead of money, he asked if Reizenga was aware that Agnes's condition actually improved when she ignited her flames, and that wearing clothes would naturally be uncomfortable for her in that state. Reizenga readily accepted the condition, promising to report his blunders to the Demon King. Thor advised that for now, it was enough to simply build a normal connection with his daughter. Observing this, Demon King Lukier remarked that Reizenga was a good father, unlike her own who used children as hostages. A strange feeling stirred within her, a pang of jealousy. Within the Demon King's territory lies a desolate mining zone, a landscape of stark, jagged rock under a cloudy sky. Deep within its shadows, a monstrous, multi-limbed creature scuttles forward, its form a terrifying silhouette against the gloom. The crunch of boots on the dusty ground signals the arrival of a new group, marching into the dangerous territory. They are a band of rugged mercenaries, led by a large, bald warrior with a massive axe slung over his shoulder, all of them wearing expressions of greedy confidence. One of his men, a man with an eye patch, voices his concern, reminding his boss that this land is rumored to be home to dangerous demons and the Flame General. The leader dismisses the warning with a roar, proclaiming that there's treasure buried here beyond the comprehension of demihumans, and their job is to seize it. He grips his axe tightly, a wide grin spreading across his face as he boasts that he knows nothing of a Flame General or demons, but promises that anything foolish enough to stand in their way will be cut in half. His bold declaration ignites the spirits of his men, who erupt in a cacophony of boisterous cheers. Suddenly, the leader's cheering stops. He looks up, startled, as a droplet of liquid splashes onto his cheek. As his men praise his sharp senses, the colossal shadow of the spider creature looms over them all. He lets out a guttural scream of agony, not from a large beast, but from a swarm of its smaller spawn that have descended upon him, crawling over his body and biting into his flesh. He was torn apart, his body obliterated by the swarming creatures in a spray of gore. His men could only watch in horror as a colossal spider, the source of the swarm, let out a piercing squeal. Panic erupted in their ranks. One shouted for the others to run, while another stared, paralyzed, questioning what manner of giant beast stood before them. Before they could scatter, a new, even more terrifying presence descended upon them. The Flame General, Reizenga, appeared from the shadows, his immense form wreathed in fire as he brought a massive weapon down with devastating force. The impact was absolute. The remaining mercenaries were crushed instantly, their bodies scattered amidst the dust and rubble. Their brief and arrogant expedition brought to a brutal end. As the dust settled on the silent carnage, a lone, small spider scurried away from the scene, its purpose fulfilled. Far from the bloody scene in the mines, Thor stood overlooking the Demon King's castle, a small, controlled flame dancing in the palm of his hand. His attention, however, was focused on a different object. He examined a dark, cubic stone, recognizing it as a space element stone given to him by Agnes. As he appraised the meteoric iron, a new understanding flooded his mind. He had successfully awakened the space element, gaining the ability to imbue his creations with its power. He smiled, a sense of profound gratitude washing over him. He reflected that since arriving in the Demon Lord's territory, his abilities had expanded dramatically. He had mastered the elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water from the other world, and now he had access to space as well. He knew he would have learned nothing if he had remained in the Empire, and silently thanked Her Majesty for providing him with the materials and the place to grow. With time to spare, he recalled that the Demon Lord had mentioned something she wanted to show him. Deciding to be productive until then, he turned his attention to the cluttered storage room next door, intending to clean it up. He opened the door, and his eyes widened in amazement. The room was a veritable treasure mountain, piled high with countless fascinating items. As he marveled at the collection, a pair of eyes watched him from the side, unseen. He paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. His attention was immediately captured by a magnificent blade resting among the treasures. He recognized it as a magic sword, realizing with a jolt that it looked exactly like the one wielded by the statue of the first Demon Lord. Turning from the sword, he called out towards the entrance of the room, asking if Her Majesty was there and inviting her to come in. The Demon Lord Lookier stood just outside, her expression hardening as she observed him. She thought to herself that something was not right, something she could only see when she looked at him carefully. Demon King Lookier models a new black dress for Thor, asking for his opinion and mentioning she might wear it to an upcoming party. Thor smiles warmly, assuring her that it suits her well, though he addresses her formally as Your Majesty Demon King. Her expression sours slightly. She acknowledges that she looks good, but reminds him that as a friend who shares a secret with him, she dislikes being addressed with such a formal title. She then adopts a playfully tyrannical demeanor, reasoning that since the Demon King is meant to be a tyrant in the Empire, she is allowed to be selfish. With a confident smile, she issues a command. If he truly considers her a friend, he must call her by her name, Lucia. He seems momentarily surprised, questioning if it would be better to keep their familiarity a secret until the party. However, he quickly yields with a gentle smile, obediently agreeing, I understand, Lucissima. Hearing her name used so directly, Lucia blushes deeply, her composure breaking. She thinks to herself that if this is what he thinks she'll like, she can't take it anymore. Her reaction catches him off guard, and a faint blush appears on his own cheeks as he stammers internally, thinking how cute she is. Breaking the tender moment, Lucia changes the subject, asking what he has been up to. She explains that while cleaning the workshop, she found something. She presents an ornate sword, asking for his opinion on it. Thor looks at it intently, noting that its length doesn't match the sword held by the statue they've seen before. He lifts the weapon for a closer inspection. He theorizes that it was an attempt to recreate a lost magic sword, but the creator failed to match the original and abandoned the project. He identifies the material as simple iron, concluding it must be a prototype. To prove his point, he shows that the blade is crushed and cannot cut, declaring it a failed product. Lucia, however, is not disappointed. She looks on with admiration, impressed by his correct assessment. As he examined the failed prototype, Lookier explained its history. She recounted that during her grandfather's era, there was a plan to revive a legendary magic sword, a joint effort between an elf and a dwarf. However, when she tested the resulting blade, she found its additional strength was minimal. Following her explanation, she asked if she could keep the sword as proof of their interaction. Thor, taken aback, questioned why she would even ask, reminding her that it was her own workshop. He then formally presented the sword to her on a tray, addressing her respectfully as Lucia-sama. She accepted with a pleased smile. His mind racing with possibility, he suddenly asked for permission to create a genuine magic sword based on the flawed replica. Lookier stared back, stunned by his bold proposal. He confessed that one of his dreams was to forge a weapon that could surpass the holy swords of the Empire. However, he admitted that since he possessed no fighting skills himself, creating such a blade for his own use would be a waste of materials. This, he explained, was precisely why he wanted to create a great magic sword for her. He had heard from the general that she was planning to defeat the beast soon, and he hoped she could wield his creation in that battle. Her expression softened, and she thanked him, admitting his sentiment made her happy. A flustered Thor asked if his information was correct, but she clarified that while she appreciated the offer, a magic sword was not what she needed for the upcoming task. She elaborated on her strategy, stating that what they truly required were items that could attack the beast from a safe distance. She preferred support items that anyone could use over specialized weapons. The idea began to form in Thor's mind. Combat support items. A spark of inspiration lit his eyes. Clenching his fist with renewed purpose, he declared that he understood and would immediately see if such a thing could be done. Without another moment's hesitation, he announced his departure and sprinted out of the room. Lookier watched him go with an amused wink, remarking to herself that he certainly wasn't one to be idle. The world is home to creatures known as demon beasts. Unable to communicate, they indiscriminately attack humans, semi-humans, and even demons. Their forms are varied, ranging from beasts to giant insects and lizards. In search of a countermeasure, a book is opened, its pages filled with diagrams and text detailing various items. Mabel, observing the research, asks Thor what item he intends to make. He explains that he is looking for something to defeat the demon beasts, expressing a slight disappointment that he cannot forge a sword for Lady Lucia. He advises Mabel not to get carried away by the possibilities. His search concludes as he points decisively at an entry in the book. With a look of determination, he announces his plan to create the selected item, catching Mabel by surprise. She peers at the page, unable to decipher the letters. She can, however, make out the illustration, a black cylinder with a glossy surface, featuring a transparent sheet attached to its tip. He confirms that it is a special tool for defeating demon beasts. Impressed, Mabel remarks on how cool it is. Thor then asks for her assistance in creating it, and she readily agrees. Thor begins the process, activating his super alchemy. He reasons that to create a focused beam of light, he first needs a magic stone of light. To prevent the light from scattering, he must surround it with the power of a magic stone of darkness, forcing it into a single, straight path. He then incorporates wind elements into the design. He theorizes that since the concept of wind also implies circulation and carrying things away, it should help propel the light even further. With his eyes closed, he concentrates intensely. He understands that the slightest lapse in focus will cause the mental image of the object to dissipate. He visualizes a line of light, wrapped in darkness, extending straight and far. Activating his super alchemy once more, the item materializes before him, a glowing cylinder. He observes that it seems much larger than what was depicted in the order catalog, questioning if the size difference will be an issue. The newly created device is identified as a laser pointer. It functions by using the magical power of light, darkness, and wind to create a compressed, straight-flowing beam of magical energy. It requires magic stones of light and darkness, which must be replaced every 3 months. The device is highly durable, resistant to all but magically enhanced weapons, and features a crucial security measure. It cannot be used against humans, demons, or semi-humans. He proudly announced his success, declaring it to be the laser pointer of the brave world. Mabel, looking at the large cylindrical object, asked what kind of ability it possessed. In response, he presented her with the catalog page, complete with a translation memo, so she could see for herself. The catalog described the laser pointer as an essential item for presentations, a bestseller especially recommended for teachers. It promised the ability to transmit instructions to a target with precision, calming one's surroundings. The advertisement boasted that its beam could reach distant mountains and was effective at scaring away annoying creatures. Thor admitted that while he didn't know what a presentation was, he was certain it was a great article. Mabel, however, looked at him with a slight pout, remarking that the description seemed perfectly clear to her. She pressed him for an explanation, quoting the catalog, specially recommended for teachers, capable of transmitting to the target with precision. She looked at him expectantly, asking what that could possibly mean. He offered a military interpretation. To him, transmitting instructions meant a commander could precisely indicate to his soldiers which enemy to defeat. The phrase, "your surroundings will become calm," he reasoned, meant that the designated enemy would fall quickly and silently. Continuing his analysis, he pointed to another line in the catalog. The warning, "never use on humans," he deduced, must mean the device was specifically made to defeat demon beasts. He further theorized that the mention of competition results implied that defeating beasts was a form of contest for the heroes of that other world. Her eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. Mabel realized that the heroes were competing to see who could defeat the most beasts. With a surge of insight, she declared that a presentation must be the term for this competition to defeat beasts. He smiled, impressed by her deduction. As expected of Mabel, "You understood," he praised. She modestly replied that it was only thanks to his help. Building on their shared understanding, he explained the weapon's strategic value. Since it had only been used to defeat beasts, there were likely no records of its use against demons or demihumans. He pointed to an illustration of a hero attacking from afar, noting that a weapon that can strike from the other side of a mountain would prevent beasts from ever getting close. He then urged Mabel to look closely at the image. He stared at the catalog image, recognizing the simple silhouette of the bird beast. It was the same annoying creature from the presentations. There was no doubt in his mind that this seemingly simple drawing represented an embodiment of fear. The memory sent a bead of sweat down his temple. In a world of brave heroes, the laser pointer was a terrifying object, a tool that extended the range of magic so dramatically that a single powerful device could alter the course of a war. Its destructive capability was immense. He recalled the chilling context of its use, a terrifying presentation. In his mind's eye, a man with a sinister smile loomed behind him and a concerned Mabel, demonstrating the device's power with unnerving confidence. Shaking off the memory, Thor held the newly crafted item. He confirmed that it was perfect for examining beasts and, with a resolute yes, decided it was time to give it a go. Thor and Mabel observe a tense debriefing where demi-human soldiers argue about a failed engagement. A Minotaur complains that their units were too far apart, leaving him terrified, while an elf soldier retorts that Minotaurs have it easy compared to elves who feel pain. The elf insists the vanguard should have prevented the enemy from reaching them, but the Minotaur fires back that he was the one closest to the danger. Thor quietly remarks to Mabel that they need to attack together, but that she should protect the rear since he is in danger. The elf continues his explanation, stating that the demonic beast Gardurasa is a giant arachnid accompanied by a massive swarm of smaller monsters. He argues that he cannot possibly attack if his rear flank isn't properly supported. This beast, Gardurasa, is known for its ability to summon reinforcements. Even when it appears alone, countless smaller monsters soon emerge from all directions to overwhelm its foes. A simple diagram illustrates their flawed strategy. The Minotaur vanguard pretended to attack the beast directly, while the elf support unit remained far behind, supposedly away from the danger. Thor turns to Mabel, confirming that this tactical issue is what the soldiers were arguing about. He identifies the core problem. As the vanguard engages the main beast, the smaller monsters swarm the support unit. In this formation, the elf is neither safe nor far enough away to be effective. The scene shifts to a long, training causeway. Mabel points toward a distant target, noting that the line marks the regular range of a spell and that hitting it from their current position would be difficult. Thor confirms her observation. Holding a cylindrical device, Thor states that the goal is to hit the center of the target. With everything in place, he announces the beginning of the test. His expression is one of focused determination. He declares his intent to see if the effective range of a spell can be improved with what he calls a laser pointer. Thor aims the device, and a small red that appears on the bullseye of the distant target. He instructs Mabel to cast her spell while focusing on the light. She understands immediately and unleashes an icicle arrow, which flies true and strikes the exact center. He shouts in amazement, impressed with Mabel's shot. She, however, is utterly bewildered, admitting she doesn't understand how it worked, only that she hit the target. Thrilled by the successful experiment, Thor eagerly suggests they try again from even farther away. He confirms their success, noting that Mabel achieved a hit from 1.5 times the spell's normal limit. Pushing the experiment further, he instructs her to double the distance. Once again, the spell strikes the target perfectly. Meanwhile, on a nearby road, two travelers are in the midst of a heated discussion. A large minotaur chides his elven companion, insisting that he fails to comprehend a basic principle. Spellcasting requires a precise, perfect distance to work. The minotaur continues his lecture with growing frustration, shouting that spells have a maximum range and that casters cannot be far from their objective. He declares that this is why elves are meant to stay at the rear of a fight, leaving his companion momentarily speechless. Their argument is interrupted as the elf notices activity in the distance, remarking that it appears someone is practicing spells. He muses that attempting to cast from such a range would be utter madness, and the Minotaur seems to agree. Suddenly, a strange glint of light from the distant training ground catches the elf's eye, piquing his curiosity. An instant later, a powerful magical projectile slams into a stone target directly in their path, shattering it on impact. The elf recoils, sweating in shock at the impossibly long-range attack. Far from the startled travelers, Thor calmly assesses the results. He confirms that they have managed to improve the spell's reach by at least 3.5 times, having exhausted the entire length of the training ground. He declares the experiment a success, but Mabel is utterly bewildered. She asks him how it is possible to hit the target when its established limit has been so drastically surpassed. Holding up the device, Thor explains that he has been hitting the exact same spot with every single spell. He theorizes that the spell was attracted by the residual flow of magic left behind by the laser pointer. He explains his theory to Mabel, clarifying that the laser pointer creates a magical connection between itself and the spotted targets. When linked with a spell, it effectively bonds the magic to that selected point. This bond then guides the spell along the newly created flow of magic, ensuring it reaches its destination. Watching from afar, the elf traveler remarks on the enormous power displayed. His minotaur companion, perched atop a pile of defeated monsters, cannot even imagine the danger that would necessitate such an item. Mabel agrees with the assessment, and Thor confirms with a grave expression that it is an item from the world of the powerful heroes. His thoughts turning to more practical matters, he suggests to Mabel that they should clean the training ground. He then approaches the two observers with a friendly smile, thanking them for the use of the space. The elf agrees it is time to leave, stating they should go show the item to Ohizamoto. Thor then asks if they intend to clean up themselves. The question catches the travelers completely by surprise. The elf begins to sweat while the Minotaur shakes his head in frantic denial. Seeing their panicked reaction, he decides it is best not to worry about it, though he privately wonders what they thought of his training. Mabel apologizes for the inconvenience, but the two observers remain speechless. After a moment, the Minotaur regains his composure and asks his companion what he was about to say earlier. The elf, looking pensive, explains that the maximum range of a spell had always been a problem, but it seems that is no longer the case. As they walk away, Mabel smiles and marvels at the fact that Thor is capable of constructing such incredible items. Meanwhile, the elf and Minotaur travelers stride purposefully through the grand, arched hallways of an imposing building. They arrive before a horned official with long hair, who turns to face them. So, he remarks, these are the two commanders. He held up a hand, a calm but firm gesture to halt the report. Wait a moment, he began, his voice steady. What are you talking about? The commander off-panel stammered a confirmation, stating that Thor and Mabel were now in the service of His Majesty, the Demon King. His composure wavered, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple as a wide, unnerving smile spread across his face. He pressed for more details, asking if they were truly using that in some kind of strange item. He insisted they tell him everything, as he had yet to hear the complete story. The story from the two commanders also reached the ears of Counselor Kurev, who learned of Thor's unrestrained use of peculiar items. His reaction was far from composed. With fury contorting his features, he bellowed across the capital, Thor Dano, Come here immediately and provide me an explanation. Within the Demon King's territory stands a grand, multi-spired castle, its architecture a blend of elegance and imposing strength. Inside one of its stately corridors, General Reizenga informs his daughter, Lucia, that he is about to have a meeting with the envoy from the Empire. Though he doesn't anticipate any problems, he asks her to remain aware of her surroundings. She calmly agrees. She places a hand on his arm, her expression turning serious. She implores her father to be respectful towards the representatives, to avoid misunderstandings, and to listen to what they have to say. The request visibly strains Reizenga, his face contorting with frustration. Her gaze intensifies, her plea becoming a firm demand. His expression softens into a fond smile. He remarks that her gaze is becoming more and more like that of his late wife. He assures Lucia that he fully understands the importance of treating the envoy with the utmost respect, noting that it is also the desire of His Majesty, the Demon King. He continues, explaining that defeating the demonic beasts is a critical negotiation for the future of both their territory and the Empire. He vows that he will not allow anything to cause a breakdown in relations, reminding her that he has made an Oath of the Flame Giant to his liege. This particular oath, the Oath of the Flame Giant, holds two distinct meanings. The first meaning applies when one pledges before their liege. To break such an oath is to willingly sacrifice one's own life. The second meaning is for when the oath is spoken to a person one holds deep feelings for. In that context, it signifies the offering of one's body and soul, a sentiment that will burn eternally with the flame of their life. A memory surfaces. A younger Reizenga stands beside his wife. He recalls that despite the difference in the meaning of their oaths, they pledged their vows on the same day. She smiles gently, replying that it's because they are family. Back in the present, his hand clenches into a tight fist. The memory of his attempt to intimidate Thor and force him to listen sends a sudden chill down his spine. Right now, he could only focus on the task at hand. He resolved internally to be an adult who would not be a source of shame in their presence as he strode purposefully down a long, columned hall. His walk concluded before a set of ornate double doors, where a maid informed him that the envoy was waiting inside. He gave a quiet affirmation, readying himself to enter. Inside, a stout man in formal robes greeted him, introducing himself as Marquis Gra, the Frontier Lord, and expressing his honor at meeting the famed General Reizenga of the Flame. Reizenga returned the introduction, stating he was entrusted by the Demon King with the territory near the border. The Marquis smiled, remarking that he had heard of the general's great reputation, particularly the impressive story of how he single-handedly swept away the demonic beasts in the Demon King's domain. Reizenga modestly dismissed it as an old, embarrassing tale. Gardurasa observed him, thinking to himself that the rumors of a fiercely aggressive and arrogant man were proving to be unexpected. Setting aside such thoughts, Reizenga declared it was time to proceed with the negotiation, asking to first review the document regarding the demon beast subjugation. As they settled the terms, the Marquis confirmed the Empire was willing to provide 100 to 200 soldiers for the subjugation of the demonic beast known as Gargantuolissa. Reizenga agreed, noting the beast had many subordinates and that their cooperation was appreciated. Gardurasa then shifted the topic to compensation. He leaned forward with an ingratiating smile, asking if it would be possible to extend the period for receiving the silver payment. Instead of 1 year, he proposed a term of 4 years, suggesting it would be greatly appreciated. Reizenga's expression remained firm as he explained that he had already informed the Demon King of a 1-year duration. Unfazed, the Marquis countered with a new proposal, that the general personally handle the transfer of silver from the Empire, allowing them to express their gratitude directly to him. The general's eyes widened. He demanded to know if Gardurasa was suggesting he deceive the Demon King. The Marquis calmly denied it, reframing the idea as a simple recommendation for the general to establish friendly relations with the Empire. He then added, with sinister implication, that when reporting mining output, calculation errors can occasionally occur. He listened as Marquis Gra laid out the initial terms of the bribe. The envoy suggested that in such cases, it would be appropriate to send a small quantity of the silver to the Empire. With a conspiratorial wink, he added that this would gain the general a strong ally. The general remained unconvinced, stating his doubt that Gardurasa was a trustworthy individual. The Marquis simply smiled, dismissing the concern as perfectly natural. He insisted that backroom dealings should always be approached with caution and that it was normal to have doubts. In response to this hesitation, the Marquis declared he had a great idea. He then asked if Reizenga was familiar with a certain Thordano. The general's expression hardened, his suspicion growing. He leaned forward, revealing his true plan. In the event their dealings were exposed, they would hold Thordano responsible and let him take care of everything. The spectral image of Duke Regis appeared behind him, offering a sinister wink of approval. The general could only stare, utterly baffled by the sheer audacity of the proposal. Undeterred, the envoy elaborated with a grotesque grin. They would fabricate a story that the general had been deceived and the documents tampered with. The official narrative would be that Thor embezzled the silver for his own undercover operations, ensuring the general would face no blame. He threw his arms wide, triumphantly asking if it wasn't a good idea. He declared that Thor would serve both the Empire and the general with his very life. His voice rose with fervor as he called Thor useless trash, who could finally be helpful to their alliance. With his scapegoat, he assured Reizenga, the general's safety would be guaranteed, allowing them to build a relationship of harmony. He even twisted Thor's own polite words against him, recalling the young man's hope for future cooperation. A sharp crack echoed as Reizenga's fist tightened, crushing the metal cup he held. Steam hissed from the crumpled remains. With his face shadowed, he asked in a low, dangerous voice if this plan to shift all blame to Thor was solely the Marquis's idea. The Marquis casually replied that it wasn't just his proposal, but also that of Duke Regis, Thor's father. Reizenga cut him off, clarifying that he wasn't asking about the Duke. His question was direct. Was the Emperor aware of this matter? Gura scoffed, picking at his teeth, and stated that serving the Empire was a noble's duty, and there was no need to report every minor detail to His Majesty. He nervously stammers, asking General Reizenga about the response to the backroom dealings. The general, his back still turned, states that this is good, as it means he can avoid despising the Empire itself. That momentary relief shatters. Reizenga whirls around, his face contorted into a monstrous visage of pure rage, and commands the Marquis to shut his mouth and not say another word. He bellows that deceiving the Demon King is a grave sin, but now they want to use Thor, his benefactor, and push all the blame onto him. Reizenga declares that Thor is his friend, and the one he has chosen to be his daughter's husband, demanding Gura cut the nonsense. The Marquis can only stare in utter shock, his mind reeling as he processes the words. Friend? Husband? To his daughter? The revelation leaves him aghast. He desperately tries to argue that accepting the proposal would benefit the general as well, but Reizenga is finished with discussion. He declares that it's clear they cannot have a conversation, and that he will personally inform the Emperor of this matter through a formal letter. With a final, thunderous roar, he orders Gura to get out. The force of his voice seems to physically buffet the Marquis, who flinches back in pain and terror, his teeth gritted and his entire form radiating heat and fury. He snarls that he has no desire to speak with despicable people and warns Gura to never show his face in front of him again. The Marquis is sent tumbling out of the room, landing hard on the floor outside. Dazed and confused, he looks back, wondering why things turn out this way and calling out for his father. In the doorway stands Duke Regis, his expression cold and severe. Beside him, his daughter Lukier looks on with concern, asking what happened. The Duke simply states, I too. His thought trails off as he looks out over a distant landscape, a silent acknowledgement that he, like Gura, still has much to learn. Within the rugged mountains lies the vast and imposing territory of the Demon Lord. A few days later, Prime Minister Curve stands before Demon King Lukier, presenting a document. He reports that it contains all information from General Reizengar regarding the actions of Marquis Galua in the borderlands. The report details that everything Galua attempted to do to Thor was also documented. The Marquis had tempted miners to divert silver from the mines, and in return, the Empire had offered Reizengar military cooperation. Lukier's expression hardens as she processes the news. Elsewhere, Demon King Rookie Everguard clenches his fist, his form wreathed in a dark aura. He had not expected events to unfold in such a manner. He is confronted by Lukier, who presents him with an official letter from the Dalgaria Empire. She explains that the letter states the proposal was merely the action of some rogue border lords and does not represent the will of the Empire as a whole. Rookie sighs heavily, covering his face in frustration. Lukier clarifies that the proposal in question was the plan to use Lord Thor. The truth is laid bare. The Empire sent Thor to the Demon Lord's territory as a human sacrifice, a hostage. The realization strikes Rookie with force. Lukier, too, is overcome with emotion, hiding her face in her hand. She laments that she never imagined he was being treated so cruelly. Rookie offers to speak to Lord Thor, but she refuses, insisting that as his alchemist, she will be the one to tell him everything. However, Rookie declares that this is his responsibility. He was the one who permitted the mine's development and allowed the negotiations with the Empire to proceed. Therefore, he asserts, he must be the one to take responsibility for the results. Lukier quietly agrees. Rookie acknowledges that this will be very painful news for Thor to hear. He reveals he was already on his way to visit Thor's room and will tell him that. As he departs, Lukier reflects on her gratitude toward Lord Thor. She admits to herself that she was able to fully believe the general's report was factual only because of General Reizenga's Oath of the Flame. She listens as Demon King Rookie Everguard confirms her fears, explaining that the Flamed General hid nothing and revealed the entire, unvarnished truth. Prime Minister Curve elaborates on the situation, noting the inherent gap in trust that would have existed between their side and the general. He remarks on the ingenuity of the conspiracy, stating that if the general had concealed even a fraction of the truth, his report would have been dismissed entirely. He continues, his voice firm with conviction, declaring that it was Lord Thor who ultimately enabled the general's oath. As Prime Minister, Kerr feels a deep sense of indebtedness and vows to do everything in his power to fulfill any desire Thor might have. Demon King Rookie Everguard considers the Prime Minister's words, posing a hypothetical question. What would he do if Thor, upon hearing this, were to ask for a mountain of magic items? After a moment, the Demon King accepts Curve's sentiment, thanking him and promising to convey his feelings. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Thor remains blissfully unaware of the heavy discussions concerning him. He sits at a table with Mabel, laughing and enjoying a pleasant afternoon tea as Demon King Lookyer watches them from a distance. Thor cheerfully explains to his maid, Mabel, that he was harshly interrogated by Curve Sand. He adds that an item from the hero's world, a laser pointer, seems to greatly increase the range of magic, which delights Mabel. Across from them, Demon King Lucy listens with a strained expression, realizing she has something she must tell him. Her resolve firms as she chews on a pastry. She knows she must inform Thor about what truly transpired during the negotiations with the Empire. The weight of the information presses on her. The secret dealings proposed by Thor's own father, a treacherous plan designed to bury Thor himself along with all the crimes committed in darkness. She steels herself, deciding to speak after she finishes her tea and pastry. She wrestles with her duty. The masked demon lord would have had no trouble delivering such news, but she finds it too painful to discuss what Thor's father did in such a pleasant setting. Yet, she recalls how Thor once spoke of his own life so openly. Believing she can do the same, she takes a steadying sip of tea and finally addresses him. He looks up from his cup, asking what is on her mind. Lucy begins, explaining that she has something to tell him about the negotiations with the Empire that took place at Reizinga's estate. She tries to downplay it, claiming there were just some minor troubles, but her pained expression betrays her words. He presses her, asking what she means by strange. Flustered, she elaborates that during the talks, one of the Empire's Margraves proposed something incredibly odd. Her composure breaks as she admits with a strained smile, yes, it was bad. The story spills out in a rush. She recounts how a foolish noble attempted to orchestrate a secret deal, planning to use Reizinga to smuggle silver. Mabel, listening nearby, looks on in shock. She continues, her knuckles white as she grips the table. The noble's plan was to establish a secret cooperative relationship with Reizinga, even including a provision for what to do if the demon lord were to discover their plot. As she speaks, her body suddenly seizes up. Thor and Mabel leap from their seats in alarm, shouting her name and asking what has happened. He and Mabel stood in stunned silence, unsure why they were so surprised as tears began to fall before them. The tears belonged to Demon King Lucy, whose face was a mask of sorrow. A soft, pained sound escaped her lips as she looked at him. Her words, choked with emotion, struck Thor with shocking force. She struggled to explain that they had tried to blame him, to erase him entirely. As his mind reeled, she finally managed to name the culprit. The one behind it all, she sobbed, was the Margrave. Putting it plainly, she confirmed they had tried to kill him. The weight of the revelation overwhelmed her completely. She broke down into a wailing tantrum, flailing her arms. Thor, taken aback by the outburst, rushed to her side, pleading for her to calm down. In the quiet aftermath, the central figures sat silhouetted around a table, the question of what had just transpired hanging heavy in the air. Demon King Lookyer's composure broke, tears welling in her eyes as she expressed her disbelief. She found it inconceivable that Duke Regis, Thor's own father, would not only exile him as a human sacrifice, but then also attempt to use her. Thor, however, looked down with a sad resignation, assuring her that he understood. It was exactly the kind of action his father would take. He gently squeezed her hand, a silent gesture of comfort. Internally, he lamented how much telling her the truth must have saddened her. He had felt so sorry for her, lost in his own indecision about what to do. She continued to question the motive, wondering why his father would go to such lengths when simply exiling him should have been sufficient. Flustered by her display of emotion, Thor blushed and told her to be quiet, admitting it was embarrassing to have her cry on his behalf. His attempt to deflect was interrupted by Mabel, who calmly posed a more specific question. Why would the Duke try to use Lookier by framing her? Thor turned his gaze downward, contemplating the answer. He explained that the reason lay with the fundamental policies of the Empire. Lookier looked back at him, puzzled by the connection. Thor elaborated, reminding them that the Dergalia Empire values military strength above all else. He confirmed that Duke Regis is a strong warrior, but also revealed that his own grandfather was known as the Sword Saint, a master swordsman. Tragically, in his old age, his grandfather developed a love for alcohol and was killed by bandits while drunk. He admitted that he was very young when it happened and doesn't remember it well, but the event left a lasting impression on him as a child. Mabel's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. This childhood memory shaped his entire worldview. He came to believe that no matter how strong one becomes, a single moment of weakness can lead to ruin. Furthermore, the stronger you are, the more you attract challengers seeking to make a name for themselves. Concluding that the pursuit of ultimate strength was meaningless, he decided instead to use his alchemy skills to improve people's lives. He finished his story with a final, critical detail. Duke Regis would never permit such a way of thinking. As the image of his father's stern disapproval flashed through his mind, both Mabel and Lookier smiled warmly. Mabel noted that this philosophy was perfectly in character for Thor, and Lookier silently agreed. As he continued his explanation, Thor described how the people of the Empire strive to emulate their founding hero. He clarified that because they can never truly match that legendary existence, their methods for achieving their goals become increasingly extreme, utilizing any means necessary, be it power, fame, or tools. This reasoning did little to help Lookier understand why the Duke would try to sacrifice his own son. Thor admitted that he couldn't understand it either, and revealed that after this incident, he was fed up with the Regis family. He announced his decision to change his name, startling Mabel. He then made a formal declaration, stating that from that day forward, he would stop using the Regis family name. Instead, he would use his mother's surname, asking them to please call him Thor Cannon from now on. The new name was met with warm approval. Lookier repeated Thor Cannon with a smile, while Mabel, with her eyes closed, commented that it had a nice ring to it. He clarified that officially, as a hostage from the Empire, he would still have to use the name Regis within the Demon Lord's territory. However, he requested that when it was just the three of them, they use his mother's surname, a name he had also used while working in the Empire's offices. Both Lookier and Mabel cheerfully agreed. With that settled, Lookier turned to him, addressing him as Lucy-sama, and began to ask him something. She paused, however, suddenly aware that he was still holding her hand. With a slight blush, she pointed out that he could let go now. Thor quickly apologized and released his grip. He explained his impulsive action, confessing that he had felt very sad upon hearing about the cruel treatment she had endured. He regretted not being by her side at that time, and had taken her hand without thinking. His concern was appreciated, but Lookier's response caught him completely off guard. After he thanked her, she clarified with a deep blush that she hadn't meant for him to let go entirely. She had simply wanted to sleep while holding hands. The innocent request left Thor stammering, struck by how cute she was. Before the moment could escalate, Mabel interjected with a firm reminder of protocol. She stated that Her Majesty could not stay overnight in Thor's room, as the floor containing her bedroom was off-limits to men. Lookier quietly conceded that she knew and was just voicing a thought. Thor retreats to his studies, the Demon Lord's request echoing in his mind, a method to hold hands while sleeping in separate rooms. He flips through a book, acknowledging to himself that she must know it's an impossible wish. Yet, a flicker of determination crosses his face. He is the Demon Lord's alchemist, and with that title comes a responsibility. He resolves to think of something, to find a solution no matter how improbable. He soon returns to Lookier, who is attended by Mabel, and presents his findings. He calls out to her, explaining that he has found something they could use. At his words, Lookier's face lights up with an astonished "oh." Having secured the Demon Lord's enthusiastic permission, Thor immediately began making the necessary preparations. With all the necessary components gathered, Mabel cheerfully announces to Thor that the preparations are complete. On the table lies a pure white sheet, a large pile of empty pea pod shells, and a single, empty magic stone, the materials needed to craft an item from the hero's world. He acknowledges her, stating that they will begin with the sheet. Both Lucy and Mabel watch on, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Placing his hands over the fabric, Thor activates his creative alchemy, initiating the process of material refining. A brilliant light flares from the sheet. The light subsides, leaving the sheet seemingly unchanged, yet fundamentally altered by the alchemical process. Lucy and Mabel gasp in surprise as the magic stone, now resting on the refined fabric, begins to glow and dissolve, sinking into the material as if it were water. Thor instructs Lucy to try imagining the fabric stretching. As she touches it, she marvels at how the magic stone is spreading thinly through the sheet, dissolving into it like melting ice. Amazed by the freely stretchable fabric, Lucy watches as Thor announces he will perform the same material refining on the pea pods. He then closes his eyes, focusing his mind and expanding the image diagram for the final touches. He visualizes the final design. The refined shells will form the inside, while the sheet will be the outside layer. He plans to imbue the sheet with empty magic stones to store power, add the water element for smoothness, and the wind element for good breathability. With the blueprint clear in his mind, Thor spreads his arms wide and once more invokes his creative alchemy, activating the final stage of the creation. The process yields a body pillow and a matching pillowcase. The pillow itself, imbued with water and wind elements, has a smooth, skin-like texture and can change its shape and temperature in response to the user's magic. The pillowcase shares these properties with an added light element that allows its surface color and pattern to be freely changed. Demon King Lucy stares at the newly crafted item with wide, sparkling eyes, declaring it to be amazing and incredible. Thor addresses her, getting her attention as her maid, Mabel, looks on. She turns to him, questioning how this pillow could possibly substitute for them holding hands while they sleep. With a sigh, Thor asks her to please read the product description again. The text explains that the latest model body pillow uses a magical new material to recreate the sensation of hugging a loved one, with fabric as soft as human skin and inner beads that allow it to be shaped freely. Lucy remains unconvinced, musing that while it mentions connecting with your beloved, it seems like a stretch to think it could connect them across separate rooms. Mabel, however, interjects, asking Her Majesty if she truly believes a body pillow from the hero's world would be the same as a normal one. Her maid elaborates, suggesting that items from the hero's world are so powerful because they are selective in who they are sold to, and that every word in code has a deeper meaning. Having laid out her theory, Mabel turns to Thor and asks for his view on the matter. He responds with absolute certainty, declaring that this body pillow can transform into a human shape. His astonishing claim renders both Lucy and Mabel speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Lucy shouts in disbelief, demanding to know what he just said. In response to her outburst, Thor calmly begins his explanation. He reminds Lucy of the legend about the summoned hero, who could freely change their appearance with a shape-shifting spell. He recounts how the hero infiltrated the demon lord's army and, upon discovery, transformed into a dragon. Clutching her head, Lucy recalls that the mechanism for this magic was granules of magical power. She confirms this, stating that the demon lord's territory possesses something similar: magical grains that can assume any shape or color. The legend tells that the hero used these very granules to create a false body, which they wore like a full bodysuit costume to take on the form of a fearsome dragon. Following this line of reasoning, Lucy realizes the pillow must have the same effect. Thor confirms she is correct, explaining that the special beads mentioned in the description are those magical granules, and the instruction to shape it however you like is a direct reference to the hero's legend. He stood in contemplation, marveling at the sheer creativity and technical skill of the hero's world. It was, he concluded, truly terrifying. Turning from his thoughts, he addressed Mabel directly. "Now, let's test it out," he declared, instructing her to infuse the pillowcase with her magical power. Mabel readily agreed. As she channeled her energy, the pillowcase began to glow. Lucy, startled, demanded to know what was happening. Thor observed the reaction, noting that the magic stones fused into the fabric were absorbing Mabel's power. He explained the principle to the Demon King, stating that magical power contains the user's individual information. Therefore, if they placed the infused case over the pillow, it would take Mabel's form. The implication left Lucy wide-eyed with astonishment, her gaze fixed on the glowing fabric, a mixture of apprehension and wonder on her face. Mabel then handed the prepared pillow to Thor. He glanced towards Lucy, a bead of sweat on his brow, expressing his hope that the experiment would succeed. With the preparations complete, the enchanted pillow lay on the floor, emanating a soft, pulsating light. Thor focused his intent, explaining that the magic stones within would now grant the object a physical form, complete with its various attributes. As he spoke, the light intensified, and all the magical energies began converging, coalescing into a distinct, humanoid silhouette. The light faded to reveal a perfect duplicate of Mabel, striking a confident pose. Thor looked on in confusion, while the real Mabel stared in shock. The doppelganger, noticing their expressions, excitedly declared her own identity. She stood before them, a perfect replica. Thor stared intently, recognizing the object's origin as a body pillow from the hero world. Lucy, utterly amazed, cried out that it was Mabel herself. The real Mabel, however, corrected Her Majesty, explaining that it was not the pillow but Thor's unique power that could accomplish such a feat. As if to demonstrate, the doppelganger cheerfully waved to the Demon King, calling for her to look. It explained that its movements were directly controlled by the real Mabel's imagination. Thor observed this display, his expression thoughtful. Hearing this, the real Mabel flushed with a sudden realization. If the pillow could take her form, then Lucy's wish to hold hands as they slept could be fulfilled. The doppelganger, oblivious to this, turned to Thor and declared the experiment a huge success, praising his amazing power. He cut the celebration short with 2 words: "It failed." With a quiet command to release, the enchantment broke. In an instant, the living replica deflated back into a simple, inanimate pillow, leaving both Lucy and Mabel staring in stunned confusion. Demon King Lookyer stares in disbelief, demanding to know why the body pillow transformed into her. Thor, examining the duplicate, remarks that while it has Mabel's appearance, it lacks her essential charm. Lookyer, incensed, shouts at him, questioning why he is so dissatisfied. He begins to explain that Mabel's appeal is more than just her glittering silver hair, white skin, or long ears. He elaborates that her kindness, strength, and the resilience she has shown since his arrival in the Demon Lord's territory are all part of her true charm. The doppelganger listens with a look of confusion. He continues, adding that Mabel's constant support during his experiments and the simple sense of ease her presence brings are also key parts of her charm, qualities he doesn't feel from the pillow. This, he concludes, is why he deemed the creation a failure, though he concedes that the doppelganger is still cute, causing her to blush deeply. His relentless praise for the original proves too much for the duplicate. As Thor notes how incomparable she is to the real Mabel, Lookyer cuts him off, warning that the doppelganger has reached her limit. The duplicate collapses onto a book, trembling with emotion. Seeing an opportunity, Lookyer thanks Thor and cheerfully asks the Mabel duplicate if they should sleep together that night. The duplicate, initially shocked, eagerly agrees. Thor, holding a stack of books, assures Lookyer that if she gives him time, he can fulfill her wish. Before leaving, she turns back to him with a serious expression. She tells him that while the real Mabel is different from this body pillow, the original is far more important to her. She sternly instructs him not to forget that. Her directness leaves him blushing and flustered. He thinks to himself how embarrassing it is to hear that said to his face, but now he understands Mabel's feelings. He bids him a quick goodbye. Once alone, his thoughts shift. He decides there is still time before Lookyer goes to bed and resolves to make more magic stone-infused fabric. His mind is still occupied with concern over the upcoming magic beast subjugation. He reasons that although Lookyer deemed it unnecessary, it would be too late to act if an emergency were to happen. With newfound resolve, he holds a glowing piece of fabric, deciding to forge her an enchanted sword. As night settles over the castle, a voice calls out into the quiet, seeking Mabel. Look here wears a smug expression, admitting to herself that she had underestimated Thor. Beside her, Mabel nervously addresses the Demon King. The reason for their exchange becomes clear. Thor lies rigidly between them in bed, a human pillow allowing them to hold his hands as they try to sleep. Look here marvels that he made such a solution possible, and Mabel quietly concurs. Their agreement, however, is short-lived. Both women are flushed and agitated, with Lookier realizing they failed to consider one crucial detail, while Mabel internally despairs that sleeping like this is impossible. Caught between them, Thor is also wide awake, his mind racing. He internally pleads with himself to stop thinking and simply fall asleep, but the situation makes it impossible. The following day, the focus shifts to the rugged expanse of the mining region, a desolate landscape of rocky peaks and sparse vegetation. Within this region lies a strange, dark forest where dozens of large, white, cocoon-like sacs hang ominously from the branches. A creature's eye observes the surroundings before a large, bear-like beast emerges from the undergrowth, treading cautiously through the woods. Its caution is warranted. A monstrous, giant spider lunges from the shadows, impaling the bear with its sharp, powerful legs. The bear's carcass is dragged into a dark den, where smaller spider spawns swarm and feed upon it. Looming above them in the oppressive darkness, the monstrous parent watches with its multitude of glowing eyes. The landscape of the entire mining region is reflected in a single, massive, unblinking eye. A realization dawns on an unseen observer. This is the source, the seed of the new magic beast. In the blighted mining region, the main body of the spider magic beast has left its nest. It is now spreading new nests throughout the surrounding forest, wreaking havoc on the land as its breeding speed far exceeds all expectations. This rapid proliferation is a grave concern. A lizardman commander, observing the infestation, notes that even a single small spider is a troublesome magic beast. He resolves that he must inform His Majesty, the Demon Lord, immediately. Elsewhere, a scout on a reptilian mount considers the sheer numbers. Having faced 1,000 of them before, he now can't even imagine how many there are. He guesses at 100 or 200, but with their nests spreading so quickly, he knows the reality is far worse. The thought is so dire that it brings a tear to his mount's eye. A conflict of this scale would inflict great casualties on both the Demon Lord's army and the Empire. A few days pass, bringing the date of the magic beast's subjugation closer. Under the night sky, a young man in a cape stands ready, a ball of pure energy coalescing in his hands as his companions. A grim-faced, scarred warrior and a concerned young woman watch with tense anticipation. Meanwhile, in a shadowed chamber, the menacing, masked figure meets with Queen Rihanna. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips as they face each other, their own plans for the coming conflict unfolding in secret. Before a grand, dark castle, Thurkana declares that the time has finally come. Beside him, Mabel, carrying a stack of books and wearing a white hooded cloak, enthusiastically agrees. He expresses his hope that their endeavor goes well, particularly that the item he's brought will be recognized. Mabel offers a faint, knowing smile, acknowledging his optimism, but hinting at her own unspoken concerns. Her thoughts drift back to a conversation from a few hours prior. With a gentle but firm smile, she had reminded him, "Master Thor, you have orders to stay behind at the castle." In that memory, Thor had reacted with flustered acceptance, conceding that with his combat ability rated at 0, he would be of little use during the magic beast subjugation. His only task, he reasoned, was to make adjustments to the magic items he was set to unveil. As he contemplated staying behind, Mabel had insisted that his role was still important. She explained that while her purpose was to reassure him, she was fundamentally different from the people of the Empire, implying a deeper understanding of the situation. Her demeanor then shifted to one of grave urgency. Grasping his hand tightly, she warned him about the Empire's true actions during the subjugation, expressing a profound fear that something terrible was planned for Lady Lucy. The memory shatters, and back in the present, Thor is visibly shaken. Her words hit him with full force, and he realizes he must defy his orders to follow Lady Lucy. He shouts in delayed shock, questioning what she had just revealed. His decision made, the scene shifts. A diverse assembly of demihumans watches as Thor and Mabel make their entrance, their arrival cutting through the quiet anticipation of the crowd. They now stand in a vast throne room. Before them, the imposing, masked figure of Demon King Rookie Evergard addresses the young alchemist directly. "I've been waiting for you, Thor." The Demon King's sentiment is echoed by the gathered crowd. A stout, bearded representative speaks for the assembled elves, lizardmen, and other races, expressing their collective gratitude for being summoned. He stood before the assembled court as Demon King Rookie Evergard announced that his alchemist, Thor, had created a new item. The Demon King declared his wish for everyone present to evaluate it, then turned his attention to Thor, instructing him to begin the explanation. The masked ruler leaned forward slightly, his voice echoing with curiosity as he repeated the term, "New material, you say?" Thor affirmed this with a confident smile, clarifying that in the process of making a different item, this new material had been created. The Demon King seemed surprised, questioning if he understood correctly that it was an accidental discovery. After thanking the king for the opportunity, Thor stated that his purpose today was for everyone to see if the material could be put to practical use. The Demon King acknowledged his intent. At that moment, Mabel gestured toward the table displaying 4 neatly folded cloths. She identified the items as a fabric fused with magic stones, a creation they had named magic fabric. She continued, explaining that the 4 pieces were imbued with the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind, each one exhibiting unique effects in response to magic power. Nearby, Prime Minister Curve noted that he had never heard of such a thing. From his throne, the Demon King simply gave the order to proceed. The demonstration began. A massive minotaur took hold of the earth attribute fabric and pulled with all his might, letting out a great roar of effort. To the court's amazement, the material held fast, proving its extreme durability. The other fabrics were met with equal enthusiasm. A lizard man praised the smoothness of the water attribute fabric, noting it didn't stick to his scales. A stout, bearded demi-human declared the fire attribute's heat retention perfect for winter, while another found the wind attribute's coolness ideal for hot weather. A consensus quickly formed among them. They must make clothes from this incredible creation. A sense of deep satisfaction washed over Thor as he watched the joyous reactions. He realized that seeing his creations improve people's lives was the true joy of alchemy. As the crowd's excited chatter filled the hall, the Demon King's voice cut through, calling for everyone to settle down. In the Demon King's court, the ruler, Rookie Evergard, declares that Thor's magic fabric is a wonderful creation. His Prime Minister, Curve, concurs with the sentiment, but advises a more measured approach, stating that it is unreasonable to expect immediate, widespread adoption. He suggests providing an opportunity for a trial use first. The Demon King then turns his attention to the young alchemist, asking if Thor has any opinions on the matter. Eagerly, Thor proposes a specific application, using the fabric during the upcoming beast subjugation. His suggestion is timely, as the beast nest is located in a hot region near a volcano. If clothes and underwear were made from the wind magic fabric, everyone involved in the mission could endure the heat more comfortably. After a moment of consideration, the Demon King gives his approval. He decrees that items made from the magic fabric will be used in the beast subjugation. Thor bows his head in understanding. He then raises a new topic, explaining it as a matter of personal interest. He asks the Demon King if a magic fabric with a dark or light attribute exists. The Demon King looks down from his throne at Thor and Mabel, who are kneeling before him. He seems perplexed by the question, wondering why they would ask such a thing. In response, Thor confidently declares that he will explain the magic fabric of light and dark attributes. He turns to his companion, saying, "Mabel, please." She replies with a cheerful, "Yes, Master Thor." She immediately springs into action, holding a piece of dark cloth aloft. With great enthusiasm, she presents it to the court, shouting, "Your Majesty, this is the magic fabric with dark attribute." The Demon King is visibly startled by the sudden, energetic display. The sudden presentation causes a stir among the court officials. Prime Minister Curve leans in to examine the fabric as Mabel holds it out, observing that when magic is infused, it absorbs light and appears as a solid black material. Thor elaborates on its intended purpose. Its main use, he explains, is for blackout curtains to block light, making it ideal for nocturnal species who wish to nap during the day. He clarifies that the absorption rate is not a perfect 100%, so the fabric itself remains slightly visible. He stands before the court as Prime Minister Curve inquires about the magic fabric with a light attribute. Looking downcast, Thor admits that this particular creation was a failure. As he speaks, the dark cloak he holds suddenly becomes transparent, revealing his uniform underneath to the astonishment of a nearby court member. Continuing his explanation with a slightly sheepish smile, he clarifies that the fabric allows nearly all light to pass through it. However, he confesses that he doesn't know its practical application, as it only renders the fabric itself invisible, not the person wearing it. In response, Curve thoughtfully strokes his chin. He concedes that while the fabrics imbued with earth, water, fire, and wind have clear uses, there doesn't seem to be any immediate purpose for the light and dark attribute fabrics. Demon King Lucia, however, beams with delight. She praises Thor, declaring that he brings wonderful things to her territory. Below her, Thor looks up, taken aback by her enthusiastic encouragement. He is visibly moved by her words, a slight blush rising to his cheeks as he thanks his majesty. From her throne, Lucia affirms that it was a very good presentation. As he kneels before the throne, Thor announces that he has one more item to present to the Demon King. Curve looks on with surprise, murmuring that Thor works so hard it's starting to worry him. At his request, Curve instructs an aide to bring forth an item belonging to a Mr. Kelv. The horned woman presents a cloth-wrapped object as Thor explains that while it is a simple thing, it is also something more. His expression shifts, a confident and knowing smile spreading across his face. He reveals his final gift, a magic sword. A murmur spreads through the Demon King's court. The assembly of elves, dwarves, and other demi-humans buzzes with disbelief over the creation of a magic sword, a feat they themselves could not replicate. The Demon King, Rookie Evergard, turns his masked face toward Thor and asks directly if he succeeded in making it. Nearby, The maid Mabel watches with a serene expression. He grants the young alchemist permission to speak. Stepping forward, Thor addresses the throne with a formal request, asking for permission to accompany the upcoming beast subjugation expedition. Before the king can answer, Prime Minister Curve interjects. He explains that many magic items will be utilized during the mission, and adjustments may become necessary. Curve concedes that if a large quantity of magic fabric is used, Thor's presence would be reassuring. Despite this, his conclusion is a blunt and unequivocal no. The Demon King then speaks, overriding the minister. He reveals that he has just received intelligence from the scouting unit. The beasts targeted for subjugation are completely unknown. Their reasons for appearing are bizarre, and the situation demands they assume the worst-case scenario for the forces required. He continues, his voice grave, stating their numbers are estimated at 100. The court erupts in shock, with members crying out that such a force could be twice the size of a joint army. Looking directly at Thor, the Demon King delivers his final verdict. Because of the immense and unknown danger, he cannot guarantee the alchemist's safety. Therefore, it would be best for him to await the results from within the castle walls. As Thor stands speechless, Demon King Lookier clenches her fist in frustration. A realization dawns on her. She understands that he must have heard about the situation from Mabel. He finally speaks, his head bowed. Thor confirms that he knows the Empire plans to use holy swords, items from the hero's world. The Demon King listens, recalling the letter from the Empire which declared their intent. Let the light of the holy sword that defeats the beasts of the Demon Lord's territory be seen. His thoughts drift to a conversation with Mabel, who had assured him that his ambition was not a mere dream. Now, standing before the court, he wonders aloud if the Demon King is aware of that very ambition. The ambition is revealed in a memory of him telling Lookier his ultimate dream, to create a sword that surpasses the holy sword of the Empire. In the present, Lookier smiles with satisfaction. She reflects on how fascinating it would be for someone from the Empire to create items in the demon territory that surpass those of the heroes. Though she lacks combat skills herself, she knows she has found the talent to make it happen. The court buzzes with excitement at the prospect of a magic sword that could surpass the legendary holy sword. The demi-human nobles, initially skeptical, now see the potential in Thor's ambition, with some declaring they definitely want to witness such a creation. He steps forward, his voice filled with conviction as he addresses Demon King Rookie directly. He explains that while his current magic sword is merely a prototype, he is determined to one day surpass the holy sword from the hero's world. To fulfill this ambition, he declares, he must see the holy sword with his own eyes and pleads for the Demon King's permission. The Demon King's voice is grave as he responds, reminding Thor of the reality of his situation. He points out that Thor was sent to the demon territory prepared for death, and it would be foolish to question that fact. He asks pointedly if Thor understands that he might die on this mission. He turns his back, speaking to Lookier, but ensuring the court can hear. He elaborates on his internal conflict, stating that as a friend, he does not wish to send Thor into such a dangerous place. However, he implies that his duty as Demon King presents a different set of considerations. His mind races as he weighs the options. He is reluctant to risk the life of such a talented individual. Yet, he cannot deny the certainty of Thor's motivation and the potential gains from his ambition to surpass the holy sword. The unspoken knowledge of Thor's true identity as canon hangs heavy in his thoughts. This display of resolve moves Demon King Lookier to tears. She understands now that this is why he must see the holy sword for himself. Inspired by her emotional plea, the other nobles in the court, including the horse-like demi-human, also begin to voice their support for the Demon King to grant the request. Their individual voices swell into a unified chant. The entire court, with fists raised, repeatedly calls out, "Your Majesty." The overwhelming wave of support for Thor's cause washes over the throne room, leaving the Demon King to ponder in silence. He turns to his prime minister, a wry smile forming on his face. He remarks that with so many pleading with such fervor, a Demon King cannot possibly refuse. With his decision made, he declares that he will fully accept Thor's ambition. The prime minister, Curve, seeks confirmation, asking if this means what he suspects. The Demon King affirms it with a simple yes. He then issues his formal decree. The alchemist Thor will be assigned to the rear support unit. With the decision made, he rises from his throne, extending a hand in a commanding gesture. He summons Thor, now his direct alchemist, to come with him, announcing to the entire court that they will depart in 3 days. In the aftermath of the decision, Demon King Lookier approaches Thor, expressing her relief that everything went well. Mabel, standing beside him, adds that she was aware of his direct appeal to Lord Rookie. Overcome with emotion and gratitude, Thor turns to the assembled court and loudly proclaims his thanks to the Demon King. He then shares a private, smiling glance with Mabel, acknowledging that she is truly unbeatable. His gaze fixes on Demon King Lookier as she observes his reaction. She notes the happiness he must feel from being able to support everyone directly, and above all, the joy of seeing the holy sword. His eyes sparkle with uncontainable excitement. Watching from a short distance, Mabel confesses internally that she had been worried about Lookier. Duke Regis slams his hands down, demanding to know if his plan has truly failed. Beside him, Marquis Gura bows deeply, offering a profound apology and explaining that something completely unexpected has happened. He elaborates with a look of terror, reporting that the general of the Demon Lord's territory has unequivocally stated he will no longer negotiate with him. The Duke listens, his expression hardening with disbelief. The weight of this failure crashes down upon him. Sweat beads on his face as he lets out a silent scream, realizing the plan requested by the Minister of Military Affairs has collapsed. His mind races, trying to comprehend the miscalculation. He clutches his head, recalling his assumption that a warrior with General Kane's history would naturally despise a powerless boy like Thor and cooperate. He cannot fathom why the plan went so awry. Thor was meant to be a simple sacrifice. Instead, the general known as Blazing Rasengan declared that he had chosen Thor to be his daughter's husband. Marquis Gura can only look on, utterly baffled by the events unfolding in the demon territory. His fury gives way to suspicion. He turns, wondering if Thor betrayed them, perhaps leaking information about the Empire or begging for mercy to ingratiate himself with the demihumans. He grits his teeth, his face contorting with rage as he internally brands Thor a shameless fool. His furious contemplation is broken when a guard attempts to interrupt. The Duke silences him, shouting that he is trying to think. Just then, both he and the Marquis are startled by an unexpected arrival, wondering why Minister Zagran is here. The imposing figure of Minister Zagran steps forward, stating plainly that he heard the report of the plan's failure and came to confirm it personally. Immediately, both Duke Regis and Marquis Gura bow their heads in submission. This man, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran, is one of the 3 highest officials in the Regarian Empire, holding a position superior to the Dukes. He is deeply trusted by the Emperor and serves as tutor to the 3rd Princess, Rihanna. He addresses the 2 bowing men, telling them to lift their heads, as he is simply there to listen. The minister dismisses Duke Regis's apologies, stating that it is unnecessary. With cold finality, he announces that the plan is cancelled. A sweating Regis protests, claiming there were merely some miscalculations and that the situation is recoverable, but Zagran is unmoved. He continues, his voice sharp, criticizing Regis's sloppy methods for angering the Demon Lord's general. The failure, he reveals, was because Regis attempted to sacrifice his own son, an unexpected development. Stunned, Duke Regis can only stammer, asking how he could possibly know that. Zagran calmly explains that he had an agent infiltrate the Marquis's party and received a full report from them. As Regis's face contorts in disbelief and horror, the minister declares that no excuses or deception will work. He presses his point, reminding the Duke that the Empire's priority is to prevent the Demon Lord's territory from becoming a threat. He questions the logic of sending a hostage if the act only serves to provoke a powerful general on the other side. Regis weakly defends himself, insisting he was merely following the plan. His face twisting into a snarl, Zagran roars that blaming his son was also part of the plan, a part he never authorized. Duke Regis flinches back, terrified by the minister's sudden fury. He regains his composure, explaining that if Regis had simply withdrawn when General Rasengan refused the extra silver, the matter would have been settled. Despite this failure, the beast subjugation will proceed as an opportunity to display the Empire's strength. When Regis eagerly offers his Valgaraiga's forces, Zagran shuts him down, stating he has other active duties in mind for the Duke. The Duke's confusion turns to shock as Zagran reveals his new assignment. A skirmish is underway with a small country in the southern part of the Empire. Regis will be sent there to command the soldiers under the direct authority of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The Duke's face drains of color, his eyes wide with disbelief. Falling to his knees, Regis desperately pleads for a chance to explain himself. Zagran coldly informs him that he can argue his case at the upcoming high-ranking officials' meeting. He then adds a stern warning, do not mention his son. Thor Regis is now a forbidden topic. Attempting to claim credit for sending him to the demon territory would be pointless and would only reflect poorly on the Duke in the Emperor's eyes. When Regis asks why, Zagran explains that his son is far too extraordinary. An aide reports that Thor has gained the trust of the demon territory's people in less than 10 days and is even called the general's son-in-law. More importantly, Thor knows the Empire used him as a sacrifice and now harbors ill will. Zagran leaves the Duke kneeling in despair with a final, crushing question. How does he intend to handle such a person? The Duke stood silently as Minister Zagran continued his sharp critique. The minister pointed out that there were other options. Thor could have been sent as a simple hostage or coerced into cooperation. Instead, Zagran stated, the Duke chose to make his own son unusable. With a piercing gaze, he directly questioned the Duke's decision not to pursue those simpler paths. He erupted in a desperate outburst, his mind flashing back to the moment he condemned his son. He remembered declaring Thor useless, lacking any combat skills or magic, and thinking that a dead man couldn't cause problems. In the present, his face contorted in anguish, he screamed that the minister could never understand the despair of a parent with such a worthless child. His outburst was met with cold indifference. Minister Zagran stated flatly that, from his perspective, Duke Regis was already a dead man. Sweating and desperate, Regis tried to justify himself, claiming it is only natural for nobles to make sacrifices for the Empire. Zagran calmly suggested that if he truly believed in such a noble thought, then he should be the one to act on it. He then laid out the demand, Duke Regis must be prepared to renounce his title for the sake of the Empire. The minister explained that to subdue the demon lord's territory, a provocation like the presence of a high-ranking noble was unacceptable. With a final, cutting question, he asked if the Duke would truly ask his own son to do something he was unwilling to do himself, leaving Regis stammering in shock. He concluded the matter for now, stating that their discussion would continue at the high-ranking officials' meeting. Turning away, he formally summoned Duke Valga Regis to come along. The weight of his ruined ambitions and public humiliation crashed down on the Duke, who could only let out a raw, agonized scream. Inside a carriage, an official's journey comes to a jarring halt. He wonders if his legend has reached its end. Outside, a winged figure descends upon a horse, causing the carriage's own steeds to collapse in terror. The official's eyes widen in disbelief, refusing to accept the scene before him. His mind frantically recontextualizes the event, convincing himself that this is merely a common disagreement between a father and a son who is supposed to love him. He concludes that Thor is offering a helping hand, seeking reconciliation after flattering the Flame General and dealing with the demihumans on his behalf. He clenches his fist in regret, believing that if only they had exchanged letters, this entire misunderstanding could have been avoided. Filled with this sudden, baseless hope, he turns to his companion, Minister Zagrin, and excitedly declares that Thor might actually want to come back. Zagrin simply stares, his expression unreadable. The official's delusion escalates into a full-blown scheme. He proclaims that Thor is secretly working as a spy for the Empire within the Demon Lord's domain. By gaining the Demon Lord's acknowledgement, he reasons Thor can restore the Regis family's honor. With a manic grin, he decides they must immediately send a letter to confirm these supposed intentions. Zagrin observes the man's frantic outburst, his own expression hardening with disdain. He internally concludes that his companion is still spouting utter nonsense. Despite his private assessment, Zagrin sees an opportunity. Sending a letter to Thor Regis could indeed stir up trouble within the Demon Lord's domain. He decides to proceed, calmly stating, "Fine then. Write it exactly as I instruct." The setting shifts to the sprawling capital of the Dalgaria Empire. Within the Imperial Palace, a silhouetted figure addresses his daughter, identifying her as the third Imperial Princess, Rihanna Dalgaria. She acknowledges her father's address with a simple, dutiful affirmation. Her father, his face now partially visible, continues a previous report. He informs her that a new type of magical beast has appeared near the border of the Demon Lord's domain, describing it as a giant, spider-like creature. The speaker is fully revealed, seated with immense presence and authority. The Emperor of Dalgaria. He sits upon his throne, informing Princess Rihanna that the negotiations between the Empire and the Demon Lord's domain have ended in failure. However, he declares that they cannot allow the Empire's power to appear diminished. He continues, telling Rihanna that he admires her spirit. The Emperor insists they must demonstrate that the Dalgar Empire is the successor to the hero and possesses the power to overwhelm the Demon Lord's domain. He presents her with an object, which she accepts with a bow, stating that she understands. He commands her to use a specific sword to display the Empire's might. The weapon is revealed to be a massive, ornate greatsword, presented in a ceremonial box. The court murmurs in awe as the Emperor identifies it as the legendary Holy Sword Dalgaria, once wielded by the hero from another world. She accepts the blade, declaring it an honor to be chosen as its wielder. A young woman with flowers in her hair offers a blessing, hoping the hero's light will become the Empire's power. Holding the sword, Rihanna vows to strive to become the reincarnation of that very hero, impressing her father. She then makes a request, noting that the journey to the Demon Lord's domain will be a long one. Before she departs, she asks for permission to visit her twin sister, Sophia, and inquires if there is anything else she must do beforehand. He grants her permission. With a grateful smile, Rihanna thanks her father and immediately turns to leave, her steps purposeful as she prepares to depart at once. With a joyful, radiant expression, her thoughts turn to her sibling as she eagerly calls out her name. Sister Sophia. On a sun-drenched balcony, Princess Rihanna arrives, her expression one of slight surprise. Before her, her sister Sophia offers a warm greeting, welcoming Rihanna to her side. She turns, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she admits she had been looking forward to this visit. This is Sophia, known by the grand title of Princess of the Holy Sword, a name that seems at odds with her serene and welcoming demeanor. Her composure breaks instantly. A deep blush spreads across her face as she covers her mouth, pleading for the formal title to be dropped. She insists it's embarrassing and asks to simply be called Sister Sophia. Rihanna, her expression now serious, questions if Sophia should be away from the palace, mentioning a ceremony scheduled for the day. Sophia calmly clarifies that the ceremony has already ended. She reassures her sister that everything is fine. With a warm smile, she states that as long as Rihanna is doing well, that is all that matters, and invites her to sit for tea. As she pours the tea, Sophia explains that since Rihanna came all this way, she wants to do what she can for her. Rihanna watches, touched by the gesture, a faint blush on her cheeks. The pleasant atmosphere shifts as Rihanna voices a somber wish. If only Sophia were stronger, she could have been the princess of the Holy Sword in her place. Sophia gently refutes this, her eyes closed in a knowing smile. She muses that strength is a form of power, and that her own light magic is nothing compared to Liana's potential. If Liana were to wield the Holy Sword, named Holy Sophia, she would gain a tremendously powerful ability. She continues, explaining that she lacks the physical strength to wield a sword, meaning the holy blade would be wasted on her. Despite her weak body, she is content with her current position. Liana listens, her expression heavy with unspoken sorrow for her sister. She continued her conversation with her sister, musing on the different paths her life might have taken. If she were a commoner, she might have been sent to the battlefield. As a noble, perhaps sent to another country as a political hostage. Her thoughts turned to a past incident, recalling how the head of a ducal family had carelessly repaired her magic sword. She also remembered that the mysterious wanderer, who was rumored to have completed the repairs, was never found. In response, Sophia praised her sister's abilities, suggesting that Liana's visit was only possible because her own duties were either unfulfilled or already completed. Liana accepted the compliment with a gentle smile. Sophia's expression then turned serious. Calling her sister by name, she announced that she had a piece of advice for her. Liana lowered her gaze, listening intently as a small orb of light manifested at Sophia's fingertip. Before she could speak, Liana suddenly raised her hand, erecting a shimmering magical barrier around them. Sophia cried out in surprise. Liana explained that the wall would prevent them from being overheard, but Sophia, concerned, urged her not to push herself by using such magic. Ignoring her sister's plea, she gently placed a hand on Sophia's forehead. Her expression filled with worry as she confirmed her suspicion. Sophia had a fever. She told her sister to listen carefully, insisting that it was all right. She then delivered a grave warning, speaking of powerful foes beyond imagination, specifically mentioning the Demon Lord and the lands to the north. Sophia affirmed that she understood. Liana stressed that while Sophia and the Holy Sword were powerful, the world was vast and held many dangers. Sophia countered this by questioning if they shouldn't demonstrate their own strength all the more if the opponent was strong. Liana, however, pleaded with her to be aware of the threat and to take care not to underestimate them, as they knew very little. Her expression hardened with conviction. She declared that rather than trying to intimidate with power, they should strive for understanding. Sophia looked on, taken aback by her sister's intense resolve. However, Sophia's serious demeanor vanished, replaced by a bright, cheerful smile. She apologized, admitting she didn't quite understand her sister's concern, but promised to remember her words. Liana turned away, her face a mask of frustration and worry. She looked at her sister, Princess Liana, and spoke with a wisdom that belied her gentle appearance. She called Liana's honesty a virtue, suggesting that her more childlike and instinctive nature might one day be her salvation. The princess was taken aback by the assessment, murmuring "child?" in confusion. She continued her warning, cautioning Liana that some might seek to take advantage of her sincerity. She urged her to be careful. Liana's expression grew troubled. She admitted that her sister always made her consider such difficult matters. Sophia simply stated that it was because these things were important. Liana then tried to reassure her, saying not to worry. Sophia quietly acknowledged her sister's words, though her expression remained uncertain. In stark contrast, Liana's confidence returned in a bright smile as she declared that she had her tutor, Zagran, by her side. Resigned, Sophia gave a final instruction to an aide to report any developments before turning to depart, leaving her smiling sister behind. A flustered maid announces the arrival of the Minister of Military Affairs, Lord Zagran. He has come, she explains, to escort Princess Liana. Zagran formally addresses both Princess Liana and Princess Sophia. He stands before the two sisters and declares that he brings additional orders from His Majesty, the Emperor. The directive is clear. Princess Liana is to proceed immediately to the Demon Lord's territory. The Ministry of Military Affairs is already assembling troops, and they will depart at once. He urges her to hurry. She questions the suddenness of the command, asking if she must leave right away. Zagran's tone hardens as he asks if it is right to respond with questions to an order from the Emperor. Chastened, Liana immediately agrees to depart. He then turns his attention to the other princess, pointing sternly. This matter, he states, does not concern Princess Sophia. She is to focus on her recovery until it is time to fulfill her own duties. Liana bristles at his tone, demanding to know how he dares to be so rude to her sister. But Zagran ignores her outburst, his gaze intense. He presses her, asking what an ideal princess is and insisting there is no time to waste. Her defiance fades into resignation. With a hand over her heart, she closes her eyes and accepts her fate, stating she will act according to His Majesty's wishes. A moment later, her eyes snap open, filled with resolve. Now clad in armor, Liana stands ready for departure, helmet in hand. She glances back one last time at her sister, Sophia, who watches with a worried expression from a balcony above the assembled ranks of Imperial soldiers. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon Lord's territory, another military force is on the move. The Gardurasa B subjugation unit, a long caravan of covered wagons, travels along a highway, its destination the southern mountain region. From one of the wagons, a young man with reddish-brown hair watches the procession. The composition of this unit is formidable. It consists of a Minotaur infantry division, a force of powerfully built warriors led by a commander with a distinctive eye patch. Alongside them marches the Elf Mage Division, a contingent of stern-faced, long-eared spellcasters prepared for the conflict ahead. Aboard their transport, the young man known as Thor reflects on their preparations. He now understands that the large convoy is not just for supplies, but also to maintain the soldiers' morale. With a determined look, he hopes for a smooth journey and turns to his maid, Mabel, reminding her to focus on their duties. As they travel, their other companion, Lady Luki, earnestly pleads with Thor not to risk his life. He seems surprised by her concern, but Mabel clenches her fists, vowing to protect Lord Thor with her very life. Lady Luki affirms this sentiment, stating that Thor is a person of great importance to her, to the Demon Lord, and to their entire territory. Mabel's protective declaration grows more intense as she promises to tear apart any spider beast that might threaten them, telling Thor to leave everything to her. He smiles warmly, thanking her and admitting that he feels the same desire to protect her. He recalls Lady Luki's repeated warnings, but reassures Mabel of his plan. He intends only to inspect the holy sword from a safe distance, confident that he will be fine. His expression shifts to one of eager anticipation as he points out their destination. He tells Mabel to look, promising to secure a good spot for them. Just ahead, nestled in a valley, is a sprawling encampment of tents and wagons, the meeting point with the Empire. After several days of travel, the Demon Lord's army and the Empire's troops arrived at their designated rendezvous point amidst a rugged, mountainous landscape. Outside a large command tent, one of the two Minotaur guards announced that they would take a brief rest before joining forces with the Imperial soldiers. Inside, the Demon King, Rookie Everguard, addressed his assembled commanders and allies. He commended them for their hard work, his gaze sweeping over Prime Minister Curve, the Elf Magic Commander, the Minotaur Unit Commander, and the newly arrived human with his maid, Mabel. He continued the briefing, informing the group that General Reizenga and the Lizardman unit had been dispatched on a critical mission to scout the nest of the Gardurasa beast. The purpose of this reconnaissance, he explained, was to enable them to respond immediately to any of the beast's movements. Far from the camp, General Reizenga stood grimly, observing the distant, chaotic landscape where the creature resided. Returning his focus to their current situation, the Demon King remarked with a hint of surprise that their circumstances were quite unexpected. Prime Minister Curve concurred with his lord's assessment. He admitted that, given they were in the field, he had considered achieving such a high level of comfort and readiness to be an impossibility. The source of their surprise was the pleasant atmosphere within the tent. Despite the outdoor setting, the commanders found themselves enjoying a cool and comfortable environment, a welcome respite from the rigors of the march. The young human expressed his delight, marveling that a tent made of wind magic fabric could be so pleasant. He noted that a gentle breeze flowed through the space even though the tent walls were still. Mabel elaborated, explaining that everyone was also wearing clothes made of the same material, which kept them refreshed and free of sweat. Just then, a voice from the entrance announced their arrival. A cat girl from the supply unit entered and knelt, reporting that they were ready for inspection. The Demon King acknowledged her with a simple very well. As the young man and Mabel watched, the supply officer declared she would prepare the tent for his review. With a confident grin, she swept open the flap of a nearby tent, revealing a perfectly organized interior stacked high with barrels and crates, showcasing the supply unit's complete readiness. She proudly gestures towards rows of barrels, assuring the assembled leaders that their provisions are fully stocked. Even if the beast subjugation takes several days, she explains, they have plenty of supplies to support the troops. The young man with reddish-brown hair observes with a look of relief, noting to himself that the uncertain future of the light magic fabric has been resolved. Her presentation elicits a surprised "oh" from the masked Demon King. The supply officer then turns her attention to Prime Minister Curve, asking for his thoughts on this new type of tent and commenting on its convenience. He, however, reacts with sudden agitation, demanding to know what she is talking about. Flustered, the supply officer stammers that it's just so incredibly convenient. The Prime Minister's voice rises in frustration, ordering her to make up her mind whether she likes it or not. Startled by his intensity, she quickly affirms that yes, of course it is convenient. Changing the subject, she points towards jars of preserved goods, reporting that all the bags have been confirmed to be packed full. With her report concluded, the Demon King dismisses her to resume her duties. As she departs, the Prime Minister turns to his liege, his composure frayed. He reminds the king that it was his own idea to show the supplies to the soldiers. The Prime Minister sighs, exasperated, questioning if the king truly understands the difficulty of managing the troops' subsequent confusion. Before a council of her commanders, Demon King Lookier announces that before they rendezvous with the Empire's troops, there is something to discuss. She declares their subjugation target, the creature known as the Gardurasa beast. She explains that the beast reproduces in massive numbers within their territory, devastating the land it claims. Its offspring are estimated to be in the hundreds, though the exact number is a matter of speculation. Despite the threat, a hooded official interjects with conviction, asserting that their forces alone are more than capable of managing this subjugation. She counters this assertion, clenching her fist. Lookier states that she values the lives of her people far more than prideful vanity. Her desire is to not lose a single soldier, nor let a single beast escape, which is why she proposed a joint operation with the Empire out of an abundance of caution. With her decision made, she declares with fierce determination that together they will push from all sides and completely annihilate their target. Her commanders, including the young man, listen intently. With the objective set, Prime Minister Curve steps forward to detail the plan of action. He reminds the council that this first joint operation aims to improve relations with the Empire and establish new trade routes. According to their scouts, the Gardurasa and its swarm are nesting deep in the mountains. Their threads are dangerous, so the strategy is to lure them out of their nest to avoid being surrounded. He continues, assigning General Reizenga's unit to incinerate most of the webs. Any remaining flames and webs will be stored away using portable ultra-compact storage devices provided by Lord Thor. For the offensive, the elf unit will commence a long-range magical bombardment. Curve notes that while range would normally be an issue, Lord Thor has solved this with laser pointers for accurate targeting. The plan's details are further elaborated. The infantry unit will engage in close combat, while the Minotaur division, equipped with health enhancement pendants, will swiftly deal with any remaining enemies after the bombardment. Meanwhile, the Lizardman unit will monitor the surrounding area to catch any that escape. With a strategy laid out, Curve asks if there are any questions. After he finishes, a silence falls over the room. The commanders, the Minotaur, the elf, the hooded official, and a cat-eared supply officer, all turn to stare intently at the young man. He looks back, flustered, wondering what they're looking for. The commander's thoughts reveal the source of their focus. The elf commander notes that they have prepared measures against the beast and its threads, and that they can attack from a safe distance while his majesty is well protected. The Minotaur commander adds that the disparity in strength between his unit and the generals has also been resolved. They are all amazed, but seem to hold a shared, unspoken thought. He and the other commanders are visibly flustered. The young man, Thor, admits that the plan fits together almost too well, leaving him confused and with a strange sense of guilt. Demon King Lookier snaps at him to stop overthinking, telling him to speak up only if he sees a genuine flaw. She then addresses her war council, cautioning them that even with superior forces, carelessness leads to defeat. Turning to her prime minister, she demands an update on communications with the Empire. The hooded official nervously acknowledges her command. He steps forward, his expression somber. With a formal apology to his majesty, Curve reports that they still have not received any word from the Empire's encampment. The Demon King reacts with disbelief. Still nothing. Curve confirms that while they have conveyed their own strategy via messenger, the Empire has yet to reciprocate with any details of their own, leaving him to wonder what they are plotting. Though she entered the alliance in good faith, Lookier's inherent distrust of the Empire led her to deploy scout units as a precaution. Thor watches her, understanding the Empire's core doctrine. They prioritize swift victory above all else. He correctly deduces that if they believe they can win alone, they will launch a surprise attack without warning. As if summoned by his thoughts, the doors to the chamber burst open. A Lizardman messenger rushes in, shouting urgent news from General Reizenga's unit that the Empire's troops have already engaged the enemy in combat. The hooded official quickly provides the details. The Imperial forces provoke the smaller spiders to lure the massive Gardurasa down into the foothills. He turns expectantly to his sovereign. "What are your orders, your majesty?" A little earlier, the Imperial Guard had assembled in a vast, snowy valley. Minister Zagrin addressed the massive formation of soldiers, his voice echoing in the cold air. He declared that their mission was to demonstrate the Empire's power to the Demon Lord. He framed the coming battle as a rare and valuable opportunity to defeat monsters within the Demon Lord's own territory, urging them to perform their duties responsibly. In perfect unison, the armored soldiers roared their affirmation. Following the minister's address, Demon King Lookier stepped forward to speak. She thanked the soldiers for making the long journey to the volcano, acknowledging the heat and expressing concern that they must be tired. The troops murmured in excitement, honored by her presence. Her words elicited a powerful response. The soldiers vehemently shouted their denial, insisting they were full of energy. Internally, however, Lookier was miserable. The heat was unbearable inside her armor, and all she could think about was her desperate wish to go home and see her sister. As they roared their approval, a scout's report arrived. Lookier announced to Zagrin that the demon beast of Garduras had detected their presence and was now approaching. With the enemy's approach confirmed, she raised her sacred sword high, rallying the troops with a fiery speech. She declared that defeating this evil beast was the mission of the Empire, the successor to the heroes of old. They would demonstrate to the demons and non-humans that they were no match for Imperial power. Among the ranks, soldiers noted their force of 300 elite guards against the enemy's estimated 100. After igniting their fighting spirit, she turned to Minister Zagrin to confirm the plan. He reiterated that with 3 times the manpower, they could defeat the monsters without her direct aid, which would serve as a powerful demonstration of the Empire's might. Lookier affirmed her understanding of the drill. The soldiers would contain the smaller spiders while she attacked the main Hexenbeast with the sacred sword. He then offered a critical warning, reminding her to watch her mana. Activating a holy weapon required immense energy, he explained, and she wouldn't be able to sustain its power for long. He stressed that once the giant beast was defeated, the soldiers could easily mop up the remaining spiders. He urged her to ensure she defeated the Hexenbeast this time. Lookier simply replied, I know, Zagran. She bristled at his repetitive instructions, retorting that he didn't need to say it over and over. She vowed not to make a fool of herself in front of a demon lord. Beneath her frustration, however, was a heavy burden. She felt she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone. Pushing aside her personal feelings, her entire demeanor shifted. Her eyes narrowed and a confident, almost cruel, smile spread across her face. To her soldiers, she was the embodiment of both a fearless hero and a cold-blooded emperor. Her newfound resolve was immediately put to the test. Zagran noted that their plan to lure the enemy out had succeeded, as a giant hexenbeast and a massive swarm of smaller spiders crested the nearby ridge. The soldiers stared in shock. The enemy force was much larger than expected, with far more spiders than they had anticipated. A deafening roar tears through the air as a new wave of monsters charges forward. These are not spiders, but massive, hound-like beasts with multiple eyes and gaping maws, their powerful legs churning the earth as they advance. This initial charge is revealed to be merely the vanguard. An endless tide of the same monstrous hounds crests the horizon, a living sea of claws and teeth flooding the battlefield. A little earlier, Minister Zagran addressed the vast formation of the Imperial Guard. He declared their mission to demonstrate the Empire's might to the Demon Lord. He framed the battle as a rare opportunity to defeat monsters within their own territory, urging the soldiers to perform their duties responsibly. In unison, the armored ranks roared their affirmation. He considered the enemy a mindless horde, easily countered by the tactics and formations of a disciplined army. At a hand signal, drummers began a steady beat, and the soldiers formed a tight phalanx, their shields interlocked and spears pointed forward, ready for the enemy advance. As the monstrous hexenbeast hounds charged, the soldiers in the front line braced themselves behind their wall of shields, their voices rising in a collective shout, determined that they must defeat the beasts. The impact was tremendous, a hound slamming its bulk against the metal shields. A soldier strained against the force, gritting his teeth as he bellowed an order for the archers to fire. In response, a volley of arrows rained down not on the enemy, but directly upon the Imperial Guard's own front lines. Cries of pain and shock erupted as soldiers were struck down by friendly fire. The unexpected assault threw the formation into chaos. Soldiers fell, pierced by arrows, creating gaps for the hounds to exploit. Watching the carnage unfold with cold detachment, Minister Zagran simply issued his next command. Mages. His robed and masked spellcasters acknowledged the order. At once, the mages unleashed their power. The ground erupted in a series of violent explosions, blasting the charging hexenbeast hounds with concussive force and fire. The magical bombardment tore through the enemy ranks, leaving craters and devastation in its wake across the battlefield. With the enemy's advance successfully slowed, Minister Zagran issued his next order with a sharp gesture. He commanded the cavalry to charge and cut a path directly to the giant spider. The cavalry surged forward, slicing through the remaining hounds. Having cleared the way, Zagran turned to Queen Rihanna beside him. He informed her that it was time to attack the main spider, then sternly demanded she answer him. The queen, however, remained perfectly still, her eyes closed. She remained unresponsive, her hand now resting on the hilt of a greatsword that began to glow with a brilliant light. From his vantage point, Minister Zagran watched the battlefield with satisfaction. He admired the flexible and agile troops arranged in perfect order, a beautiful sight befitting the Imperial army. With the path cleared, he mused that all that remained was to use the sacred sword to put an end to this misunderstanding. The weapon in the queen's grasp was revealed, the sacred sword of Dalgari. A massive, guttural roar echoes across the battlefield, a sound of pure, overwhelming power. The source is the towering, shadowy silhouette of the flamed general, Reizenga, whose cry alone seems to shake the very air. The Imperial army is thrown into disarray. The cavalry rears in panic, foot soldiers stumble back in terror, and the entire formation begins to crumble under the sheer auditory assault. Observing the chaos, Minister Zagran notes with grim satisfaction that a single roar was enough to quell the Empire's momentum. Beside him, Queen Rihanna draws her sword, her expression hardening as she shouts in agreement. Her cry is cut short as the soldiers at the front suddenly shout in shock and disbelief. Before they can fully comprehend the new threat, a whirlwind of dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, tearing through their ranks with lethal force. Minister Zagran screams for the queen not to leave the ranks, insisting they must retreat. But she ignores him, her eyes fixed on the carnage, realizing that this cannot be allowed to continue. A massive, scythe-like appendage, wreathed in the same dark energy, sweeps through the battlefield, cutting down soldiers indiscriminately. As the minister desperately calls out to her highness, Queen Rihanna leaps from her moving command vehicle, vaulting towards the fray. She lands firmly on the ground, sword held ready. Her instincts are clear. There is no better time to strike than now. She sees it clearly amidst the chaos of battle, a path carved through the horde, leading directly to the main body of the giant hexenbeast. Her eyes narrow with resolve as she gazes upon the shadowy, monstrous eye of her foe. She makes a solemn vow to avenge her fallen soldiers. With that promise echoing in her heart, she lunges forward, her sacred sword gleaming as she cuts a path through the encroaching darkness. As she charges, Minister Zagran, his composure regained, bellows orders to the remaining forces. He commands them to protect Her Highness at all costs, directing the magic troops to advance and destroy the main body, while the infantry secures their line of retreat. Heeding his command, the soldiers create an opening, allowing the queen to confront the Hexenbeast core. She stands before the monstrous, multi-eyed, lion-faced horror and prepares to strike. She unleashes the full power of her weapon, the sacred sword of Dalgaria, the very legacy of heroes, and drives it deep into the creature's grotesque face. The blade slices cleanly through the beast's tough hide. The strike severs one of the creature's massive limbs, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the Imperial soldiers erupt in a triumphant roar, their morale surging. But their celebration is cut short. The wound on the giant Hexenbeast does not bleed. Instead, its belly ruptures, spewing forth a writhing horde of smaller, skittering spawn. Her eyes widen in horror at the sight. She realizes with dawning dread that the creature's belly was an incubator. It must be destroyed completely, she understands, or this multiplying threat will mean the end of everything. A curse escapes her lips. The queen, ignoring the swarming spawn around her, focuses her power into the sacred sword of Dalgaria. With a determined expression, she grips the hilt with both hands and swings the blade in a powerful, upward arc, preparing to unleash a decisive strike against a larger threat. Her attack manifests as a brilliant beam of energy, the Holy Sword Ray, which lances across the battlefield and strikes one of the monstrous Hexenbeast hounds directly in its armored head. The beam sears the creature's flesh, leaving a smoldering wound, but the hound merely lets out a guttural growl, its rage undiminished. A wave of shock washes over the queen as she stares, realizing with dread that the beast is still standing. Her hands begin to tremble. She realizes with dawning horror that she missed the fatal blow. The swarming spiderlings had diverted her attention just enough. The attack had consumed all of her strength and, worse, all of her mana, leaving her utterly depleted on the battlefield. Though the Holy Sword attack failed to kill the beast, it was at least seriously wounded. Believing this, Minister Zagran stands before his mages. He roars the command for the magic squad to fire. In response, a blinding flash of magical energy erupts from the mage's coordinated spell, engulfing the Hexenbeast hound in a massive explosion. But as the smoke clears, the creature remains utterly unscathed. It seems to mock them, its multiple eyes blinking in surprise that the attack didn't even hurt. Observing from a distance, Reizenga grimaces. He notes that their formation is starting to collapse and realizes that nothing but a blow from His Highness could harm the monster. His priority is clear: rescue His Majesty and regroup. He continues his tactical assessment. The Imperial Guard has managed to hold off the first wave, but they are now outnumbered. Still, he believes there is a chance to win if they can overturn the front line, eliminate the bulk of the creatures, and decapitate the invasion. His confidence is cut short by a deep, guttural rumbling. Elsewhere, Minister Zagran also hears it, questioning if more are coming. A soldier rushes to report enemy reinforcements, shocking Zagran, who wonders how they could have left so many forces for an ambush. The grim realization dawns on him. They were tricked. His face twists in fury at the damn monsters. The source of the sound becomes terrifyingly clear. An endless sea of Hexenbeast hounds crests the ridge, a living tide of monsters. A soldier screams a warning that the minister is completely surrounded. The soldiers at the front lines stare out at the impossible sight. They are outnumbered and outgunned. One frantically tries to count them. 300, no, all 500 of them. Their professional composure shatters, replaced by pure terror. Sweat pours down their faces as they stare into the jaws of annihilation. One soldier beginning to stammer. It's like we're elsewhere. A different battle unfolds. A colossal, multi-eyed arachnid creature, a Hexenbeast, looms over a teeming horde of its smaller spawn and a vast army of soldiers. For this monstrous being, the terrified men are nothing more than an appetizer. The creature's shadow falls across the doomed army, a promise of the feast to come. They are merely sustenance for them. The scene shifts. Demon King Lookier kneels on the ground, panting from exertion. Her mana completely depleted. She can only laugh bitterly at her predicament. She grips her sword, her expression hardening with resolve. With her magic gone, she realizes her only remaining option is to rely on her skill with the blade. Fencing is the only way to fight this monster. Her newfound resolve is shattered as another grotesque creature appears before her. A massive, multi-eyed, tentacled horror that lets out a guttural roar. She stares in shock, realizing the futility of her situation. Without the legendary power of heroes, facing such a colossal monster is impossible. Her face contorts with despair and disbelief. Sweat pours down her face as the single thought echoes in her mind. Impossible. Just as she resigns herself to her fate, her eyes catch a detail. Something is on the monster's head. A small, red spot. Her gaze sharpens, focusing on the anomaly. Atop the grotesque creature's head stands a young man with reddish-brown hair. A powerful beam of light streaks across the battlefield, striking the massive, fleshy body of the grotesque monster. The impact erupts in a bright, starburst-like explosion against its hide. The force of the blast pierces deep into the creature's form, tearing through its flesh with overwhelming energy. The sudden assault startles the young demon king, Lucia, her eyes widening in shock. The wounded monster lets out a guttural roar of agony as a commanding voice cuts through the chaos, addressing the soldiers of the Empire. The speaker introduces himself as Rucky Everguard, Lord of the Land of Demons. He makes his intentions clear, extending a hand and declaring that from this moment forward, his troops will lend their support. He issues his first command, ordering his forces to unite. Lucia, however, is bewildered. She questions how the blow was possible, believing it to be a magical cover from the Demon Lord's territory, a distance she thought was far beyond the normal reach of magic. Before she can fully process the impossibility, a volley of magical beams descends from the sky, converging on the battlefield. Lucia cries out in alarm as the lights streak towards their target. The combined assault finds its mark, slamming into the monster and causing a massive explosion that engulfs its head. The creature roars in pain as its flesh burns. The masked Demon King taunts the beast, revealing that the attack was a combined effort from 30 of his mages. He then explains the technology behind the feat, a magic item called a laser pointer. A slender mage aims the device, which projects a guiding beam. The Demon King elaborates that this item not only increases magic's range, but also allows volleys from multiple casters to merge and follow the beam, resulting in greatly increased damage. He recalls his first impression of the weapon, remembering a test where he was deeply impressed by the sheer power of the explosion at the point of impact. Miles away, another group observes the demonstration. Lucia, her eyes wide with excitement, turns to Thor and asks if he saw the incredible display. Thor, alongside Mabel and an unmasked Ugnies, confirms that he saw it. He agrees that the laser pointer shot was amazing, but his expression is thoughtful, hinting at unspoken concerns. He gazes upon the weapon, a magnificent blade radiating power. He recognizes it as divine grace, and for a moment, he is utterly captivated, almost falling in love with its perfection before snapping back to reality with a start. A faint smile touches his lips as he confirms its identity. It is indeed the sacred sword. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, the Demon King Rucky Everguard and his Chancellor Curve observe the battlefield. Rucky mused on the Imperial Guard's original plan, questioning if they truly believed they could defeat the demonic beast Gardurasa on their own. Minister Zagran, standing beside Queen Rihanna, offered his own cynical theories. He suggested the entire endeavor might have been a political maneuver, either to elevate the princess's prestige by wielding a sacred sword or to intimidate the demon forces by showcasing the power of the hero's legendary weapons. In another command post, Prime Minister Curve turned to Demon King Lucia, asking if she had anticipated this turn of events. With a somber expression, she confirmed that she had, at least to a degree. The political landscape was indeed treacherous. Marquis Gara had previously conspired with another noble, noting that while the Empire had seemingly abandoned Thor, other factions sought to exploit him. Gara resolved to investigate these plots after dealing with the immediate threat of the Hexenbeast. Her foresight was driven by a desire to understand the human's true nature. She declared her intention to confirm whether those manipulating Thor were merely a rogue faction of nobles or if the Imperial family itself was corrupt. To find the truth, she planned to speak directly with the princess after the battle. Nearby, the hooded judge conceded that the Imperial forces had shown brilliant tactics. He then pointed out their critical error, underestimating the Gardurasa strength. The judge revealed that he had warned the Empire about the beast's unpredictable nature, as it was an unknown entity, but admitted that even he had not foreseen its incredible resilience. As if to prove his point, the smoldering creature stirred, letting out a guttural roar. Panic erupted among the human forces, and an official began to run, desperately calling out for His Highness. Minister Zagran seized the opportunity, urging Queen Rihanna to move. He declared that the encirclement was broken and that they must escape while they had the chance. Rihanna agreed, her expression grim as she acknowledged that the battle was far from over. As she faced the monstrous Gardurasa, Minister Zagran laid out the grim reality of their situation. He asserted that even the Demon Lord's forces were insufficient to defeat the creature, confirming that the beast remained a formidable opponent for all of them. In response, she gripped her sacred sword, her expression hardening with resolve. She declared that her blade would indeed be needed once more, but outlined a clear strategy. Their forces would first weaken the Hexenbeast with ranged attacks, creating an opening for her to deliver the final blow. Her gaze fixed upon the looming monster, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Despite the immense pressure, she affirmed her commitment to the plan with unwavering certainty. As her soldiers formed a protective circle around her and the minister, the strain of the coming clash became visible on her face. Unseen by the Imperial forces, Demon King Lukier observed the unfolding battle from afar, her eyes fixed on the queen and the beast. On the battlefield, a Minotaur commander watches as the tide of monstrous spiders shifts. They are no longer besieging the Imperial forces from a distance. Instead, the entire horde is now charging directly toward them. From his own vantage point, Minister Zager notes that the princess's weapon seems to have had little effect. He raises a hand, calmly reassuring his subordinate that it is all right. Though the enemy is numerous, their strategy has not changed. Below, the chittering horde of spiders surges forward relentlessly. An order is issued to use ranged magic to slow their advance. Demon King Lucia, her eyes narrowed with focus, gives the final command to begin. She details the plan. Once the ranged magic stalls the enemy's advance, the general's troops and the Minotaurs will attack. In response to her command, the entire Minotaur squad lets out a collective roar, their massive forms poised for the charge. Their commander orders them to assemble and stand by. He activates a health enhancement pendant on his chest, which glows with power. He declares that the fire mana it channels grants them 100% vigor. Simultaneously, the elven troops move into formation, their staves and bows aimed at the approaching horde. Their commander rallies them with a fierce shout, urging them to back up the front lines with their magic and to give it their all, down to the very last drop of mana. Amidst the preparations, the flame General Reizenga's power flares to life. He clenches a fist, vowing to his majesty that he will show her the true power of his kind and make the enemy pay for the death and desecration they have wrought upon their lands. Elsewhere, Agni's Freyzad stands ready, her helmet finally removed. She declares that she will fight alongside her father and Agnes. A brilliant light emanates from her chest as a notification declares her physical strength has reached 400%. Her eyes are fixed on an unseen point as she silently urges Mr. Thor to look at her. In a forest corridor, an Imperial messenger screams a warning as a volley of magical energy streaks towards him. From the trees, a unit of elven mages unleashes their coordinated attack. The soldier sprints desperately alongside a speeding carriage, trying to keep pace as it flees the ambush through the dense woods. A memory of his mission flashes through his mind. Minister Zagran, his expression unreadable behind dark spectacles, entrusting him with a sealed scroll. The soldier recalls looking up in terror as the attack began, the sound of mocking laughter echoing from the trees. He remembers the weight of Zagran's words, the command clear and absolute. I'm counting on you. The soldier, face slick with sweat, had accepted the charge with grim determination, vowing that he must deliver his precious cargo. His resolve solidifies. He clutches the strap of his satchel, promising himself that he will do whatever it takes to get the letter to its intended recipient. The faces of those this message might affect flash before his eyes. The determined Queen Rihanna, a distraught nobleman, and the imposing Demon King Kokyou. Each image fuels his desperate flight. The stakes are immense, involving figures of great power across the continent. Demon King Kokyou, the Flame General Reizenga, the Knight Agni's Freyzad, and even the alchemist Thor. But as these powerful individuals come to mind, the messenger's run comes to a brutal end as an arrow finds its mark, piercing his skull. The designated weak point on the massive Gardurasa beast is a single, small red spot of light on its enormous body. From a great distance, the elf commander squints, recognizing the difficulty of the shot. He muses that others might miss such a small target, as it's almost impossible to hit from so far away. Nevertheless, a brilliant beam of pink energy streaks through a canyon toward the beast. Guided by golden magical constructs, the beam of light continues its unerring trajectory. The weapon, known as the laser pointer, is renowned for its perfect accuracy. It never allows a single volley to miss its target. The beam strikes true, erupting in a blinding flash of pink light. The Gardurasa lets out a guttural roar of pain as the blast tears into its flesh, the force of the impact staggering the colossal creature. Watching the wounded beast, the demon judge observes that once it loses a few legs, it will inevitably slow down. Beside him, Demon King Lucia calmly assesses the situation, seeing the swarm of smaller spiders covering the ground. She concludes that this means it is now her turn to act. The demon judge then issues a new command, instructing someone named Kelv to redirect the laser pointer. The new target, he declares, is the approaching swarm of small spiders. In response to the advancing swarm, the demon judge raises his hand, and dark, ethereal flames begin to materialize from thin air. Lucia watches this display, her eyes widening in surprise. The sight of this power brings a memory to Lucia's mind. The princess had demonstrated the power of the holy sword against a hexenbeast. Lucia resolves that she, in turn, must now show them the true mana power of the dark element. With a confident smirk, she commands, "Get the little brats," as she unleashes her own devastating spell. A torrent of black fire she calls the magical flames of emptiness. Her spell descended from the heavens, a pillar of pure darkness that slammed into the earth. A colossal explosion of black energy erupted, instantly consuming the swarming creatures below. The creatures shrieked as they were utterly annihilated by the dark inferno. Lucia observed the devastation with a satisfied grin, acknowledging the inherent weakness of her magical flame of the void, its limited range. However, she mused, the precision of the laser pointer more than made up for that single flaw. Watching from a distance, Flame General Reizenga could only stare in stunned admiration, declaring the display awesome. He processed the fact that entire hordes of the creatures had been wiped out in a single blow. Beside him, Queen Rihanna's expression was more complex. She observed that anyone caught in the blast was reduced to ash instantly. The sight, she thought, was simultaneously frightening and mesmerizing. As Queen Rihanna grappled with the terrifying power she had just witnessed, Demon King Lucia and Minister Zagran turned their backs on the devastation. Their work was done, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth where the monstrous swarm had been moments before. On a desolate hill overlooking the battlefield, Minister Zagran and Queen Rihanna stand before command tent, the wind whipping across the barren landscape. He remains silent, his expression hard and unreadable as he surveys the aftermath of their disastrous engagement. His thoughts turn inward, a grim admission forming in his mind. He, Zagran, has suffered a disgrace that he feels he will never live down. The memory of the initial plan surfaces. The mercenary leader recalls that when they first leaked intelligence to bait the bandits, their numbers were barely 1,000. There was no precedent for their forces swelling tenfold in such a short time. Zagran replays the strategic failure. They had no reserve troops because they feared the demon army might invade, forcing them to be overly cautious. That caution was based on a bluff from the demon lord's domain. He remembers the chaos of being surrounded, the coordinated monsters they couldn't handle, and the crushing weight of their loss. He knows that while his position might survive, he will be held responsible upon his return. While Zagran is lost in his failure, Queen Rihanna is caught in her own turmoil. She bites her lip, realizing she cannot afford any more mistakes in the coming negotiation. Her thoughts turn to her sister, viewing her as a perfect, useful piece she has raised for her own protection. A memory surfaces, the scarred man's harsh lesson that a leader must show strength and make others submit. Minister Zagran's voice echoes in agreement, reminding her that leadership means taking from the weak. The recollection causes her to flinch, and, in the present, her face twists in revulsion. His words, "take from the weak," reverberate in her mind. She begins to question who, between the Empire and the Demon Lord's domain, is truly the weaker one. The answer from the recent battle is brutally clear. The Empire's 300 soldiers barely landed a single hit on the Gardurasa beast. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord's army, with only 100 soldiers, wiped out over 1,000 spiders and the main creature. The weaker party is obvious. She recalls her sister Sophia's voice, urging her to listen closely. The implication of the old lesson crashes down upon her. Her hands tremble as the horrifying question forms in her mind. Is she meant to take from the Empire? Her resolve wavered, her expression filled with distress. She clutched her chest, questioning if intimidation through power was the right path, suggesting instead that they should try to understand one another. Minister Zagran immediately rebuked her softness. He warned Princess Rihanna that if she didn't hold her ground, her sister, Princess Sophia, might be the one sent to the front lines. He clicked his tongue, realizing Sophia's gentle nature was influencing the princess. He continued, explaining that while Sophia's magic outclassed Rihanna's, her frailness made relying on her a one-hit gamble. He insisted that if she didn't want that, she must act like a true royal and ensure the negotiation did not end in the Demon Lord's favor. Rihanna angrily retorted, telling Zagran not to involve her sister or try to brainwash her with his idea of an ideal princess. His manipulative words struck home, leaving her wide-eyed and speechless with horror. After a moment of tense silence, Zagran instructed her to stick to the plan. With a hardened expression, she affirmed that she would act according to His Majesty's will. She turned and walked past the corpse of a horned beast toward a line of Imperial soldiers, confirming she was ready to proceed. As she departed, Minister Zagran watched her go, a wide and deeply unsettling smile spreading across his face. Her armored boots crunched on the barren soil as she approached a large tent in the demon territory, where the Demon King and his retinue awaited. Inside the tent, she stood before the demon court with renewed composure. She thanked them for saving her soldiers from danger and formally introduced herself. Rihanna Dorgalia, third princess of the Dorgalia Empire. She continued, admitting her surprise at the power their domain possessed. She described witnessing a sword with a reach beyond even the holy sword, striking down beasts from afar with the force of a god, splitting a mountain. As she spoke, Minister Zagran clenched his fist, his face tight with resentment. She trembles, sweat beading on her brow. Minister Zagran observes her, noting that it's unsurprising her fear persists even through the brainwashing. The memory of that overwhelming power remains vivid. Demon King Lookir admits that even she still shivers when recalling the sheer force of that cursed blade. This is the same overwhelming presence that now confronts her. The masked figure, his eyes glowing from the shadows of his hood, introduces himself as Rookie Everguard, sovereign of the Demon Lord's domain, and acknowledges her gracious words. His formal introduction leaves her stammering, barely able to articulate her thanks. A new, sinister figure emerges from the shadows, the Demon Judge, who reassures her that there is no shame in defeat, as even the strongest can falter. He continues his assessment of the battle, conceding that the Empire fought admirably. However, he notes that their method of fighting was only effective against the smaller spider creatures. He elaborates on the tactical situation, explaining that had the main body of the beast joined the fray, the Empire's tightly packed formation would have been crushed. Swinging the holy sword in such a dense crowd would have endangered her own soldiers, making her decision to push for a solo duel a reasonable, if desperate, call. As the judge concludes his analysis, Minister Zagran steps forward, requesting permission to speak. He introduces himself as the Minister of War and praises Queen Rihanna, stating that while she is a princess, she fights as a true warrior for her comrades. He posits that had they not been ambushed near the beast's vulnerable underbelly, they might have even forced it to retreat. His formal address is met by another high-ranking demon, Prime Minister Curve, servant to the Demon Lord, acknowledges the Minister of War, and expresses that he has heard much about him and the blazing General Reizenga, who stands beside him. He responds with diplomatic grace, expressing gratitude for the rescue of Princess Rihanna and proposing they celebrate the successful defeat of the beast. He holds a pendant, remarking on the connection between the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire. He then makes a bold declaration, a wide smile spreading across his face, proclaiming that a victory won together is a historic event worth passing down through the generations. The demon officials, Curve, the Demon King, and Zagren himself, are seen in a moment of tense observation. The declaration of a joint victory hangs in the air, met with disbelief and anger. Demon King Lucia questions the very notion, while Flame General Reizenga clenches his fist, his body trembling with restrained fury. Prime Minister Curve is the first to voice his dissent, turning to the general. He points towards the distant swarm of spiders, demanding to know why the Empire attacked first when their plan was to join forces before the battle. Lucia looks on, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Before the general can respond, the Demon King, Rookie Everguard, raises a hand to silence his prime minister. Curve insists that the matter must be clarified for the sake of the soldiers, but the Demon King dismisses his plea, turning his attention instead to Princess Liana and asking her for an explanation. The Demon Judge, however, interjects with a sharp accusation. He notes that the Gardurasa beast never descends from the forest on its own, concluding that it must have been provoked by the Empire. He then directs the question to Liana. Why did the Empire attack before the agreed-upon meeting? His words ignite the fury of Demon King Lucia. She erupts, shouting that their joint plan was specifically designed to prevent casualties, a plan the Empire's actions have now ruined. She questions what might have happened if civilians were nearby, or if the enraged beast had stormed down the mountain to attack a town. She softens her tone slightly, looking at the distressed princess. Lucia clarifies that she doesn't wish to place blame, but that they must understand the Empire's intent to determine if they can be trusted. Liana, overwhelmed, can only stammer a plea to the Demon King. Princess Liana, under the weight of their gazes, prepares to answer. Addressing Demon Lord Rookie Everguard directly, she begins to explain the truth of the situation. But her explanation is cut short as Minister Zagren steps forward, declaring that he will explain instead. He claims the incident was caused by certain soldiers acting recklessly in their desire for personal merit, leaving Liana shocked and speechless. He then turns his sharp gaze directly on the princess, admonishing her to remember how an ideal princess should behave. Lucia grits her teeth in frustration at the blatant manipulation, while Liana looks on, stunned by his audacity. His voice booms across the hall as he addresses the demon court, explaining that it is common in the Empire for nobles who have committed crimes to be sent to battle for a chance at a reduced punishment. He claims some of these ambitious individuals acted too hastily. Before he can continue, Flame General Reizenga, now wreathed in a fiery aura, roars for the Minister of War to hold his tongue. The Flame General, seething with rage, declares that this is a matter between himself, the Demon Lord, and Princess Liana. He roars at Minister Zagren, telling him he has no right to interrupt. Before the situation can escalate, the Demon Judge intervenes, commanding Reizenga to stand down and offering their own apologies. With the general silenced, the judge turns their attention to Demon King Lookier, formally requesting her perspective. Lookier confirms with a simple yes, a knowing smile on her face. She elaborates, stating that reports later confirmed the Gardurasa beast descended into the plains precisely because of the unauthorized actions of some rogue soldiers. She continues her explanation, arms outstretched as if presenting an undeniable truth. The reason the Demon Lord's domain was not alerted, she claims, was out of shame. The Empire did not want their disgrace witnessed. This secrecy, she concludes, is what allowed them to intercept the beast successfully. The Demon Judge lets out a quiet sigh, seemingly accepting the account. Following this, Princess Liana offers a sincere apology for all the trouble her people have caused. Minister Zagren immediately supports her statement, placing a hand over his heart. He reaffirms that the incident was the fault of a few rogue soldiers and praises the noble Princess Liana for choosing to save them regardless. He then announces that he will provide the rest of the details. Prime Minister Curve immediately questions him, asking for the current location of these soldiers and if they can be interrogated. Zagren smoothly replies that while they have been captured, most are too badly wounded to be presented. Demon King Lookier watches the exchange, silently noting to herself how hard the humans are working to control the narrative, especially since the princess wasn't covered in blood before. The Prime Minister remains unconvinced, pressing the point. What if, upon questioning, the soldiers claim Zagren himself gave the order? Zagren dismisses the possibility, coolly stating that desperate people will say anything to avoid punishment. He then shifts the topic, presenting a letter to the Prime Minister as a token of gratitude. He explains that an official reward from the Emperor will follow, and that this preliminary letter contains thanks, an offer to share provisions, and a confirmation of the non-aggression pact, including details for the upcoming ceremony. With the letter delivered, Zagren clasps his hands together, a look of satisfaction on his face. Within the demon territory, Prime Minister Curve recounts the details of a letter from the Empire. He explains that until now, the non-aggression pact was merely a written agreement. However, the new proposal calls for a formal, in-person ceremony where both the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire will participate, with Princess Liana and Minister Zagran presenting the terms to the Emperor. In a formal meeting, Minister Zagran addresses the demon leadership, his tone deferential. He admits that the Demon King's power was beyond anything the Empire had imagined, and because of this, he claims it is only natural for them to seek a reinforcement of the pact. Beside him, a horned demon judge listens thoughtfully. He continues, stating that he and Princess Liana will return to the capital to inform the Emperor of the situation. Zagran declares that they believe His Majesty the Demon Lord and his sword of tremendous power deserve their utmost respect. After the Imperial envoy departs, the demon judge turns to his colleagues. He internally notes that the humans have completely misunderstood the nature of that sword. Out loud, he suggests they discuss the details of the proposal in private. Prime Minister Curve immediately argues that they should accept the proposal, but the judge counters, suggesting they should simply take the benefits and leave it at that. Curve firmly states his belief that the Empire will never openly admit its mistakes. He elaborates, explaining that with the non-aggression pact renewed and a royal attending the ceremony, the Empire would be forced to recognize the demon domain as an equal nation. This act alone holds great power, he insists, as it would make it impossible for them to break the pact later. Curve concludes that official recognition from the royal family provides their domain with legitimacy, making it a wise plan with clear benefits. The judge considers this, conceding that with further negotiation, it might even open the door to trade with the humans. Their strategic discussion is cut short by Flame General Reizenga. His face is a mask of fury as he interrupts, demanding to know if they truly intend to let the Empire escape accountability for breaking their joint operation. Demon King Lucy intervenes calmly, her eyes closed in thought. She explains her understanding of the Empire's methods. The soldiers Zagran mentioned were likely intended as scapegoats from the very beginning. She reasons that demanding their surrender would be pointless, as the Empire would just claim they were executed, a move designed to foster resentment, perhaps their true goal all along. Curve turns to the general, acknowledging his anger, but cautioning him not to fall into the Empire's trap. Reizenga can only grit his teeth, his body trembling with suppressed rage at the humans' underhanded tactics. His silent fury was ignored as the hooded demon judge rendered his verdict. The judge explained that he had intended to use the battle to assess the Empire's worth. With the beast Gardurasa slain and no harm done to their own people, he agreed with Curve's assessment. They should accept the benefits and conclude the matter. Demon King Lucia listened, her expression hardening at the unfortunate reality. The judge continued, reminding his liege that some within their domain have ties to the Empire. He spoke of secret trades in the borderlands, small exchanges for goods scarce in either territory, which nonetheless form a bond between their peoples. She turned away, her decision made. Lucia declared that she would not sever those ties for the sake of her people. Instead, she asserted they must prioritize the benefits gained from this battle, a formal letter, tribute, and the renewal of the non-aggression pact. Defeating the beast and saving an imperial royal, she concluded, would send a powerful message to the common folk. Her subordinates understood. Meanwhile, outside a field tent, Minister Zagran gave Princess Liana a stern lesson. He instructed her to listen carefully, insisting she must become more like the cold and calculating emperor and never bow her head, regardless of an opponent's power. She cut him off sharply. "Be quiet, Zagran," she commanded, clutching an arm stained with dirt and blood. Liana stated that he had been telling her the same thing since childhood and that she needed no reminder. With cold certainty, she affirmed her identity. "I am Princess Liana." Her face twisted into a wide, unnerving smile, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. "I will never yield," she vowed. "Even if they're stronger, I'll take what can be taken." Zagran flinched at her intensity as she elaborated on her philosophy. Supplies, weapons, even information, she would take it all. For the sake of His Majesty and the Empire, she would do whatever was necessary. Sometime later, the Demon Lord's final decision was formally conveyed to Princess Liana and Minister Zagran within their tent. At a formal meeting, Princess Liana, acting as the Empire's representative, accepted the terms. In return for the rescue, the Demon Lord's domain officially received a letter of thanks and a tribute from the Empire. The tribute consisted of an official letter of gratitude and several chests, a sign of goodwill between the two powers. The exchange was overseen by the masked Demon King Rookie and a stern-faced Minister Zagran. Their diplomatic duties concluded. With the terms of their agreement settled, hands clasped to formally seal the continuation of the non-aggression pact between the two powers. As the meeting concluded, Princess Liana raised a hand, asking Demon King Rookie if she might pose one last question. Flanked by his Prime Minister Curve and the Demon Judge, while Minister Zagran observed, the Demon King granted her request. She immediately questioned the source of their domain's newfound strength, specifically citing the shockingly powerful long-range magic and the formidable obsidian sword their forces now wielded. The hooded demon judge responded with a slight smile, revealing that they had simply borrowed the wisdom of an alchemist. The answer startled Princess Liana, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind raced with the implication, and she exclaimed aloud, wondering if it could possibly be a wandering alchemist. Demon King Rookie confirmed her suspicion. Though he chose his words carefully, stating that one could say the individual had drifted into the demon lord's domain. Her expression shifted from shock to cunning intrigue. She pressed further, inquiring about the alchemist's race and if he was perhaps a human from the Empire. The demon king countered, asking what she would do if he was. With a confident, almost predatory grin, she demanded an introduction. She voiced her suspicion that this alchemist was the same one who had repaired her father's sword, as she couldn't imagine anyone else possessing such skill. The demon king remained silent, weighing her intentions. She explained her desire to express gratitude and, if possible, to have him by her side. She asserted that even a low-ranking alchemist, when ordered by royalty, must serve. As Demon King Lucia looked on with disdain, Rihanna declared her intent to make him devote his very being to her. Minister Zagra nodded, affirming that such individuals exist to serve the Empire. Her fervor peaked as she proclaimed that an alchemist with no combat ability can still serve the Empire. Minister Zagran agreed, adding that the Emperor would undoubtedly say the same and that it would be the alchemist's greatest honor. Demon King Lucia could only stare back in silent contempt. Elsewhere, Demon King Lucy's face contorted with fury, her eyes turning into black voids of rage as she processed the Empire's declaration. She could only utter a single, incredulous sound. Her anger simmered as events unfolded elsewhere. After Lord Rookie had sent word of the giant Hexenbius' defeat, a great, dark scar remained carved into the landscape. This devastation prompted a new mission. Lady Ugnes' unit was dispatched to patrol near the beast's former nest, tasked with searching for any surviving spiders. Both Thor and his aide, Mabel, accompanied them. As they moved through the forest, Ugnes remarked that Thor could have stayed at the base, confident her team could handle the task. He insisted on helping, stating he was part of the unit too. Nearby, the salamanders whispered in awe, recognizing him as the Demon Lord's right hand and the creator of their powerful weapon. The praise clearly made Thor uncomfortable. Suddenly, a stray flame from one of the salamanders caught Ugnes' armor ablaze. She cried out in surprise as Thor reacted instantly, shouting an incantation to store the flame. He successfully absorbed the Ifrit's fire into a small device, much to the amazement of the salamanders. Flustered, Thor explained that it was simply a personal storage tool, something not everyone possessed. Mabel, however, seized a moment to boast to the creatures, proclaiming that her alchemist lord was far more amazing than they could imagine, calling his feat a miracle. Her excessive praise only deepened Thor's embarrassment. Once the excitement subsided, her expression turned serious. She voiced a concern to Thor, worrying that they might encounter Imperial soldiers in this territory. She pressed the point, asking if meeting someone from the Empire would be difficult for him. Thor casually dismissed her fears, noting that his new cloak provided a sufficient disguise and cheerfully pointing out the opportunity to find more alchemy materials. Though Mabel remained anxious, Thor's focus had already shifted. He mused internally that finding some spider legs would be beneficial. Understanding their durability could be the key to forging a new sword, one even stronger than the legendary Holy Sword. He recalled the battle against the Gardurasa, remembering how he had seen the princess wield her sacred sword. It had projected a blade of light, effortlessly slicing through the ambushing spiderlings. However, that very act seemed to weaken the strike, as it barely managed to damage the main body of the beast. His mind turned to the weapon itself, a beautifully crafted blade. He wondered about its power, equating it to the defensive capabilities of 50 spiders. A clear path formed in his thoughts. If he could determine the durability of the spiders, he would finally understand the true strength of that legendary sword. Standing before Lucy and Ugnes, Thor explains that gathering information on forging is critically important, especially if he intends to create a weapon that surpasses the Holy Sword. Lucy, taken aback, asks him what exactly he is planning. Hearing his ambition, both Lucy and Ugnes stare with wide, shocked eyes. Lucy questions him further, asking if he truly means to make a sword even stronger than the one he just demonstrated. Thor internally reflects on their reaction, wondering why they look so freaked out. He reasons that the magic sword, the laser blade, was essentially just a modified laser pointer that managed to melt through the spiders and finish off the Gardurasa beast. He smiles to himself, recalling how incredible Lucy was in the fight. He acknowledges that the real power came from her magic, and the thought of seeing her wield a sword again fills him with determination. To that end, he resolves to make a proper sword just for her. Elsewhere, Lucy lets out a triumphant laugh, a dark, powerful aura swirling around her. As Thor blushes at his own thoughts, Mabel steps in. She advises him that she believes His Majesty, the Demon King, would much rather have him return safely than receive another sword. Her practical words bring him back to the present. He smiles brightly and agrees, promising to head back soon. Ugnes, however, still looks on with a worried expression, murmuring that she also doesn't want to see Lord Thor get hurt. He turns to Ugnes with a grateful smile, thanking her for her concern. He then makes a promise to both her and Mabel, declaring that if they find any spider legs, he will deliver them at lightning speed. His promise seems to put Lucy at ease. She smiles gently and decides to stop hunting for materials and head back, not wanting to cause them any more worry. Ugnes, beside her, continues to clasp her hands anxiously. Just as the group relaxes, Thor's expression suddenly hardens. His gaze fixes on the distance as he sharply announces that he has spotted an Imperial soldier. Through the trees, a line of armored figures can be seen. The sudden threat sends a wave of alarm through the party. Agnes reacts instantly, shouting for Lord Thor to follow her quickly. He acknowledges her command, ready to flee into the dense woods. The Imperial presence was not limited to the frontier. Elsewhere, another armored figure stood resolute, facing a phalanx of soldiers, their spears a forest of steel points. Meanwhile, far from the wilderness, back in the heart of the Empire, life continued within the capital's formidable walls. Within one of the city's opulent manors, a man with a scarred cheek, Count Lygas, was startled from his tense thoughts. A maid had entered, announcing she had brought his tea. She nervously explained that her instruction to call him Count came directly from the Minister of War. Seeing his silence, she flinched, but he quietly acquiesced, saying it was fine. His acquiescence was a facade. In an instant, his face twisted into a manic grin as he leaned in close, roaring at the terrified maid to call him Duke. She cried out in fear. He turned his back on her, his voice filled with conviction. He declared that he would earn back his title and his honor. He vowed to reclaim it all, telling someone to just wait and watch. The view widens to reveal he is addressing the Minister of War, Barga. Lygas repeated his demand, insisting he be called Duke. His fist tightened, knuckles white. He was certain that by racking up achievements, he would climb straight to the top, making a promotion not just possible, but natural. The Minister of War, Barga, remained impassive. Placing a hand to his chest, he calmly corrected the ambitious Count, stating that for now, he should be addressed by his proper title, the Minister of War, Barga. Undeterred, Lygas turned back to the bewildered maid, his form cast in shadow. He proclaimed with absolute certainty that victory was within his grasp, all because of a particular letter he possessed. He sweats, consumed by his own scheming, explaining that his victory is assured once a certain letter reaches his foolish son. He envisions the boy, Thor, receiving the message, ostensibly from his beloved father in the Empire, and sneaking away to read it. Whether Thor follows the orders within or not is irrelevant. The trap is set either way. He continues, reasoning that if Thor obeys, he will be suspected as a spy. If he disobeys, he will be unable to reveal the letter's contents. In either scenario, the boy will be forced into silence. This enforced silence, he believes, will soon compel Thor to rely on him. He imagines the boy's allies, like the maid Mabel, growing wary as more letters arrive, each one breeding suspicion throughout the Demon Lord's domain as Thor reads them in secret. Sooner or later, when that moment of complete isolation comes, he will finally make his son his puppet. He sneers at the preposterous idea that Thor could form genuine bonds with what he deems filthy demihumans. In his eyes, the boy is merely a pawn on a board, destined to fall under his control. The words of Minister Zagran echo, promising a reduction of his punishment if the mission succeeds. But Lygas scoffs at the notion. He believes this feat will be great enough to have his sentence erased entirely. His ambition extends far beyond a simple pardon. He declares that once he controls his son and makes the Flame General his servant, he will slay the Demon Lord himself. By achieving this, he muses, he could become a hero, a living legend. He savors the possibilities, calling it a delightful dilemma. Minister of War or a celebrated hero. Either way, he is certain he will be marching toward greatness. His glorious rise now seems certain. He turns to the Minister of War and asks why he should ever cower in fear. As Barga silently swirls his drink, Count Lygas dissolves into a fit of wild, triumphant laughter. His maniacal laughter subsides into a theatrical pose. With a wide, unsettling grin, he rhetorically questions the necessity of his elaborate plans, addressing an unseen audience as my friends. Below him, the maids, including the one with glasses, can only watch in terror. He throws his head back, overcome with triumphant glee, and bellows for all to join him in singing the hymn of glory. In his mind's eye, he is already celebrating, messily pouring the wine of victory all over his face. His imagined revelry concludes with a jaunty leap, clicking his heels together in midair. Meanwhile, far from the Count's private machinations, a powerful, winged figure stands before a vast crowd. He raises a hand to the sky, proclaiming that the hour of revolution is almost upon them. Elsewhere, in a forest clearing, a rustle in the bushes draws the attention of Mabel, Flame General Reizenga, and an unhelmeted Agnes. A soldier in Imperial armor, his eyes obscured by a dark visor, stumbles toward them, crying for help. He explains that he was chased by spiders and became lost while running away. As these events unfold, Thor moves under the cover of twilight. He considers his gear, noting that his cloak is woven from shadow weave, a material that uses magic to absorb light and turn jet black. He realizes that with the sun setting, he can lower his hood and blend perfectly into the darkness. He continues his approach, recalling information from Rookie that a few Imperial soldiers had attacked the Hexenbius swarm before the operation officially began. He agrees with the assessment that it was an intentional provocation, yet a nagging feeling persists that there is another layer to the plot he has yet to uncover. Back in the clearing, Agnes remarks that the soldier has had quite an ordeal. Seeking to appear non-threatening, the man raises his hands, offering to disarm himself, and asking only for help returning to the Empire's army. She accepts his plea, placing a hand over her heart. She introduces herself as Agnes, daughter of the Flame General, Lysenga Freesad, and promises to ensure his safe return. Upon hearing her name, The blindfolded soldier's mouth curls into a wide, sinister grin. He greeted her with feigned enthusiasm, confirming her identity as Lady Ugnis. The soldier claimed to have heard many stories of her great deeds, his voice full of admiration. Elsewhere, another man watched events unfold, a smug, knowing grin spreading across his face. Observing from the shadows, Thor's eyes narrowed in recognition. He identified the man as the leader of Count Liege's personal guard. He recalled the man's role in his past misfortune. This was the very individual who had enumerated the reasons for his exile, declaring him unfit due to a lack of combat skills. The guard leader's unexpected presence here felt deeply wrong, a clear sign of a larger scheme at play. Alongside a group of soldiers, a woman with long, wavy hair observes a blindfolded man in plate armor, wondering aloud why the head guard of the ducal house would be present in such a remote location. Watching from a distance, Thor's eye narrows in concentration. He decides it is best to be cautious and begins manipulating a small, dark, viscous substance with his alchemy. In a flash of creation, he transmutes the material into a large, plush cushion, which he presents with a serious expression. He has fashioned a trap cushion. He turns to Mabel, asking her to pass the object to a Lady Ugnis. Mabel looks back, confused, questioning if this is truly a cushion meant for her. Meanwhile, the blindfolded soldier appears exhausted, stumbling toward a large rock to take a rest. Seeing this, Mabel concedes that Thor has a point, remarking that she would rather not hear complaints about making a proud Imperial soldier sit on the hard ground. She instructs him to place the cushion on the rock to serve as a seat, and he confirms her order. A moment later, the soldier shuffles onto the rock, settling comfortably onto the cushion Thor provides. Mabel, surprised by this gesture of kindness, asks Thor if he knows the soldier and if they were close. From beneath his hood, Thor confirms the man's identity, the captain of the guard from the Liegas ducal house, his former home. He clarifies that they were not close at all. In fact, this captain was the very person who mocked him for having no combat skills when he was exiled. Mabel's eyes widen in shock, and she immediately asks for permission to use attack magic. Thor calmly tells her to wait. He explains that the situation is illogical. A guard captain wandering alone in this area makes no sense. More than anything, he wants to discover the true reason for the man's presence. He considers the captain's flimsy excuse. Mabel voices his thoughts, pointing out that a country as obsessed with military discipline as the Empire would never simply let a soldier go missing. They track all unit numbers meticulously. She concludes there must be another reason for the man's presence. His train of thought is shattered when the captain suddenly shouts, demanding a moment with Lady Ugnis Frisia. The outburst catches Thor, Mabel, and the armored woman completely off guard. The captain ignores their surprise, instead kneeling before a now-hooded Thor. He presents a sealed letter, asking him to deliver it to Lord Liegas. Thor is taken aback as the man addresses him as my master, Lord Thor Liegas. As Ugnis watches, the captain explains that the letter contains an apology and a new proposal. He claims Lord Barga Liegas was deceived by the border marquis and wronged Thor terribly. Then, with a menacing grin, he wonders aloud if he should just destroy it. His demeanor shifts to one of desperation. He pleads with Thor not to be wary, declaring himself to be Lord Thor's most trusted aide. At this, Mabel steps forward, apologizing for interrupting before introducing herself as Mabel Refrain, correcting him by stating that she is Lord Thor's most loyal aide. Her calm assertion leaves the captain utterly flabbergasted. His face contorts in disbelief as he struggles to comprehend that someone else claims to be in service to Lord Thor Liegas. Seizing the advantage, Mabel turns to the captain with a pleasant smile. Reminding him of his claim to be the most trusted aide, she puts him on the spot, asking what, exactly, Lord Thor likes. She presses him further, asking for specifics, his hobbies, his favorite color, his favorite food. The captain begins to sweat profusely, completely unable to answer even the most basic questions. His stammering silence is all the confirmation she needs. Her expression hardens as she states that if he were truly close to Thor, he would know these things. The captain is left speechless, his lie completely exposed. Observing the entire exchange from beneath his hood, Thor smirks. He realizes the man is stuttering simply because he never paid him any attention in the past and knows absolutely nothing about it. Mabel, with a knowing smile, presses the flustered captain. She asks if revealing secrets would be acceptable with Lord Thor's permission. The captain, clenching his fist and sweating, rigidly declares that one must never reveal a master's secrets. Unfazed, Mabel simply tells him to go ahead, leaving him speechless. His bluff called, the captain stammers in shock. At that moment, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Thor has arrived, telling the captain he can speak about him as much as he likes. The captain's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes his former lord, crying out his name. He approaches the stunned guard, a cool expression on his face. Thor remarks that he was unaware the ducal house had such a loyal aide, and that he would be interested to hear the captain's perspective on him. The captain, caught in his lie, can only stammer in response. Finding his voice, the man hastily corrects Thor's assumption. He explains that House Liegas is no longer a duchy, it is now the House of Count. He insists that Thor is misunderstanding the situation. The captain then observes that a great deal of time has passed, noting how much Thor has changed, and how he himself has changed as well. Thor quietly acknowledges this fact. He reflects on the captain's words, a sense of unease growing within him. The story doesn't add up. He recalls his time in the Empire, how insignificant he was made to feel when scolded. Shaking the thought away, he decides not to dwell on the inconsistencies for now. Unseen by the group, two women watch from a distance. One observes that Thor is surrounded by demon folk who admire and protect him. The other, her face grim, realizes that this unexpected development ruins their plan. The captain's composure finally breaks. He lunges forward, grabbing Thor's cloak and demanding to know why the demon folk trust him so deeply. He venomously accuses Thor of groveling and licking their boots to gain favor. His aggressive outburst is met with a weary sigh. Thor states that this attitude is precisely why he and the Empire can no longer communicate on the same terms. He dismisses the captain's accusations as baseless lies and changes the subject, demanding the letter he was told he had from his father. With a click of his tongue, the captain relinquishes his hostile posture. He produces a sealed scroll, presenting it to Thor. He explains it is a letter from Count Lygas, with instructions that it be read alone and with care. Thor eyes the scroll, questioning why, if it is addressed to him, there would be any reason he couldn't read it right there. He confidently takes the sealed letter, not opening it himself. Instead, he presents the scroll to Agnes and Mabel, instructing them to open it and read its contents aloud. His expression hardens as he clarifies his command, wanting to ensure that everyone present can hear exactly what the letter says. The captain from House Lygas reacts with utter shock, his face contorting in disbelief at the public command. He erupts in protest, shouting that it is unthinkable for the son of a noble to have his father's letter read publicly. He insists Thor should read it with dignity in his room, as if the count were watching. Unmoved, Thor dismisses the outburst, calmly telling the women it is fine and to proceed. Mabel acknowledges the order. As Mabel and Agnes begin to unroll the scroll, Thor explains his rationale. He is certain that any message from Barga Lygas will be malicious, likely a plot against the Demon Lord's domain. By revealing its contents here and now, he can unequivocally prove his own innocence and clear his name of any association with the scheme. The captain's demeanor shifts to one of smug confidence, asking if Thor now understands the Count's feelings. With a knowing, subtle smile, Thor confirms that he understands them perfectly, loud and clear. Upon hearing the contents, Thor's expression turns to one of cold realization. He declares the letter to be nothing less than pure poison. The letter's true purpose is revealed. Though dressed in nice words, its gist is a set of treacherous demands. Send intelligence on the Demon Lord's domain, report on generalizing his forces, and bring Agnes back to the Empire as a hostage. A retrieval of the letter is scheduled for the new moon. To make matters worse, Thor realizes the words are not his father's. The captain feigns outrage, pleading with Thor not to insult the Count, and insisting the letter was heartfelt. But Thor sees the truth. While the handwriting is his father's, the phrasing belongs to someone else, likely someone from the Empire's high command who forced his hand. With his eyes shadowed by this final betrayal, he declares that he has had enough of House Lygas. His resolve crystallizes. He is also finished with the Empire that uses him for its own convenience. In this moment of betrayal, he sees not a setback, but the perfect chance to act. He raised his voice to the assembled crowd, declaring that the letter from his father, Barga Lygas, was drenched in treachery. Its true message, he revealed, was to leak intelligence on the domain and bring Lady Agnes to the Empire. The thought of receiving such a missive from his own father filled him with disgust, a sentiment mirrored by the shocked expression of the Lygas guard captain. He continued, his voice ringing with conviction, stating that a man who sent such letters could not be called his father. Hearing this, Agnes looked on with tears welling in her eyes, assuring him that she truly understood how he felt, while Mabel watched with deep concern. His resolve hardened into a powerful declaration. Whether it was the Count's house or the Empire itself, if they threatened the people he cared for, he would sever all ties. Just as they had cast him out, he would now cast them away in front of everyone. From that moment on, he vowed to live under his late mother's name. He turned back to the crowd, announcing that he would never again call himself a Lygas. From this day forward, his name was Thor Kanan. He was simply an alchemist, born in the Empire but now living in the Demon Lord's domain, and that was all he would be. As he and Mabel walked away from the platform, she acknowledged his decision. She would address him as Lord Thor Kanan from now on, though she admitted it was a little sad that their secret name was now known to everyone. He apologized for revealing it, but Mabel's sadness quickly turned to a bright smile. She confessed she was actually glad, because now she could call him by the name she loved anytime she wished. Her dedication renewed, Mabel formally pledged to serve Lord Thor Kanan with even more devotion than before. At the same time, Agnes stepped forward, declaring that his name didn't matter. He was the one who saved her, and she would follow him forever. Their loyalty was echoed by the crowd of demihumans. They roared their approval, shouting that they understood Lord Thor Kanan's desire and that no letter from the Empire could ever shake their trust in him. Among them, 2 armored soldiers from the Flame Giant's contingent voiced their agreement. One declared that they had to answer that trust, or the name of the Flame Giant itself would be worthless. The wave of fervent support washed over the Imperial envoy. The guard captain from House Lygas could only stand in stunned silence, utterly bewildered as the crowd erupted in a unified roar of loyalty for for their new hero. As the stunned guard leader watched, the weight of his declaration settled upon Thor, whose eyes filled with tears. Behind him, Mabel observed with a gentle, knowing gaze. He quickly brought a hand to his face, wiping the moisture away with a determined gesture as Mabel's supportive smile widened slightly. This display only further enraged the leader of House Liege's guards. He roared, demanding to know if Thor truly understood the gravity of abandoning his family name and forgetting his pride as an Imperial. Nearby, the knight Ugnis remained kneeling in silence. Thor's expression hardened in response. He stated plainly that he neither wanted nor needed that name. He identified himself as Thor Canaan of the Demon Lord's domain and ordered the guard to return home and deliver that message to his master. He continued, declaring that Thor Liegas was no more. Just as his father had thrown him away, he was now abandoning his father in kind. The guard leader could only stammer, utterly confounded. With the matter settled, his attention shifted to the still kneeling Ugnis. He questioned how she had managed to slip away from the Empire's forces to arrive here, noting that the leaders of the demon domain would be very interested in her story. The Imperial envoy stared, sweating and bewildered by this display of authority. He stammered, questioning if this could truly be Thor Liegas, remarking that he was nothing like the man he knew from the capital. Thor offered a confident, knowing smile. He suggested the reason for the change was simple. They had never truly seen him for who he was. Behind him, Mabel and Ugnis looked on with admiration as the assembled demihumans cheered. On a barren field, Demon King Rookie addresses his assembled commanders, commending them for their excellent work. Demon King Lookier confirms that no monster stragglers remain, while the Flame General Reizenga stands by. A young man in a white cloak, Thor, affirms that they have been awaiting his majesty's return. Suddenly, a lone Imperial soldier stumbles into view, his face a mask of terror at the sight of the Demon Lord. He realizes he must flee or be killed, but as he tries to run, his body seizes up. He lets out a terrified shriek, convinced he is about to be eaten alive. He struggles desperately, but his feet are held fast, as if rooted to the spot. He cries out that he cannot stand. The soldier has been caught in a trap cushion, an earth attribute device made of magic-woven cloth and slalabine shells that hardens upon detecting magic, making escape impossible. As the soldier continues to squirm and plead, Demon King Lookier turns to Rookie with a look of mild annoyance. She asks what is going on with the soldier, reminding Rookie that she had ordered a search for lost Imperial soldiers, not for one to be captured in such a state. In response to her question, Thor calmly explains that the man is a lost Imperial soldier who is squirming because he is stuck to a rock by a cushion. He then looks down at the panicked man and addresses him directly by name. Thor, his use of a name, catches Lookier's attention. Her expression hardens as she stares at Thor, telling him they will need to have a long talk later. She then commands Reizenga to take the Imperial soldier into custody and question him thoroughly. Thor watches, wondering if something has happened. With the matter of the prisoner settled, Demon King Rookie turns his attention to the vast army assembled before him. He raises his arms and bellows that their monster extermination mission is complete, declaring their work a success. His declaration is met with a thunderous roar from the ranks of demihumans. Rookie announces that they will now descend to the plains to set up camp and enjoy a celebratory feast to honor their victory. As night falls, the army makes camp. A sprawling sea of glowing tents illuminates the plains at the foot of a dark mountain range, a testament to the scale of the demon forces. Inside the tents, the victory celebration is in full swing. Minotaurs, lizardmen, and other demi-human soldiers gather around tables laden with food and drink, reveling in their hard-won success. Under the night sky, a tall, horned figure in dark robes addresses Thor, declaring himself to be the alchemist's liege. Thor, with Mabel at his side, seems to acknowledge the figure as Lord Rookie. Nearby, two large wooden barrels sit ready. The true Demon King Lookier then asks Thor to recount what the third Imperial princess had said. Thor agrees, addressing Lookier correctly this time, and recalls his own pledge to the hooded figure, a wish to become a subordinate of whom his liege would never be ashamed. He continues his account, explaining that he holds deep respect for Lord Rookie, whom he considers the finest ruler he knows. Because of this trust, he is willing to reveal what truly transpired with the princess. Thor's story begins, revealing Queen Rihanna's demand. The Imperial family desired that the alchemist offer himself up entirely, to craft whatever items they commanded. Upon hearing this, Demon King Lookier's expression fills with shock. He recounts how the princess had pleaded with Lookier to return the wandering alchemist to the Empire, arguing that since he originated from there, he must wish to return. She had concluded with the self-assured statement that royals never waste talent. But this sentiment masked a grim reality. Rihanna's true expectation was for the alchemist to serve without question until he gave his last breath for the Emperor, who stood silently behind her. The memory of Lookier's response is sharp. Her face had hardened, her voice firm as she refused to let Thor become a mere tool for the Empire. In the recollection, Rihanna could only stare, bewildered by the rejection. Her fury had then erupted. Lookier roared at the memory of the princess, questioning how she dared call him a wandering alchemist. She argued that if he was truly her subordinate, she should have recognized his value while he was still within her domain. She continued her tirade, accusing Rihanna of failing to do the bare minimum. A true princess, Lookier insisted, would have discovered his brilliance and kept him close, or at the very least, spoken to him before sending him away as a hostage. As Lookier's rage settled, the hooded judge delivered the final, damning verdict. He declared that Rihanna had only remembered Thor's existence upon witnessing his talents displayed in the demon realm, concluding that she had utterly disrespected him. The judge's condemnation elicited immediate, disparate reactions. Minister Zagrin wept openly, lamenting the situation. Princess Rihanna, trembling, insisted she knew nothing of the matter, claiming she wasn't present at the time. The other demon leaders remained grimly silent. Her desperate claims were met with cold analysis from Demon King Lookier. She realized the princess truly knew nothing about the man sent away as a hostage. Nothing of the deep feelings Thor held for the people he was forced to abandon when he arrived in their lands. She understood that Rihanna also failed to grasp the true scale of his power, that his skills could literally change the world, and that all he ever wanted was to create useful items for others. This profound ignorance solidified the Demon King's resolve. While the memory of Thor brought a warmth to her heart, she looked upon the oblivious princess and declared firmly to the judge that she would never hand Thor over to the Empire. Her firm declaration, however, stoked the fury of her subordinate. Lookier turned to the fuming flame General Reizenga, telling him to please calm down. He, however, was not easily placated. Wreathed in an aura of heat and rage, Reizenga pointed out that their intense atmosphere was terrifying Princess Rihanna. His observation was accurate. Rihanna was visibly sweating and shaking with fear as Lookier glanced down, her expression momentarily unreadable. Seeing the princess's state, the demon judge intervened. He addressed Reizenga, acknowledging that his anger was justified, but stating firmly that their decision was final. Lookier also urged her general to calm himself. After calming his general, he turned his masked face toward the princess, bringing the matter to a close. He formally addressed Princess Rihanna, stating that they could speak no further about Thor. Despite the finality in his tone, she made one last, desperate plea, begging them to reconsider. Her words trailed off, replaced by the memory of Thor's own creed, that many people from various backgrounds lived in his domain, and once under his command, they were his people. He would never hand their details to outsiders. The demon judge delivers his final verdict to the Imperial delegation. He states firmly that he will not surrender the alchemist, for he is someone chosen by Rookie Evergarde herself. The judge reminds them that their empire was the one to reject and cast Thor away, and now they must bear the responsibility for that choice. Beside him, Queen Rihanna's hand tightens into a frustrated fist. At that moment, Demon King Lookier erupts with her own declaration, shouting that Thor will find happiness there, with her. Her passionate outburst stuns the Imperial envoys. Queen Rihanna, Minister Zagrin, General Reizenga, and the Bat Commander all stare, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. She presses a hand to her chest, vowing that just as he brought peace to her, she will heal his heart. With unwavering resolve, she proclaims that he will remain by her side, and that she will never hand him over. She clarifies her position, stating that while the extermination of the Hexenbeast can be considered a joint victory, Thor is different. She will not share him with the Empire. With Lookier's intentions made clear, the demon judge turns back to the silent princess. He states that he desires only continued peace between their nations and asks nothing else. He then formally asks Princess Rihanna if this arrangement is acceptable. The outcome of that negotiation is relayed to Thor and Mabel shortly after. A flashback shows a sweating, defeated Queen Rihanna stammering her acceptance. In the present, Thor expresses his shock, admitting that while he knew the talks would be difficult, he never expected this. Mabel looks on, equally surprised. As he reels from the news, Mabel thoughtfully repeats Lookier's words, "I'll ensure his happiness here." Hearing this secondhand, a blush spreads across Thor's face. The scene returns to Lookier, who is now speaking with Mabel. The maid smiles gratefully and thanks Her Majesty. Lookier laughs brightly, declaring that it's only obvious she would ensure the happiness of every one of her people, and that includes Mabel. She then adds, "Oh, and Thor?" Hearing his name included in her promise, Thor becomes completely flustered. He realizes that her words sounded exactly like a confession, and his heart begins to race. He is questioned by a robed demon official, who asks if he repaired a magic sword back in the Empire. Thor confirms this, recalling that he did indeed work on such an item while at a government storage facility. The official immediately deduces that Thor must be the wandering alchemist that Princess Rihanna had mentioned. Thor clarifies that his work at the office was deliberately erased by House Lygas, who then credited his achievements to this fictional persona. This deception is precisely why Demon King Lookier has been so forthright. She states with conviction that she refuses to deceive or exploit Thor. She explains that she mentioned the princess's desire for him openly because, more importantly, she would never lie to a friend. As the tense diplomatic meeting continues, Queen Rihanna begins to make a hesitant proposal. She suggests that since the alchemist in question originates from her empire, surely he must share her same desires. Before she can finish, Thor interrupts her with a bright, unwavering expression. He asks her to deliver a message the next time she meets with her princess. He continues, telling her to instruct the princess to keep her nobles in line and to stop sending unwanted letters abroad. The blunt request leaves Queen Rihanna utterly stunned, while Mabel looks on with quiet approval. Turning his back on the Imperial delegation, Thor addresses Demon King Lookier directly. He explains that returning is not an option, as he would simply become a tool for the Emperor, forced to create whatever was ordered. That, he declares, is absolutely not what he wants. The only reason he can craft items freely now is because of her. He continues his heartfelt declaration, stating that she gave him a home, a workplace, and the freedom to craft whatever he desired, always celebrating his creations. It was in this environment that he discovered the online catalog. Having a liege like her, he concludes with a smile, makes life truly enjoyable. His earnest words leave Lookier momentarily speechless. With a bright, genuine smile, Thor declares to Demon King Lookier that the Imperial Princess's offers mean nothing to him. He is happiest right where he is, in the Demon Lord's domain, by Lord Rookie's side. Elsewhere, Demon King Rookie observes the moon, admitting to Prime Minister Curve that he had feared he was narrowing Thor's path. Now, however, he sees his worries were unfounded, a smirk crossing Curve's face. The demon judge addresses a crowd of cheering demihumans, praising Thor's smart move of declaring his new name, Thor Cannon, in front of everyone. The crowd agrees, shouting that he has truly become one of them. Lookier watches with a satisfied smile, remarking that this was just as she expected. Later, high above the clouds, she informs Thor that the operation is complete and that she will return to the Demon King's castle with the army the following day. Thor gratefully thanks Her Majesty. Upon their return, Flame General Reizenga instructs Thor and Mabel that they will stay at his estate for the time being. He reveals that Thor's new workshop and home will be built on new land, urging him to inspect the site. The realization dawns on Thor, who clenches his fist in disbelief. He is finally getting a real alchemist's workshop. His face lights up with pure joy as he imagines it. His own shop, where he can finally hang a sign declaring that his alchemy services are open for business. Demon King Rookie, aware of this development, remarks that a workshop was one of Thor's dreams and that he, too, is excited to see it. Mabel and Curve listen intently. Lookier playfully winks at Thor, warning him that if he goes too far, she will assign a monitor from the castle to keep him in check. Beaming, Thor readily agrees. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky pass, an exhausted Imperial soldier pants heavily, struggling forward. On the ridge above, a lone figure stands before a waiting army. The soldier collapses to his knees before Reizenga, who coldly informs him that the letter failed to reach its destination. In the distance, Agnes watches over her victorious forces. Within the Empire, Minister Zagran reflects on the recent events. He laments that if things had gone well, he could have secured both an informant and the demon's sword. Still, he concedes that simply identifying Thor Lygas as the wandering alchemist is a victory in itself, a fact confirmed by the young man's own admission. That admission had been a stunning public declaration. Surrounded by small, curious creatures in the demon lands, Thor had announced his new name, Thor Cannon. He vowed to never again use the name Lygas, formally introducing himself as an alchemist from the Empire who had come to the Demon King's territory. Zagran recalls his shock that Thor would read the letter aloud, clearing his own name while simultaneously casting his family name aside. He walks away, realizing the young man is not just skilled at crafting, but also possesses a sharp, strategic mind. He is, Zagran concludes, beyond normal. The minister resigns himself to the fact that he is dealing with someone who operates with careful precision. He mentally summarizes the key elements of the failed expedition: the demonic beast Gardurasa, the demon king Rookie Everguard, and the now defected Thor Cannon. Meanwhile, the retreating Imperial forces do not go unnoticed. From the cover of a dark forest, the silhouettes of rabbit people watch silently as the weary soldiers make their way across a barren landscape. At the expedition's camp, Minister Zagran approaches Queen Rihanna, informing her they will return to the Empire at dawn and that she should rest. Rihanna, her face etched with shame, apologizes and declares she will take full responsibility for the failure. Zagran quickly dismisses this, stating it is not the time or place for such a discussion. He continues his counsel, his tone firm. He warns her never to show weakness in front of the soldiers or the people, as fear spreads quickly. Her only duty now, he insists, is to carry herself with dignity. Her expression shifts from shame to understanding. Taking a breath to steady herself, she looks up and agrees with his assessment. Zagran looks at her intently, the rising sun behind him. He makes one final plea. For the sake of the Empire, she must grow stronger. A newfound resolve hardens her features. She meets his gaze and acknowledges his words, speaking his name with quiet determination. Her moment of quiet reflection is shattered by a rustle in the nearby bushes. From the darkness, a large, horned rabbit with glowing eyes bursts forth, charging directly towards her. Before the creature can reach her, Minister Zagran leaps into its path, a blade suddenly revealed from his walking stick. He shouts, asking if Her Highness is all right. As the rabbit lets out a pained shriek, the queen confirms that she is unharmed. With a single, powerful slash, he bisects the horned rabbit, its body sent flying in two pieces from the force of the blow. As the creature's remains fall to the ground, Zagran's gaze narrows. He grimly concludes that one of its friends must have come seeking revenge. Acting on this suspicion, he plants his weapon cane firmly in the ground and bellows an order for everyone to assume battle stations, warning that an abnormal beast may be nearby. His soldiers immediately form up. Queen Rihanna, taken aback, questions the term abnormal. Zagran responds with fierce resolve, stating that no matter the nature of the threat, he will protect her. This conviction radiates through the ranks, a silent, collective oath sworn by all the soldiers to defend their queen. In perfect unison, the entire retinue establishes a defensive perimeter around the queen and Minister Zagran, their swords drawn and ready for an attack from any direction. After a tense moment of silence, Queen Rihanna addresses Zagran, stating that she cannot sense the presence of any monster. She suggests it was merely a normal wild animal. Her assessment is met not with relief, but with a sharp, derisive laugh from Minister Zagran, who scoffs at her conclusion. He forces a strained grin, sweat beading on his brow. The incursion into the Demon King's domain, he reflects grimly, has left a profound and unsettling scar upon his psyche. His grim reflection is cut short by the scene before him. An injured soldier, clutching his arm, tries to reassure Queen Rihanna, urging her not to worry about him. The queen, kneeling in concern, insists that the soldier receive medical attention and calls out Zagran's name. Her voice rises in command, shouting for the medics to hurry. Zagran steps toward her, attempting to gently remind her of her royal composure and the speech she must give. He watches her, a complicated sigh escaping his lips. He recalls Lady Sophia's warning to the queen not to become too attached to him, yet she persists in calling him Gramps. He briefly wonders if he could ask her to use a more formal title, at least for the time being, before his thoughts harden, assessing her as a capable pawn. The memory conjures an image from years ago, a much younger Rihanna, full of childish energy, gleefully sending stacks of paperwork flying while he, her tutor, looks on with weary exasperation. The past fades, returning him to the present. Queen Rihanna teases him with a light-hearted smile, remarking that it's only natural for an old man like him to be tired. He can only manage a weary admission of his exhaustion. With the immediate danger past, they begin their walk back. The queen speaks of the cleanup awaiting them in the Empire, expressing her desire to return home quickly. I know, he replies, his silhouette matching her stride under the full moon. The day after the defeat of Gardurasa, Thor is summoned before the Demon King, Rookie Everguard. The king presents him with a document, identifying it as an official alchemy permit. This grants Thor permission to use his craft anywhere within the Demon King's domain. Curve, the Chancellor, adds a reminder that the permit is necessary for any public distribution of his creations. Overwhelmed, Thor expresses his profound gratitude to the king. He continues, explaining that while giving items to 1 or 2 people is acceptable, a widespread distribution of Thor's creations could have significant, unforeseen effects. He sternly asks Thor to remember this caution. Thor calmly acknowledges the warning, thanking the Chancellor. This composure seems to fluster Curve, who suddenly becomes agitated, admitting he provided extra documents that Thor doesn't need to show. He quickly changes the subject, urging Thor to contact them often. Thor simply agrees, promising to keep it in mind. Now on their journey, Thor explains his intentions to Mabel. He plans to use his time in the general's territory to see and experience many new things, hoping to apply that knowledge to help the Demon Lord's domain flourish. The Demon King's words echo in his mind. Rookie had told him he was too earnest, and that he should consider this trip a reward for his contributions in a recent battle. With Lucy at his side, the king had urged him to simply relax and enjoy his travels in Reizenga's territory, a suggestion that had clearly surprised Thor. As their caravan departs, the Demon King and Curve watch them go, while a group of demihumans waves a boisterous farewell. The line of covered wagons makes its way across a vast, arid landscape, heading toward their destination. Upon their arrival, Thor and Mabel stand before an imposing figure clad in heavy armor, his back to them as he gazes out at the mountains. The man turns, revealing himself to be the Flame General Reizenga. With a broad, welcoming smile, he invites Lord Thor on a tour of his domain. As Thor accepts, his expression turns resolute. He has already decided on the magic item he intends to create. They are brought to a grand, multi-spired castle, the seat of the general's power. General Reizenga, accompanied by a woman in full armor, leads Thor and Mabel through the streets. A massive crowd has gathered to welcome them, their cheers echoing through the city as they greet their esteemed guests. He is treated to a lavish feast, a grand spread of dishes laid out on a long, elegantly set table. He enjoys the meal immensely, his satisfaction evident as General Reizenga and a young woman watch with warm smiles, while Mabel looks on with delight. The general's residence is a magnificent castle, its spires reaching towards a cloudy sky, nestled amidst a dense forest. Sometime later, Thor stands before another delicious-looking meal, but his arms are crossed and his expression is one of deep, focused thought. His contemplation does not go unnoticed. The young woman asks if something is the matter, noting he seems lost in thought. General Reizenga, too, calls out his name, his expression turning serious. The general's eyes widen with a sudden, intense realization. He questions if it could be that Thor is already thinking about creating more magic items. His daughter tries to dismiss the idea, suggesting that since the beast was just defeated yesterday, Thor must simply be tired. But as she speaks, Mabel and even the general seem to consider the possibility more seriously, their gazes fixed on the young alchemist. Suddenly, Mabel's eyes fly open in shock. A memory or understanding flashes through her mind as she exclaims that it's exactly that. Her sudden declaration startles both the general and his daughter, who turn towards her with wide, questioning eyes. The young woman turns back towards Thor, a look of disbelief on her face as she comments on the nature of the general's new acquaintance. He beamed with excitement, his mind already racing ahead. He turned to his hosts and asked if anyone present possessed skills with the light attribute. He continued, explaining that the research he was about to start involved the light attribute, and that he would appreciate any help. He then noticed the dazed expressions on General Reizenga and his daughter's faces, prompting him to ask if something was the matter. The general cleared his throat, a thoughtful look on his face. As expected, Thor was already planning a new magic item. He wondered about the specific need for light attribute offensive magic. Then his expression shifted as he realized they might just have someone who fit the description. The young alchemist's eyes glinted with purpose as he declared his objective, to research the Empire's holy sword. He elaborated, reminding the general that he too had witnessed the Imperial princess's holy sword and its devastating blade of light, which had annihilated a swarm of Gardurasa's minions in an instant. The general conceded that its power was indeed extreme. The general, however, grinned with manic excitement. He declared that while the holy sword was impressive, the demon lord's magic sword, the laser blade, was even more amazing. Thor countered that the so-called laser blade was merely a prototype with significant room for improvement, despite its incredible performance. He recalled how its range dwarfed the holy swords and how it had pulverized a wall of spiders in a single attack. To create the perfect magic sword, he asserted, he must first thoroughly research the holy sword. He then revealed his true goal. It wasn't about offense. He wanted to test whether he could create an item capable of defending against the blade of light. The declaration left General Reizenga, his daughter, and Mabel utterly speechless. The general, his face a mask of disbelief, remarked on the sheer boldness of the idea. He stated that, ordinarily, no one would even conceive of creating something to block such overwhelming power. Thor explained that if they could succeed, it would be a monumental achievement. Then, with a gentle smile, he confessed his simplest motivation. He just really loves alchemy. Hearing this, the general's expression softened into a knowing smirk as he commented on Thor's profound dedication to his research. Thor confirms General Reizenga's theory, agreeing the light attribute attack is needed to properly analyze the power of the Empire's holy sword. Reizenga sighs, advising the young alchemist to take it easy since the demon lord granted him time off. But Thor, clenching his fists with excitement, insists he must begin his research while the image of the holy sword is still fresh in his mind. This passion earns a smile from the general, who admits he admires that part of Thor's character. He turns to his daughter beside him, asking for her agreement. She beams, enthusiastically affirming her father's sentiment. She then asks Thor if he knows anyone who can use light attribute offensive magic, noting their territory is home to many rare races. A bit flustered, Thor requests that she ask around for him, a task she readily accepts. As she agrees, the pendant around her neck emits a soft glow. Thor observes that his health boost pendant is working well. The general's daughter expresses her profound relief, thankful that she can finally wear beautiful clothes again without fear of them catching fire. Her father, however, glances towards two nervous maids and notes that despite her happiness, some people in the mansion remain uneasy seeing her without her usual armor. He elaborates that while he and his daughter, Agnes, have complete faith in Thor's pendant, not everyone shares their confidence. Some still worry when she forgoes her armor for normal clothing. At a nearby table, Mabel clarifies the source of this anxiety. She explains to a surprised Thor that everyone in the mansion remembers when Agnes, as a child, would frequently and accidentally burn through her clothes. To prevent any such future incidents, Mabel proudly presents a large, neatly folded stack of fabric, announcing that she has prepared a supply of Earth attribute magic cloth. Thor asks if it's similar to tent material. Reizenga clarifies that while tents use breathable wind fabric and transparent light fabric, this is flame-resistant Earth fabric. Prime Minister Curve then appears, confirming that he has already received the Chancellor's approval for its use. Thor presents the flame-resistant fabric, instructing the maids to make clothes for Agnes and demonstrate the material's properties to everyone in the mansion for their reassurance. Off-panel, Agnes wonders to herself how Thor could go to such length for her. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Agnes clasps her hands together, her eyes shining with gratitude. She formally introduces herself as Agnes Frysad and vows to never forget his kindness, promising to do everything she can to repay his generosity. Her father, General Reizenga, adds his own thanks, dismissing the gift as a simple souvenir. He graciously accepts their goodwill, explaining that since his workshop is located within the Lysinga territory, he is the one who is truly relying on the general's help. He insists the fabric is nothing in comparison and offers his thanks in return. After a period of comfortable conversation, Thor and Mabel retire to their room, leaving Agnes and her father alone. Seizing the private moment, General Reizenga turns to his daughter with a serious expression, telling her that he owes her an apology. He continues, his tone somber, stating that he may not be able to support her love. His words strike Agnes with the force of a physical blow. Her face crumples in shock and distress as she asks what he could possibly mean. The general explains that while he cannot provide details, he is no longer in a position to fully support her romance. Agnes wonders aloud if even the demon lord feels something for Thor. With his back turned, Her father confirms her fears, stating that he has pledged his loyalty to the demon lord and can say no more on the matter. He immediately regrets his slip of the tongue, realizing he has practically admitted it. A vivid image of the demon Lord Lucy flashes in his mind, fiercely declaring her intent to make Thor happy. He has no concrete proof, only a strong sense that this is the case. Despite the revelation, Agnes' expression softens into a gentle, reassuring smile. She tells her father not to worry, clarifying that her only wish is to dedicate her body and soul to faithfully serve Lord Thor. Her father remains unconvinced. He points out that her constant glances toward Thor during dinner suggest something more, asking if that isn't the same as being in love. Flustered, Agnes admits that she doesn't truly understand her own feelings yet. In response to her father's concerns, Agnes confessed her uncertainty. She explained that having spent her life in armor, viewing the world only through the slit of her helmet, she doesn't truly understand the feelings of a girl in love. She clarified that while her feelings are genuine, she hadn't intended her pledge to repay Thor to sound like a marriage proposal, as Mabel had once pointed out. For now, she resolved she would simply help him as best she could while he was here. Her father listened, seeming to understand. He looked at his daughter, a sense of pride in his eyes, acknowledging how much she had grown. With her mind made up, he conceded that he had nothing more to say. The only thing left to do, he mused, was to inquire about Thor's personal tastes. His thoughts then drifted to the two women vying for the alchemist's attention. His own daughter, as passionate as a blazing flame, and the demon Lord Lucy, as calm and gentle as a serene night. He wondered which of them Thor would ultimately prefer. His musings were cut short when he noticed his daughter glaring at him intensely. He threw his hands up defensively, questioning her sudden hostility and insisting that it was only natural for a father to meddle and worry. Her expression darkened into a terrifying, shadowy visage as she loomed closer. Alarmed, he pleaded for her to calm down. And so, on Thor's first night at the Lysinga mansion, the halls echoed with the sounds of a spirited father-daughter quarrel. Meanwhile, unaware of the commotion, Thor settled into the spacious room the general had provided for him. By the window, he placed the special storage unit he had brought from the Demon King's castle. The unit contained all the necessary equipment for his alchemical work, which he intended to use until a proper workshop could be completed. But before beginning his work, he had something else in mind. He retrieved a specific item, a rare book chronicling the world of the heroes, titled The Catalog of Wonders. He was engrossed in his research, searching the catalog for a specific type of defensive item, one capable of blocking light attribute attacks. His concentration was broken by a soft knock at the door. It was Mabel, politely asking for permission to enter, which he granted. She entered carrying a tray laden with honey tea and fruits. Thor thanked her, and she, in turn, expressed her concern, asking if he was tired and offering a massage. He found the offer tempting, but deferred it for later. Mabel then relayed that Demon King Rookie was also worried, especially since they had only just arrived in the general's territory. Her dedication was clear as she continued, explaining that Demon King Lucy had also personally instructed her to ensure he didn't overexert himself. With a bright, confident smile, she insisted that he leave his health management entirely to her. He looked up from his catalog, addressing her concern directly. He assured her he wouldn't overdo it, as he had already planned to stop for the day once he reached a good point. When she questioned what that meant, he clarified that he would rest once he found the specific item he was searching for. His simple explanation, however, seemed to have an entirely different effect on Mabel than he intended. As he blushed slightly, averting his gaze, her expression froze. Her eyes widened in shock, her smile vanishing as she uttered a single, stunned syllable. Thor's face beams with a joyful, closed-eye smile as he daydreams. He imagines how happy everyone will be once his work is complete, but quickly reminds himself to stop merely imagining and take action. His reverie is broken when Demon King Lookier calls his name. Standing beside a surprised Mabel, Lookier confirms his identity and then exclaims that his assumption was correct, leaving both Thor and Mabel in a state of stunned, awkward silence. Lookier adopts a serious tone, reminding Thor that he is precious to them all and that Her Majesty would be saddened if he returned to the castle exhausted. As Thor agrees, Lookier reflects on their daily tea sessions, realizing they might have been a deliberate effort to ensure he rested properly. Later, he holds up a book titled The Catalog of Wonders, announcing his plan to find a specific item. He asks Mabel for her assistance in looking through it, and she cheerfully agrees. As he flips through the catalog's pages, a thought that began during dinner starts to crystallize in his mind. Mabel, observing him, correctly deduces his intent. She confirms that she knows the catalog contains items of the light attribute, and asks if that is what he seeks. He asks why she would think that, then smiles, praising her incredible insight. He confidently states that he is certain the catalog holds something capable of blocking light attribute attacks. Sipping from a cup, he begins to explain his theory. Long ago, heroes from another world frequently employed light attribute attacks. They had a peculiar habit of shouting out the names of their techniques, describing them as rays of light or waves of energy from their swords. He continues, citing that it was these very heroes who named a holy sword's technique Photon Blade. This frequent use of such powers suggests the heroes must have possessed a high natural affinity for light magic. As Mabel acknowledges the plausibility of his logic, He presses his point further. It's natural to think that in their home world, light attribute techniques were used regularly, perhaps even daily. He speculates that they might have competed with their powers as casually as people exchange greetings. He continued to explain his theory to Mabel, describing the hero's world as terrifyingly casual with its power. He pictured an ordinary man in a suit booming, "Good morning, Photon Blade," as a simple greeting. To them, the power of heroes from another world was unfathomable. Thor recalled that they even had cloning stations, a technology that nearly cost him his life. Staring at the catalog of wonders, a profound sense of awe washed over him. He felt small, questioning if a novice alchemist could ever approach the hero's level of power. This book, he realized, was but a fragment of their incredible might. A tremor ran through his hand, a feeling he initially mistook for fear. But he quickly corrected himself. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. Clenching his fist, he resolved to get closer to understanding the hero's world, declaring there was no time for fear. Seizing the moment, Mabel asked if the Demon Lord's domain possessed any records of the hero's light attribute techniques. Mabel confirmed that they did, explaining that the records are still passed down. She specifically recalled the technique that destroyed the first Demon King's barrier, a devastating blast of compressed light magic known as Ultimate Vivid Light. His eyes narrowed with focus as he repeated the name. Ultimate Vivid Light. Of course, that was it. The strongest light attribute magic. He elaborated that heroes often used abbreviated technique names, shouting commands like Guard Cancel or Frame Cancel. Therefore, paying close attention to their abbreviations was crucial. In the hero's language, the spell Ultimate Vivid Light was written in a distinct script, and its initials were U and V. As he wrote, Mabel watched in astonishment. She remarked that he could not only read the hero's language, but also write it. Thor explained that the Empire had forced them to memorize the names of the hero's techniques, and he had learned to write a little as a result. He then gave Mabel her instructions. He would read the catalog aloud, and she was to listen carefully for any related words. With a nod, she confirmed she understood. With that, he began his search. To Mabel's surprise, they found what they were looking for quickly. He announced that through the catalog of wonders, they had discovered two incredibly powerful items. Both were related to Ultimate Vivid Light, and their mind-blowing descriptions included the keywords Strong Light, Defense, and the initials U and V. He stared at the catalog page, where a charismatic man in a suit and sunglasses announced that his product had finally conquered the sun. The first item presented was a UV-cut parasol, a magical item purported to block 90% of harmful UV rays. The man warned against underestimating these rays, explaining that the body accumulates damage over time and that they possessed a secret weapon to fight them. Following the parasol, the advertisement introduced another product, a UV-cut lotion. It was promoted as being gentle enough for children's skin, yet as effective as the parasol, allowing one to enjoy outdoor activities even in full sunlight without any worry. The figure in the catalog then posed a question: why not achieve skin that conquers the sun? The word sun struck Thor with sudden force. He began to sweat, murmuring to Mabel that the sun must be the very source of light magic. She confirmed his realization was correct. Mabel explained that when the world was first formed and the sun began to shine, it was at that moment that great light magic was bestowed upon the world. The sun, she affirmed, is the ultimate source. The implication of her words washed over him with dread. If the sun symbolized light magic, it meant that the people in the hero's world had somehow conquered it, developing a way to block ultimate vivid light with nothing more than their bare skin. He envisioned them casually deflecting magic powerful enough to shatter the first Demon Lord's barrier. The thought that they could do so with their skin alone was terrifying, making him question if that was truly the level of power possessed by another world. The overwhelming realization sent him to his knees. Mabel rushed to his side in concern, but he waved her off, explaining that while it was a shock, this was exactly the kind of power he had been looking for. If they had this, he thought, it would be enough. He rose, his expression filled with newfound resolve. Clenching his fist tightly, he declared that with these items, they could finally stand against the holy sword. The catalog's description clarified the item's functions. The UV-cut parasol was shaped like an umbrella and apparently blocked the power of light magic just by being held up. The other, the UV-cut lotion, was simply applied directly to the skin. Putting a hand to his chin, he turned to Mabel, pointing out the abbreviation UV. He theorized that it must refer to ultimate vivid light. Mabel's eyes widened in agreement. There was nothing else it could possibly mean. He conceded that the idea of blocking ultimate magic, the kind that shattered a Demon King's barrier, with simple lotion or a parasol, sounded absurd. Nevertheless, he knew it was a possibility worth exploring. Realizing how late it was, he decided against bothering the general or Ugnis for materials at such an hour. He informed Mabel they would continue their work tomorrow, thanking her for her help. She wished him a good night, but as he gazed out the window, he resolved to at least prepare the necessary materials immediately. As he prepared, Mabel asked if he would like to wash up before sleeping. He agreed, and she promptly offered her assistance. She cheerfully instructed him to raise his arms, but he quickly protested, insisting he could manage on his own. Alone now and stripped to the waist, he began to weigh the advantages and disadvantages of each item, trying to decide which to create first, the parasol or the lotion. His thoughts turned to practicality. The lotion seemed superior, as applying it would leave his hands free to wield both a sword and shield. In contrast, the parasol would occupy one hand, a significant tactical disadvantage. But the lotion had a critical flaw. It could easily leave vulnerable spots on his back or any other area he might accidentally miss. While suitable for testing in a party, it was far too risky to rely on when alone. Furthermore, the idea of testing an unknown substance directly on his bare skin was psychologically daunting. Without absolute confidence in its effectiveness, even he would hesitate. This brought him back to the parasol, which now seemed like the more straightforward choice. His mind was made up. The parasol offered more psychological security. It was a simple matter of opening and holding it. Just as he reached his conclusion, Mabel announced from outside the door that she had come to collect the water. He declared her timing perfect and bid her to enter. Looking directly at her, he announced his decision with newfound clarity. They would make the UV-cut parasol first. His shirtless state left Mabel utterly flustered, her face flushing a deep red as she stammered out an affirmative. She struggled to compose herself, asking Lord Thor why he was still undressed. He, in turn, casually requested her assistance for the following day, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. He suddenly realized his mistake, apologizing and explaining that he had gotten lost in thought while washing up. Seeing his distraction, Mabel insisted that he shouldn't worry, offering to take care of washing his back for him. Her direct offer caught him completely off guard, and he could only stammer in surprise as his own face began to flush. A smug smile crossed Mabel's face as she revealed she had prepared a special item just for such an occasion. His curiosity piqued. Thor wondered aloud what it could be. She presented the item, a special swimsuit-like garment and a horse magic cloth that repels water. She explained that Her Majesty had permitted this for the sake of his health. Thor was taken aback by the amazing item and Mabel's striking appearance, stammering that she didn't need to force herself. Undeterred, she pressed on with determination, her face flushed but her resolve firm, insisting that she couldn't allow him to catch a cold. Seeing her unwavering concern, he sighed in surrender and agreed to her help. With his consent, she announced she would begin. The proximity made him incredibly tense, his mind racing as he felt her approach from behind. She gently began to wash his back, her expression a mixture of focus and subtle satisfaction. He remained silent, acutely aware of her touch. Leaning in closer, she softly offered her assistance any time he might need it. The sensation of her chest pressing against his back sent a jolt through him, completely overwhelming his senses. He manages a quiet word of thanks, his face still flushed. Mabel, her eyes closed in a blissful smile, tells him that she is happiest when he is relaxed by her side. With that, she pulls back slightly, her warm smile lingering as she wishes him good night. He watches her leave, a gentle smile forming on his face as he thinks to himself how incredible she is. As the door clicks shut, he calls out a final thank you and good night, raising his hand in a small way. Now alone, his thoughts immediately return to the bath. He realizes that while she was wiping his back, she had intentionally used that item to shift his focus and help him relax, making him completely forget about his alchemy concerns. He considers that the situation must have been embarrassing for her as well, and resolved that he needs to make sure not to worry Mabel so much in the future. His rational thoughts are quickly overwhelmed by the memory of her. He blushes, recalling how beautiful and alluring her figure was, and the softness he felt. Covering his mouth in a fluster, he admits to himself that he can't think about anything else right now. He regains his composure, looking toward a book titled The Catalog of Wonders. He smiles, thinking that it's just like Mabel to know exactly how to handle him. After all, as a small, imagined version of her reminds him, she is his assistant. Deciding to wrap things up for the night, he resolves to get some proper sleep. Beneath the light of a full moon, the estate is quiet. His mind now clear and his spirit renewed. Thor feels a surge of determination, vowing to do his best creating items tomorrow. Sometime later, back in the sprawling Imperial capital, events were already in motion. Inside a lavish room, Minister of War Barga greets an arrival with a wide, triumphant smile, holding a glass and a bottle of wine. "Welcome back," he exclaims, "if it isn't the Minister of Military Affairs." His guest, Minister Zagran, responds with a dismissive click of his tongue. Barga's smile falters as he notices the disarray in the room, and then a fresh wound on Zagran's hand. He asks about the mess, but Zagran curtly dismisses the injury as nothing more than rust falling from his own blade. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Barga eagerly proposes a toast to the success of their scheme, urging the minister to join him. Zagran, however, cuts through the celebratory mood with a cold, hard statement. The operation has failed. He informs Count Barga Ligas that his role in the affair is now over. The words strike Barga with the force of a physical blow. His face drains of color, his eyes widening in utter shock and disbelief as he stands frozen, wine still in hand. As Barga stammers in protest, Zagran continues mercilessly, declaring that the letter was completely useless. He orders Barga to leave for the southern front immediately. The panicked Count can only ask in horror if this means Thor refused his request. He looks down on the crumbling man and asks why he is so surprised. He questions if Barga truly believed that after all the cruelty he had inflicted on his son, the boy would still act according to his will. Barga erupts, shouting at Lord Zagran that his reasoning is nonsense. He argues that a child always yearns for their parents, no matter how strict, and that a fallen noble would surely obey any command to be allowed to return to his house. That, he insists, was the entire plan. His desperate justification is met with cold finality. Zagran reminds him that he had already warned him against using his son. The letter, he reveals, was merely a ruse to stir chaos in the demon lord's domain. They never expected Thor to follow his father's will. That was just Barga's own delusion. He continues to berate the distraught Minister Barga, questioning what kind of parent would publicly humiliate their own child, calling him useless, only to then gleefully offer him as a sacrifice to the demon lord's domain. Zagran reminds him that they had already severed ties with the ducal house, making the act all the more baffling. Barga can only groan in anguish. Barga desperately demands to know why the plan was a failure, insisting that the letter reached Thor. Zagran concedes the point, but explains that if the letter had been opened there, it would naturally have aroused suspicion. He begins to explain what happened with Thor Gas, but Barga's confusion is palpable. He reveals the critical flaw in their scheme. Thor did not open the letter himself. Instead, he read it aloud in front of everyone. The moment he received it, he understood their intent. Barga is stunned into silence, realizing Thor had seen through their entire plan. Zagran states plainly that Thor could never have done such a thing unless he was truly trusted by the people of the demon lord's domain. It was because of that trust, he concludes, that their plan failed. Barga roars in frustration, unable to accept this reality. He continues, explaining that the final blow was Thor renouncing his family name and declaring himself a resident of the demon lord's domain, now known as Thor Canon. This act means they have lost all leverage. Barga is shocked to hear that his son has abandoned the name of Count Lygas. Barga stares blankly, processing the information. Zagran describes his son as a man of exceptional caliber, someone who operates beyond the norm. An image of a confident, powerful Thor flashes in Barga's mind, a stark contrast to the boy he remembers. The realization is too much. With a look of utter incomprehension and defeat, Barga mutters that he doesn't understand. His mind drifts back to memories of a younger Thor. He remembers a frail and weak boy who only tinkered with strange substances, dismissing it as mere alchemy. He wonders how anyone could ever trust such a person, recalling his own contempt for his son's pursuits. The memory fades, and Barga, now hunched in defeat, meekly asks what will become of him. Zagran looks at him dispassionately and states that, as planned, he will be sent to the southern front. Barga panics, pleading that he followed Zagran's instructions and asking about the fate of his house. Zagran coldly adjusts his spectacles, reminding Barga that he was told his punishment would be reduced if the plan succeeded. Since it failed, he will go to the south. Barga's face contorts in pure terror at the finality of his sentence. He continues his explanation, noting that Thor Gas, or rather, Thor Canon, as he is now known, resides in the demon lord's domain. To avoid provoking him any further, a specific measure will be taken. That measure is that the house of Lygas will remain intact. Minister Barga can only stare in disbelief, muttering the words, "To avoid provoking him." Barga protests, his voice rising in confusion, insisting that he is still the rightful head of the house. Minister Zagran calmly affirms this, then elaborates on the strategy. If they were to completely erase any place for Thor to return, he would pour all his efforts into aiding the demon lord. By leaving him a connection to the Empire, they can dull his hostility. Sweat beading on his face, Barga desperately asks what sins he could have possibly committed. As he walks away, Zagran's silhouette darkens the doorway. He coldly instructs Barga to go and atone for his sins. Zagran clarifies that Barga's role as head of the house ended with the letter he wrote. He states that Barga owes his son gratitude, as it is only because of the son he cast out that he gets to keep his title at all. He then lists Barga's crimes, insulting and banishing his son, creating an enemy of the Empire within the demon lord's domain, and sowing discord by involving the blazing general in his schemes. The truth begins to dawn on Barga, his face twisting in horror. The realization finally breaks him. The cruel irony that he owes his continued existence to the very son he disowned is too much to bear. A guttural, agonized scream tears from his throat as his mind shatters completely, his form seeming to dissolve into pure despair. On the floor, Count Lygas struggles, insisting he is not finished and swearing he will rise again. The Minister of War, Barga, turns his back on the defeated man, coldly informing him that a carriage is waiting to take him to the southern front. With that final dismissal, the Count collapses in despair as guards watch. Following the confrontation, Barga slumps into a chair, sighing heavily. He reflects that dealing with slow minds is exhausting and a complete waste of time. He muses that for a moment, he considered stepping down from his post. However, with fools like the Demon Judge and Marquis Gra still running around, he realizes he cannot retire yet. He must first train a reliable successor. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts, and he bids the person to enter. The visitor is Deputy Officer Mariella, who informs him that he has been summoned by the High Council of the Palace. Barga acknowledges the order, stating he will prepare at once. Mariella then mentions that it sounded like Count Barga was shouting, to which the minister replies that he understands the urge, given that the Count is a proud noble. Meanwhile, another figure observes the defeated Count, reflecting on the unbearable irony of his situation. His house will only be preserved thanks to the very son he cast out. The observer considers that if Thor Cannon were to turn his wrath upon the Empire, the Count's house would be completely destroyed this time. From a window, Bargo watches the disgraced Count being led away, his face a mask of despair. He dismisses it as a pitiful end, simply the fate of the incompetent. There is nothing to be done now, he thinks. It cannot be helped. As he prepares to depart, he explains his reasoning to Mariella. He states that Bargo Lygas possessed an incredibly valuable card, his son, Thor, but had no idea how to play it. Barga claims that if it were him, he would have placed Thor in an honorary position as head of the alchemists, lamenting what a waste it was to let such an asset fall into enemy hands. He continues outlining his hypothetical strategy, adding that he would have first married Thor to a noble lady for political convenience and to produce an heir. If Thor then proved useful, all the better. If not, he could have been quietly sent off to another country. He concludes that Barga Lygas never even considered such possibilities. He points out that Thor is the grandson of the previous Sword Saint, meaning there was always a chance he would father a child with combat talent. This short-sightedness, Barga asserts, is precisely why Lygas doomed his own house. Turning from the window, his analysis complete, he tells Mariella that it doesn't matter anymore. Nobles, he remarks with finality, disappear all the time. At the grand estate known as the House of Lygas, a quiet scene unfolds. The sprawling manor stands under a cloudy sky as a voice offers thanks for another visit. The voice belongs to a small, chirping bird, who expresses its happiness at having someone to talk with. It rests on the hand of Sophia, who smiles warmly and explains that someone very dear is coming to visit. Behind her, her twin sister, Queen Rihanna, watches with a pained expression, her hand covering her mouth in distress. Sophia's cheerful demeanor falters for a moment. She sighs, lamenting that her health is worsening day by day, before she's overcome by a harsh fit of coughing. As she tries to compose herself, she gently bids the bird farewell, saying they will meet again, and it flies out an open window. She then turns, her face breaking into a gentle, welcoming smile for her guest. Her greeting is met by the sight of Queen Rihanna, whose face is streaked with fresh tears. Sophia's smile fades as she asks her sister why she has such a sad expression. Rihanna's gaze drifts towards a nearby wardrobe as she confirms that a recent report was exactly as described. She elaborates with a look of terror, explaining that the Demon Lord's domain holds power beyond anything she could have imagined. She recounts how he wields a terrifying sword that succeeded where even the Holy Sword failed, cutting down monsters and wiping out entire ranks of enemies, as if they were nothing. Her expression is grim as her sister's voice confirms her fears. That kind of power truly exists. The weight of this truth crushes her. I'm terrified. I really am, she cries out, her face contorting in fear. From her bed, Sophia calls out her sister's name, Liana, as Rihanna spirals, thinking she might have angered the Demon Lord. She looks up to see her sister offering a gentle, knowing smile. Sophia explains that it is good to reflect, adding that Rihanna has now realized there are things in the world far beyond her expectations. Still trembling, with tears welling in her eyes, Rihanna can only manage a quiet yes. Sophia reaches out a comforting hand, urging her to calm herself and assuring her that the battle is already over. Sophia advises her to let this experience be a valuable lesson. Looking at her twin, Rihanna is filled with gratitude, realizing that her sister always saves her in these moments of crisis. While sharing a cup of steaming hot tea, Princess Rihanna confesses to her sister, Lucy, that this small comfort is all she can manage for now. She admits with regret that she ignored Lucy's warning to be cautious within the Demon Lord's domain. A concerned Lucy looks at her sister and asks what happened. She explains that she learned of an incredible alchemist within that nation. The mere knowledge of his existence compelled her to act rashly. Recalling the moment, Rihanna describes how she made a formal request for the alchemist, leveraging her authority as a princess of the Empire. She now recognizes her foolishness, acknowledging that a battlefield was no place for such a demand. The Demon Lord, she realized, cherishes the alchemist dearly and had even yelled at her for the transgression. Lucy's hand clenches into a fist as she questions her sister's logic. She points out the obvious. Of course, the Demon Lord would be angry if she tried to claim one of his top officials. Her composure shatters as she bursts out, explaining her reasoning. That alchemist was powerful enough to alter the course of the entire battle. She was certain that if anyone could help Rihanna, it would be him. With tears welling in her eyes, she confesses her desperate hope that his skills could cure her sister's body. She continues her frantic outburst, imagining how the alchemist could magically refresh Rihanna's body, making it feel light and allowing her to walk normally once more. Rihanna gently interrupts, observing that Lucy's manner of speaking has reverted to a child's. Blushing, Lucy looks down and quietly admits her true desire. She wants Rihanna to be able to see the world beyond their confines. Her expression turns somber as she continues. She tells Rihanna that with her strong light magic and great wisdom, she should be the one supporting the entire empire, if only circumstances were fair. Lucy then reveals the origin of the misguided plan. She had considered asking the alchemist for help to cure her sister's weak constitution. But when she brought the idea to Minister Zagran, he twisted it, advising that rather than begging the Demon Lord, she should act as a princess of the Empire and seize him. She tearfully confesses the full extent of Minister Zagran's manipulation. He had told her that if the alchemist was truly fed up with the demon lord's side, they could win him over for her sake, framing it as the Imperial way. Zagran relentlessly pushed her, urging her to emulate the Emperor and never back down, no matter how powerful the opposition. Overwhelmed by this pressure, she admits that even though she was frightened, she didn't want to retreat. Her sister listens as Lucy, hiccuping through her tears, resolves that she must speak to Grandpa Zagran about the problem. Rihanna observes that while Lucy usually acts like a proper princess when it comes to her, she becomes clumsy and childlike. She cuts her sister's thoughts short with a single, firm word: don't. Rihanna warns her not to rely on the minister so much. Continuing her warning, Rihanna explains that Zagran is a man who only sees things through the lens of profit, a dangerous way of thinking that could easily sway Lucy. She insists that from now on, Lucy must stop speaking the words of Zagran or the Empire and instead speak her own. Lucy looks aghast, protesting that Zagran has always been her mentor. The younger princess is taken aback, questioning what my own words even means. Rihanna clarifies, urging her to stand firm in her own beliefs and act on what she personally thinks is best. Her sister looks at her with startling intensity, declaring that she is Lucy and that she is no one's vessel. Lucy flinches, thrown into confusion. Her own beliefs? She recalls how His Majesty the Emperor and Zagran have always told her that she must be the perfect princess for the good of the Empire. She begins to process Rihanna's words, admitting that while she may not be able to change right away, she can understand what her sister is saying, especially after the events of this mission. With newfound determination hardening her expression, Lucy clenches her hands together and declares her desire to try and think for herself a little more. Seeing this profound shift in her younger sister, a gentle, warm smile spreads across Rihanna's face. Her interest piqued by Lucy's observation, Rihanna admits that she too has become curious about the alchemist who has captured her attention. A soft, contemplative smile forms on her lips as she considers the matter. Elsewhere, a young man with reddish-brown hair stands before an impressive estate. He is addressed as Sir Thor and asked to confirm if it is true that he wishes to meet this person himself. He affirms with conviction that he must. Minister Zagran, his interlocutor, presses further, questioning if his goal is to create an artifact capable of blocking the ultimate magic known as ultimate vivid light. The minister's skepticism is clear as he clarifies, asking if the young man is referring to the legendary magic of the hero, a power rumored to have breached the impenetrable barrier of the very first demon lord. Hearing the weight of his own request, the young man's confidence wavers. He worries internally that the proposal is so absurd that it might be rejected without any consideration at all.